I mean, it's only. It's like, it's unfortunate that Invisible has like this. I don't know. Like, you can only see in like shades of gray.
Alrighty. Hello everyone tuning into the stream, and welcome back to another episode of Song of Rapture. When we last left our heroes, they were embarking through the Elderbark Forest on something of a quest, eliminating the Hobgoblin forces who have seemingly taken hold of the center of this great expanse of trees. Can someone tell me exactly what happened last time on the Song of Rapture? As I remember, I have music.
Of course, I forgot to open my fucking notes again.
Mm-hmm.
I only had half an hour to do it.
That's what happened.
What?
It won't let me unmute the website.
Uh-oh.
Oh no! Who the fuck is Clyde? Yeah, that's right. Oh no. Dream is broken.
Is it broken?
Nah, I can hear it.
Okay, good.
See if I can remember everything. Let's see.
Got this, Gregory!
I might forget some things. It was 2 weeks ago. My memory is hot garbage.
Alright.
But last time, in the Song of Rapture, just got done performing a strange sort of ritual with our friend Marjorie, with her strange soothsayer powers of sorts, as we were able to try to sacrifice our nasty little hematite ring to use as a magical source to try to focus in on where this hiding place is, where these hobgoblins are mustering their forces. And thankfully, learning that Marjorie is apparently able to seek out with her mind and find this information, we took her up on her offer, and with the use of the magic item, she was able to get glimpses of things far away. A strange ravine in the ground leading to darkness. Within plains, it seems strange, but we eventually deduce that this place possibly even lies underground. But to the exact location, we're sort of still unsure, and Marjorie seemed to be somewhat exhausted by the endeavor. We did, after taking on this strange ritual, apparently ran across a small little patrol, I guess, surprisingly close to the town, of hobgoblins and their strange, almost half-dog, half-people monstrosities of sorts. Make quick work of them, and decided to return to town, back to safety, so that Marjorie could rest and we could sort of go over what we had learned. We basically decided we had two tasks ahead of us. One we were going to take care of, the other still not quite sure of yet. But we knew that we had the mithril sword in hand that the goblins were after, although they may not know that we have it quite yet, as all the ones that witnessed us with it are now dead. So we decided that with this in hand, without the hobgoblins knowing, the hobgoblins would probably still be an issue with the local populace. So, taking the opportunity, as we're already here, we decided to try to rid these woods next to Thistle of the hobgoblin threat, slaying as many as we could in a reasonable amount of time, and going after this general lunge that we were told about from the somewhat convinced shadow of the Hobgoblins. So, we decided a bit to try to make up a plan after doing some shopping and getting some reserves of materials and food and a little bit more equipment, getting a sheath for the new mithril blade made of snakeskin. But we talked for quite a while about how we would go about it. Looking at the map that we had found, it seemed to be of patrol routes. It seemed to make up somewhat of a web out in the forests to around the southeast or so of Thistle. We've been across a couple of the points, but they were still a pretty big network of where these hobgoblins are operating out of. Most notably 4 large camps. We deduced that we had most likely been to one already, the place where we fought, defeated the Shadow, and took her prisoner, and where the Gloomroots were apparently being held hostage by some sort of magic over a weird artifact of sorts, some skull that was covered in vines. We decided, after some negotiation of how to handle it, to head to one of the closer, larger camps, to get rid of it, and then head back to where the Gloomroots were held captive, hoping that possibly this magic would not be able to be moved and the Hobgoblins would still need to protect that place or else give up their grasp of the Gloomroots. We made quick work of the first camp, seeming to maybe not have gotten the knowledge that one of their camps had been wiped out so quickly, or simply just not prepared for us to strike again so quickly, as it seems like it was mostly a small little fishing camp, possibly used to supply their troops in the area. Wipe them out. Help some strange little fae spirits in the area that seemed to not particularly like that these hobgoblins were moving in and fucking up their streams and building basically hobgoblin-made constructs in the area. So Persephone helped them clear out the area, maybe win some goodwill with them, and then we moved on, finding what looked like where the patrol route would have been, but no patrol to be found. We rested, and in the morning we learned that it looked like a patrol actually had been there during the night, going towards where we were going, towards the second Hobgoblin camp, where the Gloomroots were. Possibly these dog things on patrol. Sadly, quicker than our feet, so doubt there was any way for us to catch up to them. But we headed into the Gloomroot camp, and sadness overtook us as it seems like the place had been deserted. No signs of the Hobgoblins, barely even any signs of the combat that we had before. They even took their own dead. And no signs of the strange magic and the encapsulated skull that held the Gloomroots captive. They seem to have moved it to another location, which means they still have the Gloomroots under their thumb, and now we need to figure out where in the world the head of this snake lies so that we can cut it off.
Very well done, Gregory. I'm assuming you already have DM inspiration, so I'm going to ask you to roll a D100.
Do.
As indeed, you guys come down to a sight. Disheartening, but maybe not all that surprising. Returning to the site where you had your great battle in the middle of the night, exhausted against these hobgoblin forces. You see the huts erected over these small pits in the ground, that which acted as the home of the Gloomroots, now lay flat, assumingly no life within them. The tents made of this dark, black, leathery material that seemed to house these hobgoblins are all gone. The earth may be disturbed where stakes were laying in the ground, those that erected fences and barricades, but only maybe a few straggling pieces remain. And the altar on which lay this sort of culmination of vines that seemed to lead up and grasp around this single skull lay bare like a nest, a divot in its middle, and no skull to be found. As you come across a relatively empty scene, let's see. And as you begin to walk up the road, sort of taking note of your surroundings, Luna, especially with your sharp senses, having seen this place almost as bright as daylight when you were last here, it looks like, even with your passive investigation, actually, it looks like everything had been uprooted in a hurry. There was no care, at least not enough care, placed into picking up everyone's lots and moving them elsewhere. It's like these forces, whichever returned, just took what they needed and bolted. And this eerie silence, this empty scene, is just ever slightly broken by the sound of what, to you, Luna, sounds like almost like weeping. As looking off towards the altar, standing almost completely still until your sharpened eyes gaze upon her, as if she were grown from the ground itself, horns besetting her head, skin made of wood. You see the chiefess Ashay looking onward into the altar as you find yourselves in the scene.
What in the hell? Y'all?
Wait, is she a goblin?
Seems like they have the logistical power of an army, at least.
Y'all, is that a show?
Where? Cliff is kind of high.
Now, with your perception, you can kind of see over the edge. You see an altar. You see a bunch of standing stones that are no longer really standing. Some of them seem to be knocked over to the side. You see the altar, and it just looks like plant life to you until you watch a little longer, and the plant has eyes, blue, glimmering, and they're just sort of staring onward at this now empty altar. And Persephone, as you race your way up to this altar, first thing you may notice with your sharpened senses is that the vines that once reached out and seemed to just stop in almost a perfect radius around this altar have now spread out into the debris as if, I mean, the only way you could probably describe it, as if the plants were suffocating and now they're just unraveling everywhere. And indeed, you see Ashay looking onward, now looking up to you as you approach. Just the soft glisten of these dark, almost black tears going down to the wood of her face before they seem to just become absorbed by the material.
Or hold up. Oh, the hell.
This I'm gonna stare into where the skull used to be. Tears.
You got to stay back, Persephone. Could be dangerous.
What could be dangerous?
Just crazy fucking vines just coming out of the ground. Remember, vines come out of the ground, they try to suck you back in.
Is that what? I mean, first, yeah, be safe.
I look up to Ashay. Is this what you left Thistle for? To check on the gloom roots?
One of these... Sorry. Which one of these stones are knocked down?
They all appear to be knocked down. It's like as if some force of God itself could not change the stones to be knocked down. But they're basically all these. They look like these stones that you find like on the Easter Islands and the like. But it looks like all of them have been sort of just pushed over. Some of them seem to be standing up a bit more strongly, a little too heavy for maybe someone to knock. But it definitely looks like they didn't just get knocked over naturally. With your high passive investigation, Mr. Wizard, it definitely looks like someone just bashed these things over.
Yeah. Trying to catch his breath from that long-ass sprint he just did to keep up with the party. Just sit on one of the rocks and just catches his breath.
Shay, what?
Do you know if any of them are okay?
You can see after you speak, Persephone, your eyes just return to the altar. I heard it softly the night after you left my village. It was a cry, a call for aid, from a spirit of this forest. It was for but a moment, and then it was silenced. And she looks around at the camp, seeing the tents flattened to the earth, seeing these stones now desecrated, just sort of everything in ruin. Do you know why the Gloomroot Goblins are peaceful? Why they do not disturb that which is sacred? It is because they are led by Tu Chikawa, a guardian of the Elder Bach. Long ago, when goblins were like rats, infesting wherever there were cracks and crevices in this world, those that fell prey to the Elder Bach were found by Tu Chikawa. And he gave them a gift of peace. It changed them, but they were no longer harbingers of war and violence. They preferred to protect. They preferred to simply be as the forest spirit would want. And she looks over at the pile of vines. You spoke of the Black Fury. You spoke of the presence, and I thought nothing of it. They were once quite powerful, but now they are surely weak. And yet, they possess the power to hold such a spirit in their hand and keep it from the rest of the forest, to hold sway over it, and to desecrate it in such a horrible manner. And you can just see more tears pouring down her wooden cheeks.
Yeah, we sort of learned something about that. It ain't all exactly just them. It's that remaining Sister Ash, apparently. The lead of them hobgoblins in the woods, they went to her, and apparently she taught them how to do this.
In exchange for his sanity, she told him or gave him the ability to control the gloom roots. And even under his control, I could tell they didn't really want to fight us. Only when they were told. If they felt that they had no other choice.
I'm sorry I did not heed your warning about these Black Fury when you spoke of them earlier. I should have acted. I should have sought out those who would protect this forest and warned them as well. I should have gotten to you sooner. And at that point, it becomes very obvious. She's not talking to any of you.
Yeah.
Stepping forward, you see her put her hand on this altar, and the vines immediately just reach up and begin to wrap around her hand.
I draw my bow. You got to be careful. Those things are going to fucking eat you.
Cloud, I think she knows what she's doing. I'll just put a hand out and run them.
And you can see the light in her eyes, these sort of soft blue embers immediately go out. And this sort of pulse of blue light runs along the cracks of her bodies and actually runs down into her hand. And like an impulse, just sort of rivets down the length of these vines. After a few moments, there's silence. Again, she goes almost completely still, as if she were just part of the plant life itself. And then you see the blue light run back along the vines and up her hand and return to her, sort of blazing back in your eyes.
What the fuck was that?
Clyde.
What?
I have a grand favor to ask all of you.
Sure.
Sure.
Don't know why I'm giving her a favorite stream. Let me call this fucking stream.
Look, if it's you wanting us to root out these hobgoblins, that's what we said on already. You don't need to ask us. Don't think it'll offer anything. Just something needs to be done one way or the other.
Though you certainly do not have to shy away from rewarding us for doing so.
Man,
What?
I just give you the biggest "what the fuck, Samantha" look ever.
What? That's a logical question.
That's really a question.
I have feared stepping out of my village, and I have feared leaving this forest for this very reason. And yet those fears have been met despite my caution. The plants speak to me. They can tell me about all things within miles. And they speak vile of the north, upon a grand hill surrounded by stumps. They speak of a creature wielding great magic. If I were to ask you to rid this forest of that thing, in return, I would remove my caution, and I would heed your warning. And I will guarantee the forces I have, those that I wield, and those that reside within this corner of the forest, will do what we can to uproot the heart of this problem. We will help you with this black fury, even if it means removing ourselves from the forest.
thank you. I'm sure the officials in Oakwell have it here there.
I can't help but misunderstand.
Samantha, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm good. A little. Never mind. I couldn't help but misunderstand. It sounded like you said you wanted to aid us with the roots of the problem, the heart of the issue. Would that not be the wife of Ash?
Baba Ima will be a problem for another day.
But
I can only do so much against another guardian of the forest, even if she has been twisted and felled.
Well, I'll kill her.
Chief decision. We're going to get rid of the Black Fury. We're going to make sure there's none of them left, and this forest goes back to its natural balance.
You know, I feel like I should ask. Do you honestly, plausibly think we could do this?
What we're setting out to do.
I know, but I'm asking like a shake at the party.
Do you think you're going to what? I got the tail end of that question as you went out.
I'm asking her shit, like I'm like turning to her shit, I'm like looking at her. Do you honestly think that we, like, gesture grandiosely to the party to my left, could do this? You know, the grounded second opinion. Or are we just walking to our desk and she's marching with?
I cannot say for certain, Doctor.
Yes,
I do not understand, nor can I truly see your potential. That will be made known through action.
Samantha just looks really uncomfortable.
If we go in with a plan like we did last time, we should be fine.
So this problem to the north, what is this? This is not the Black Fury. These sound separate, unless I misheard you. In exchange for taking care of whatever this is, you would help us rid the forest of the Black Furies?
There is one among them who wields strange and twisted powers. One whom this creature, and she looks over Persephone, mentions has drawn his knowledge from the maddened witch. He holds the power to bind one of these forest guardians. Could possibly bind someone as myself.
Yeah, that'd be lunge then.
I would see this creature removed myself, but were I to risk my own protection in trying to remove this creature, I would risk leaving my home vulnerable, were I to fall to a similar fate.
Of course, we ain't gonna ask you to munch out on the field.
If there's any help you can send to their camp that could maybe be waiting for us when we get there, that would probably be best.
I will offer as much aid as I can, but I cannot prepare for everything. This one wields strange magic. The way of arcane is almost unpredictable at times. And with madness, there is no telling what this thing can do. But if you can catch him, and if you can remove him and restore harmony to the Elder Bark, well, then I would owe you and your endeavors a great debt.
Well,
Does that mean I can climb your tree?
Yes.
Yes! Let's go fucking kill this thing!
all we were waiting for was a direction, and
She said to the north.
we got it. That's what I was saying. Yep. Sorry, I had a pause there in my talking. Yep, that's what I meant. Thank you, Chef, for pointing us in the right direction. We'll get it done.
All right, go north. Take care of lunch. I'm still of the opinion it might be beneficial to have your, I don't know, inquisitors seem like the wrong word, considering that's what I guess we are now provisionally. I don't know, the people at your church, the same kind of situation you were talking about with the other one with the horns. And kind of having perhaps the opportunity to glean some information from him, remove him from the forest. Is General Lunge. Gregory, do you still think that's a good idea?
Yeah, who the fuck are you talking to?
I'm sorry. Go with the horns? What horns?
No, I still think it might be in our best interest to take General Lunge alive.
All right.
I'm asking the group, essentially, if we think that still might be a tenable idea. Potentially gaining some information from him, and I wager he would hopefully be less likely to, slip out of ropes in the middle of darkness, thanks to shadow magic.
Why would we capture him?
He's wielding some kind of crazy magic, Samantha.
And how would we
I could
draw
probably get out of
information
ropes.
from him?
If he can get out of ropes, then he can get out of ropes, but that's to be determined.
Be warned, Valiant 7. If this one can hold the power of a guardian in his hand, well, then the limits to what he can do may exceed beyond simple expectations. If there was a word of wisdom to give in your approach, it would be to wrestle that power from him.
And if what that shadow says is right, we'd be prying the information out of a madman, apparently. I'm all for trying to get as much information we can out of these suckers, but I don't have much hope for it. Be honest.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. So, scorched earth, kill them all, take the ears. Standard.
You damn right we're taking the ears.
I'll be sure not to aim for the head.
You're totally gonna fucking aim for the head. I already know that, Samantha. Christ.
Well, you know, I said I'll try. Samantha just kind of gets up.
Try. Like, I'll try not to climb. It's not gonna fucking happen.
Samantha just gives a sharp whistle as Chester just apparates out of nowhere.
All the way from Thistle.
A snake slithers up and he opens his mouth and Chester just slides out of it.
Oh, God!
So Samantha pulls out her ocarina and plays Epona's song, Chester's song.
Shay, you all right out here? By your lonesome?
She's a guardian of the forest. Of course she's fine.
I have found where this creature cried out for help. My search took time, but it has come to an end. I will not be too far. You will not be alone. My eyes will be on you.
All right then. Guess we'll set to it and you be safe.
Alright, let's fucking go kill some shit.
Yes, let's be safe.
Okay. As you guys, Chester is mounted up. I guess you didn't. You left Chester back in fucking
Yeah.
Thistle, man.
That's why I'm like, he played Epona's song on his fucking ocarina.
As you guys basically bolster yourselves up, checking through the breaking of the tree line, though there doesn't seem to be too many closely placed trees in this area. Still morning. If you're heading north, assuming you know where you're going, and might possibly take a day to get where your destination lies.
Oh, I know where they're going.
We got a way to go, and we might be running this patrol out here if they watching the area around it. Just be alert, I guess.
So yeah, it's just headed north, going up.
Yep.
Or are you doing anything else? No trekking, no...
I'm gonna ask Ashay if she can sense any other presences on the way towards the north.
There are many creatures in this forest, child. Not all of them good. Not all of them evil. Those that wander along the path you've chosen, path I've shown you, may not try to stop you. But be careful. I fear the dangers you will find may not all be living. Some may be laid in wait. These creatures, they are quite cunning.
Not be living. Are you talking traps? Or are you talking the other thing we talked about?
Possibly hazards.
Oh, all right, then.
So let's just keep a sharp eye open.
Indeed.
The show would be a shame if they had, I don't know, dug a sort of pit trap and then kicked some of those awful creatures into it, waiting for you to fall in. It'd be an awful trap.
What?
Come on,
What?
Gregory!
The hell are you talking like that for? What?
What are we waiting for?
Yeah, let's get to getting there. Hell.
So admittedly, they're so fucking slow. You think they never want to kill anything?
As you're heading north, you see Mitty sort of sniffing around, realizing he's in familiar territory. Doesn't seem to have the same reaction he had when he was surrounded by goblins walking everywhere. But yeah, in that sense, he puts his nose to the ground and is he tracking for goblins?
Of course he's tracking for
Give me that survival check with advantage.
Well, let me remind myself that I actually have 2 character sheets in this game, and I
Yes,
need
you
to open
do.
the second one.
I know.
It's been so long.
Survival check, huh? Hold on, there it is.
Oh.
Mm.
Not too long. It seems like, as some of you may have noticed, these things left in quite a bit of haste, and so the tracks weren't really left covered. And after a little bit of sniffing around, you definitely find a pretty heavy-set boot print in the earth. Acts as a good base, and immediately Mitty takes off, taking the lead. Seems like he's found himself a pretty good trail. And through this trail, through this tree line, it starts pretty thick at first, but eventually it breaks open slightly, and you find something of a path, not quite easily seen as the others in this area.
I'm
And
following it. Let's go.
and north you go.
Gonna fucking kill hobgoblins. I'm gonna fucking kill other goblins. I'm gonna fucking kill everything. I'm gonna chop off their ears. I'm gonna be fucking rich. Oh!
Yep, with Mitty in the lead, it seems like you guys are basically doing, I don't know, how fast are you guys going? You guys going quick? You guys going slow? You guys going normal?
Let's go normal, but keep a sharp eye out for anything that could be dangerous to us.
Figure enemy territory, normal is good enough. Now you can track at that pace.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sure.
If you went really fast, Mitty may get a little ahead of himself, but as you guys go at a normal pace, all of you aware of some of the cautions that you've been warned about, you guys make pretty good time going through this forest. Again, it's something of a strange path that you don't always find in the Elderbark. Some of them are sort of non-really man-made. They're just sort of these slight openings between the trees that you kind of have to maneuver between. Others have been pretty wide set, like a man-made road, but some of them seem to be naturally made. This one is like just somewhere right in between, where you're kind of thankful you don't have a horse with you, but at the same time, there may be just enough room to go shoulder to shoulder with some of these overgrowths and just sort of make your way in sort of a snaking pattern to the north. And as it gets on deeper and deeper, some of the grass begins to fade ever so slightly. It seems like, at least with how closely Mitty is patrolling and keeping his nose to the earth, perhaps this is somewhat of a man-made path, at least through the constant falling of heavy feet. The earth seems ever so distorted, as if whatever plant life would grow there has been crushed underfoot. You guys make it about 2-3 hours, all of you on guard, all of you staying on guard, realizing where you're going might be quite an ordeal. This isn't going to be a simple walk through the woods.
So, you said they're up on a big old hill, right?
Up on a
So
hill
we gonna be-
surrounded by tree stumps. So they're going to have a relatively clear view of anything coming up.
Unless those
Yeah.
tree stumps were used to make some sort of barricade around their camp.
And if they made a barricade, they'd most likely provide a point of elevation right behind it so they could see over, which would make it actually worse.
Just set it on fire. We can do that.
I'd imagine that there's no goblin corpses back there.
Nope.
Yeah, I imagine the goblins are still with them. I don't want to just go throw fireballs willy-nilly.
Yeah, it makes things difficult.
Let's get close enough so we can see what we're dealing with, and maybe I can go on ahead and scout as a lizard or a rabbit like I did last time, depending on what would be inconspicuous enough.
What are we... How are we gonna be dealing with these, little fellas?
But the gloom roots?
Knock them out?
Yeah.
Okay.
If
Can
we
we just knock them out of like vine things?
Like with my arrow?
Don't
No,
they
no.
just go back and get back up again? Like, they were regrowing, right? Them
They were.
dogs were eating the damn things, and they seemed fine.
I mean, I'm sure if we knock them unconscious, they might not grow anymore. I don't know their anatomy.
Maybe they're kept in their own segment of the camp. Like when we attacked the Clune camp, they were in their own little corner. So it wasn't an issue.
I just feel like if the General Lunge is there, he's got the magic control these suckers. Then can't he just tell them to attack us? I mean, I don't sort of feel bad about needing to fight the things, but I ain't exactly gonna let him shank me in the gut.
That's fair.
Got the point.
Well, it seems that... I don't know. When we were fighting them before, when we snuck into the camp and sort of made a mess of everything, it seemed like once the fight was sort of on our side, they were relatively swayed to not hit us, even in spite of the Hobgoblins shouting commands at them, though with General Lunge potentially being on the field himself, he might be able to exude greater control. I do not know if this is something we can plan around. Honestly, if... I don't know. I'm certainly not going to not let you or myself die for the Gloomroot Goblins.
Yeah, I mean, I know you and Purse got a soft spot for goblins, but I mean,
We do what we can.
they're just goblins. It's not the actual guardian itself we're hurting. We just,
The Guardian
I mean, but-
these goblins to be peaceful and essentially be within the forest almost as guardians themselves.
I mean, yeah, they're different from most goblins. They're not savages.
It depends on how you define savages. They live in tents in the woods, which I think by human standards is probably
What's wrong with
savage.
Samantha
Way.
I'm going to consider savages in terms of goblins means if they just want to attack anything that isn't goblin and moves.
Well, if one of them attacks me, I'm not gonna attack it back.
look. Even if they were in this situation, even if they were people, people get conscripted into the armies all the time. They may be fine fellas back at home, but they still fighting. You can't not fight in the war if that's what you're in.
I mean, but this is not really conscription. This is mind control.
Yeah, they're not doing this because they want to. They're doing this because they're being forced to.
It's a
Fair.
fault.
And you're right, Gregory, neither does a farmer. I mean, I can't particularly knock anything out with my magic, but I'll just try to stay relatively far away and just shoot at the Hobgoblins. If they, if I'm surrounded, then I'll do whatever it takes to survive.
I'm just look. I feel like I'm just being an ass here, but when it comes down to it, I don't know if we got the leeway to try to be protecting these things that are trying to kill us. If we can save them without them dying, great, but I just don't. Purse, honestly, I don't want to see you get hurt because you run up and try to talk to the thing.
It's also just nods.
Gotta save as many as we can, but
I know.
Oh, well, now that I think about it, if we're worried that General Lunge is the only one that has control over the Guardian or whatever artifact allows him to wield the Gloomroots at his beck and call, right? And since he's the only one that can do that, and we are presuming that we won't be able to negotiate or try to dissuade the Gloomroots from fighting us because he'll be in the middle of the fight, then if we want the gloom roots to not get hurt, we just focus down the general.
Exactly. We focus on the general, we try to get the artifact back. If we can break his control on the gloom roots, we can get the gloom roots to help us.
And that's assuming, of course, that, probably 4 to 6 things in terms of how this, what's the word I'm looking for? Battle, I guess, will go for us. They have to all essentially be on our side. We have to not be overwhelmed by wargs, goblins, hobgoblins, arrows. The general also needs to meet us in, relatively speaking, open combat. If he's at the top of the hill and we have to fight through slogs of goblins to get to him, that's going to be problematic. There are lots of things that make that idea, not even a plan really, untenable. I think essentially what Gregory is getting at is that there may be casualties of war, which is a part of this process.
Yeah, I mean, I read stories of battles and things. I never really served in the military, but when you got, foot soldiers, your conscripts, they're usually the first ones to die. You can lose a couple hundred farmers. You don't send a knight into combat by his lonesome. You don't send cavalry in, and the general certainly don't wade his way into the midst of things. I honestly think if we get to some kind of fort and we start to charge them gates, I feel like the first thing we gonna meet is arrows and as many gloom roots they can stick in front of us, slow down the blades. If we ain't willing to get them out of the way, we'll just be swarmed by the buckets. And I know I'm assuming a lot. I just.
You're trying to be safe, so you can go back home, and that's fair, and that's fine. And yes, I'm upset about this whole situation, but I don't plan to run in there blindly. We're going to assess the situation, we're going to see what we can do, and if we feel our numbers aren't enough, I've got friends that can help us.
Alright. I've said a whole bunch of nonsense before we even know what the hell we're looking at, so sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to muddy the waters or nothing.
Well, if anything, you only speak the hurtful truth. You're trying to help somebody. That much I have noticed about you, Gregory.
Time for being nice. I don't know if it's really one of them. I just want to see us all get through this alive. Let's pick up the page, shall we?
It seems that as your pace sort of picks back up, your conversation comes to an end. Maybe less than an hour passes before, as you guys are sort of mulling over the words being spoken, trying to formulate something of a plan, maybe, or a way to bolster your heart against what may be both a challenging physically and emotionally battle. Mitty immediately stops in the path, his nose sticking up.
What is it?
And he looks over, and he very carefully begins to walk forward, much slower. A low growl sort of roiling in the back of his throat.
Oh, I think there's something up ahead.
You're not going to growl on them?
Grr.
Go, go.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, Mitty. What's wrong, girl?
I'm really gonna get stealthy.
Okay, yeah.
Very stealthy.
As you see... Yeah.
You
see that.
Yeah, seeing Mitty slow down and hear the kind of the growl in the back of the throat, and Clyde begin to kind of shift his movements, watching his steps. Samantha kind of oh, okay. And starts to emulate Clyde to the best of her ability and tries to point it out to anyone that may not have noticed.
Hell, shit. Trying to hold on to my fucking armor and weapons so they don't clank.
Mm-hmm. and it's amidst some of the silence as you're all sort of taking care and trying to keep yourselves as quiet as possible, that Luna, with your super sharp ears, you're able to pick up on the slight sound of something a little off in the distance, almost directly down the road, although some trees seem to mar the path as it bends and snakes around. It sounds like people harshly whispering at each other, though the words you hear you can't quite decipher. They're kind of gruff and sharp. And every once in a while you can hear the sound of material being tightened, strained.
Can't quite understand them, but they're talking very aggressively, and it's like they're building something or tying something.
So
Are they
Building
pulling
something.
on something?
Yeah, as you sort of hone your ear on it, Luna, it kind of sounds like tying. It sounds like a rope is being strained, though. It's that slight like
It could be tying, it could also be pulling, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
think they setting up a
Samantha
trap.
just kind of like puts up like a hand, trying to like stop like Gregory and just keep everyone from moving.
I go forward.
Okay. Pressing on forward past Samantha and her orders. So the trees start to break, and then again, with your amazing vision, you see two figures. One of them wearing sort of obvious armor, bit of chain, his skin red, but you don't see his face because he's not facing you. You see the back of what looks to be a hobgoblin soldier, and he's looking at someone rather, that is in sort of a precarious position. You see, almost hanging directly in front of him, his foot sort of just dangling in the air up to a branch rather high in the tree, is another hobgoblin, though it seems like he's been caught in some sort of snare. And the one on the ground is sort of reaching up and just trying to grab at the other one, sort of pulling on his armor, but he's not quite tall enough to reach the foot where the other one has been tied. And the one being tied is like trying to reach out and like muffle the sound of the chain rattling, as they seem to be very quietly trying to untie this man who has been, or untie this hobgoblin who has been restrained in the air.
Slowly inch back to the group.
What is it? What did you see?
Two hobgoblins, one dumbass hobgoblin that got caught in, I guess, one of their traps, and the other hobgoblin trying to get him down.
So move forward and draw my bow.
But their backs are towards our direction, right? Maybe we can sneak past them.
What?
Clyde, no!
Clyde, give me a stealth check.
Strike while the iron's on.
Yeah, you managed to catch yourself mouth over your hand.
Fuck, where'd it go?
You managed to withhold your hyperventilating just enough so that maybe you're not making a ruckus.
Listen to me. We're about to storm into another camp. It's better if we conserve our energy for it.
I'm gonna
If we
just
can
fucking shoot him
No.
with an arrow. You
Clyde,
don't
unless
want
a
to
single-
get enemies behind you
Listen,
and in
listen.
front of you, Persephone. That's not a good plan. You kill the stragglers, and then you go in and kill the rest.
If there's just two of them, we can get us over with real quick.
And one of them's fucking dangling from a tree. He doesn't even know how to climb.
This Samantha's already taking aim at the one in the net.
It's like an idiot trying to take him down.
Now, one of them is basically hanging upside down. It looks like there's a rope tied around his ankle, and he's basically suspended, reaching down. The other one's standing in front of him, trying to reach up to his tied-up leg, but doesn't quite seem to reach it.
Well, seeing Samantha take aim, just look at look in the direction the hobgoblins were in, look at Clyde. Okay, let's make it quick.
What time of day is it?
Samantha can't help but laugh at fucking Persephone as she gets ready to cast Eldritch Blast.
She just covers her eyes and starts casting magic. Like, oh god.
Hey God,
bow is gonna be loose.
What time of day is it?
It's been about 4 or so hours since you left in this morning, so I'd say it's about noon now.
Pull out a javelin. Do this.
All right, so you guys are just gonna go attack who, what, when, where?
I'm gonna shoot the one that's trying to get him out of the net. Samantha was gonna shoot the one in the net.
Yeah, I'm throwing the dude on the ground.
All right, you guys are just attacking him. Yeah, surely enough, with Gregory, a javelin in hand, Clyde, an arrow well aimed, Samantha, magic poured into your palm. All of your attacks fly true, sort of bolstering the air with this strange crackling sound of magic that catches their attention. The one who's dangling above by the rope sort of like lifts his head up around the other to see just enough before
right through his forehead.
Before the magic and the arrow just kill him. The arrow goes right through the head, and how does the magic hit him?
For the one on the rope?
Yeah.
It just bores through his chest, or like what I think would be his chest.
Yeah. Pretty good estimation of what his chest would be. As an arrow sticks through his head, and a bolt of eldritch energy crashes and spears straight through his armor into the other side of his body, and
I would shoot the dude on the ground.
You shoot.
I shot the guy on the ground for 13 damage.
Yeah. Again, you like literally your guy attacks are just gonna kill them.
I'm attacking with disadvantage.
Yeah, but he's already dead from my arrow.
But he doesn't see you.
Okay, so it's normal.
Yeah.
Like,
Again, as you throw your javelin, and basically the one who's hanging up in the tree gets a spear through its chest, and the one who's standing on the ground gets both a javelin and an arrow through its body.
Yeah, see?
And as they turn, they seem to like sputter something out of their throat before suddenly they're just... Well, the one on the ground falls to the ground dead. 2 weapons piercing its body. The one hanging just immediately... You can see a hole in its chest, and it opens its mouth to say something, and blood just pours from the open wound before it stops, and another spout of blood pours from its mouth, almost going through 2 channels at once before it just falls limp.
Oh, hell.
That's pretty morbid.
What?
Even by our standard.
So I had a thought while they were over there dying. Well, so much for that.
I'm gonna walk up to him and just go a little and get some ears.
Gregory, perhaps we can apply it to the next situation.
Just see if they may try to get some information out to see how many of them there is that have fallen, or maybe if there are any more traps on the way.
I got all the information I needed out of him as I hold up 4 bloody ears.
No.
Yeah, next time.
Okay.
I'll be here in the back.
As quickly as you found this strange encounter, Paracelsus is taking himself in the back. It seems to have ended. You found 2 people who are unaware of your presence, and with well and swift blows, you're able to end their lives.
Think they were out here setting up traps or something?
Oh, I think they got stuck in one. They're not smart. Fucking goblins.
Maybe it's a communication issue. One group sets up a trap and they don't tell the other group where the traps are at, and they're not being careful and they get stuck in their own traps.
Or perhaps they just made a mistake setting this one up. Either way, let's keep our eyes peeled for more traps down the road.
Samantha, you did a great job missing his head.
I said I would try.
Alright.
If we need to slow down a pace or so, make sure we don't get stuck by anything. Clyde, you good doing that? Sniffing out traps and the like? I know I'm piss poor with these things.
I'm not horrible, but I think Luna's got better eyes than I do.
Right, well, we leaving it up to you then. Please don't let me fall in that hole.
I might just for the kick of it, honestly.
Fair enough.
Sure, I will keep an eye out for traps. My 5 perception.
Alrighty, and with this strange obstacle, I guess, overcome, if you could even say it's an obstacle, you guys press on down the path a bit more cautious about what lays along the ground. And sure enough, with Luna keeping her eyes out, her relatively high passive investigation, making things quite simple to pick out the nitty-gritty details, every so often, yeah, Luna, you notice maybe some of this open ground is disturbed. You point it out, and sure enough, yeah, you realize maybe dusting it off or just getting a closer look, you see it looks like another rope trap, similar to the ones you found here and back at that strange hunter camp, where maybe if you stepped on something, pulled on this rope too much, something would give, and just like this poor creature, you would be suspended. But besides that, not much stops you along your journey.
I try to convince Gregory to use one of his hand axes to help me harvest that rope.
Yeah, we can cut it down, sure. Get some
Alright.
more.
How are you gonna cut it off?
Just try to find the anchor point, right?
Okay.
It's just tied around a tree. Just don't take it forever trying to untie. Just cut it, try to get the most out of it.
Okay. Yep, spend some time, a little bit extra time, going through trying to find the perfect place to cut this without setting it off. And sure enough, you only get about 30 feet of rope. Not quite your standard 50-foot roll, but it seems like these things were basically cut for size.
Here goes Milo.
Perfect. I never did get my rope back. It was a bit less than used to, but I can work with it. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys again continue to press on, and besides those strange-looking snares, you don't actually see all too much. Every so often, you might find a soft patch of ground, and Luna might jolt at the single step of it, thinking, "Oh God, everyone keeps talking about pit traps, and there, oh no, it's actually just soft earth." But it seems like the only thing that really catches anyone's eye isn't on the ground. It's on some of the trees. And it's not Luna who actually catches hold of it. Paracelsus, wandering in the back of the group every so often, just taking up the rear. Your eyes aren't always the sharpest, but you do have an uncanny ability to pick up on maybe just the smallest details. Maybe just the glint of a detail on the edge of your bent little lenses in your mask. Every so often, you might see like something that looks like, I don't know, maybe an animal carved something into a tree. You might see like a couple of strange characters, like maybe some wanderer carved a direction in the bark a long time ago. But one of these little marks, these little nicks, actually catches your eye. It looks like maybe just the smallest part of some sort of strange arcana. Like the very edge, a corner, a few degrees of radius along what one find like a magic circle or something. But what it exactly entails is hard to say unless you really want to focus on it.
What quadrant does it seem to be focusing on?
Give me an arcana check.
The left, right, or bottom left, bottom right?
Trying to find where this thing would lie based on the angle, based on the scripture. It looks like you might find it like in maybe the top left, unless you're looking at it from a different angle, and it could be the bottom right. It mostly seems to sort of convey this idea of maybe a long time ago, someone had carved something into one of these trees. Something of regarding abjuration. But who's to say? It's the closest skull you seem to get from this strange symbol. But beyond that, you don't really see anything else.
Okay. Duly noted.
Okay. It doesn't really seem to bother you too much. It just seems like someone may have carved this in this a long time ago. Maybe someone was playing with magic in the forest. Continue to walk along, and then every so often, there's another one.
And another one.
And another one. And they all look somewhat similar, just maybe slightly different. But yeah, every so often along various trees throughout this forest, you just find these strange little symbols.
And the trees are snaking still, right?
Yeah, the trees just look like they're just sort of opening up a sort of snaking serpentine path. It's just every so often, maybe one of them has this little nick, a little mark, a little notch in the side of it that only you, with your great magical knowledge, would probably be able to look at and say, hey, this kind of looks like a part of some sort of magic sigil.
It's like part of a magic, not weird.
What's that?
Like part of a magic circle, like a quarter, or I guess not even less than a quarter.
Yeah, it looks like it's literally like if it's hard
Not
to say what
a
the full
rune?
thing would look like.
Is it
Yeah, it
just
looks.
like singular?
I guess it looks like a singular rune. Again, it looks like a very small part of something that should be a lot more. By itself, it just looks like a little notch, but with your arcane eye, you can definitely see, like, yeah, this looks like it could be a bit more if you had the rest of the pieces. It's just enough that it would only catch your eye, Mr. Wizard.
And do they all seem to be some derivative of abjuration?
Kind of. There's always sort of these, like, stark, broad, I guess, arcane sigils. Things often taken from the Draconic language itself, and often Dwarven, when used to writing this sort of language of Arcana. All these sort of stout, defensive-looking, I guess we call it defensive, like mountainous-looking letters, or always wide and girthy-looking. And these ones certainly hold that sort of same, I guess, appearance, but beyond that, could be just graffiti. Someone practicing magic on trees.
Clyde retracts his claws from carving in a few trees in front of Parasol.
Well, I know what Paracelsus is expecting, but he's not disclosed. Keep moral high after killing 2 on people. Surprise attack.
God, your mic is just dying, Peter.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like
every
you're
other
really
word.
far away from it, or you're just, I don't know.
Just
Probably
enunciate
just talking
better.
low. Yeah, enunciate louder.
Speak your words into your microphone.
Let's just
my bad.
turn down this so
It's really passing you down as a German Shepherd.
Wow, the German Shepherds?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Now they have 2.
Yeah, the German Shepherd.
Impressive. Alright, we turn down the sensitivity now that I don't have to try as hard. But then you guys get to hear everything too.
Okay. But beyond that,
Paracelsus has his suspicions on what's going to happen to the party and what these may mean, but he's not going to disclose that to the party in lieu of keeping morale high.
Come on, matey, where's it? Come on, we've got to track him. We got to get closer.
okay.
I know what I'm expecting. Paracelsus knows what I'm expecting.
Paracelsus quietly planning to himself, trying to piece together what exactly he may suspect is coming.
If his suspicions are correct, I think we're screwed.
Keeping the morale high, though.
Yep.
After all, it is
Be
his
like,
job.
hey guys, I think the magic is bad. I think we're honestly walking into a magical trap. But nah, he's not gonna say that.
Yep. He stays in the back, keeping the morale high by withholding information.
The burden of knowledge.
Eventually-
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell these guys. That's just...
The path continues on, and maybe it's just strange that you only saw 2 goblins along this entire stretch of patrolway. And the 2 you found seem to be at least something of stragglers. They definitely seem like they were definitely caught up in something. They weren't just hanging around. They don't even seem like they're doing their job.
Oh, yeah,
Just-
they're caught up in a trap.
It just seems relatively empty. And then eventually, as the evening presses on, nearing 5 p.m., some of your bodies are beginning to ache a little bit, but not too much. You know you're going to have to strain yourselves a little farther tonight. You see this snaking road sort of starts to cease its curves, its turns, its tosses, and eventually there's just this gradual opening. And you see a relatively steep-looking hill From the direction you're walking, it looks like it rises up to a gradual slope, but the sides are cut, almost like a cliff face. Not particularly tall. Maybe about like 20 or so feet if you were to try and measure with your good eye. But that's not really what's striking about this area. It doesn't seem like this is meant to be a normal clearing. There would be trees here, but in place you see countless stumps. And between them, every so often in large stacks, you see these long, trimmed cuts of wood, logs laid out. And those that aren't laid out in these neat little piles, you see standing along the edge of this great hill, forming a quite tall wall. Not quite as, obviously not as tall as Oakwell's. This one seems to be, relatively handy made. About 15 feet tall on top of this already rising hill. And facing you is a large wooden gate. You find yourselves about 250-ish feet before the path clears up enough away from this opening. And from behind you can see the ever so gentle rise of a smokestack before it disperses. There is a life beyond this wall, resting on a hill that now awaits you.
Can't believe they cut all these fucking trees down.
We see movement on top of the wall.
You certainly do. You can see the wall is quite tall, and on top of this hill, you're looking up. Even from the distance, you're kind of looking up to try and catch movement, and you do see movement. You see these kind of scrawny-looking red bodies, although they don't quite look all too familiar. There's no hair on their heads. Completely shaven clean. And sort of draping over their shoulders are these sort of billowing cut capes. Especially since you still have daylight, and thankfully you can see pretty far in daylight. You notice that strung on their shoulders are, looks to be bows? It looks like there's hobgoblins, at least one standing behind something on the wall. Maybe some sort of pedestal arisen behind the wood that allows them to look up and over. You see maybe 1, 2, 3, there's 4 in total, sort of taking up posts, almost not quite facing the direction you're in. Their eyes seem to be looking elsewhere. Every so often, you'll see one head turn in your direction and then scan over, not quite able to see you yet through this receding tree line. And behind them, strangely enough, you see a rise in the ground. It seems like at least maybe on the northeastern part of this strange hill, the wall sort of stops. At least from your perspective. And you can see where the ground has just risen so much that it just sort of hangs about level with where the wall would be. And behind that seems to, on top of that rather, this strange rise on top of a rise is this, I guess it's like a tent? It's this big, large, black mound. Yeah, I guess it's a tent. Where you could see another one of these creatures conversing with one of these strange-looking archers. A bit bulky in body, his armor covered in this glinting, I guess, some sort of plate. But hard to make out details from the distance. You guys are, again, over 200 feet away from just this whole area. 200 feet forward to bring you to where the opening begins. It's just, with all the distance you have and some trees, you have the slightest amount of cover, but the details aren't going to be fine.
As Clyde kneels down, picks up a little paw full of dirt, rubs it in his 2 paws and sniffs it as he does his natural explorer ability and concentrates for a minute.
His primal awareness?
Yeah!
Okay, as Clyde is taking some time, about a minute or so, communing himself with the earth, what are the rest of you doing? Unless you're just waiting for Clyde.
Yeah, we ain't gonna get very close to this thing without getting lit up with arrows. Y'all's that spell you cast on me first thing let me see in the dark. Is that, you said that's how y'all see in the dark, right?
Where everything is kind of gray, yeah. Except where there's lights, yeah.
You think them suckers are the same? You fellas sort of, I mean, I could only see what y'all said like 60 feet. I don't know. You think they're the same? Think they can only see so far in the dark?
Maybe? I don't know.
I mean,
they
I
seem
hate
to
to
be
fall in the
quite
damn dark.
capable at combat, even in the middle of the night. I didn't see them wielding torches or using magic, but your line of questioning did just give me an interesting idea.
I just thought we got, what, 250 feet here to get to them walls. If we go dark, at least we can get to 60 feet out or so. I hate the idea of finding the damn dark again, but...
I can help you see. Like, literally, I can give you the sight again. So you don't have to worry about it being dark.
And then I look at Paracelsus concerned.
No.
I mean, even if I could see 60 feet, though, well, guess them archers wouldn't be able to see me if I didn't have nothing lit up.
Wait a second. As I'm like looking up at the hill, I know I can't really see fine details or anything like that, but that wooden gate, how thick does that look?
Kind of hard to say. It seems like this entire wall is made up of these, like, not quite thick, but like relatively like sturdy looking like logs. Pretty high, but the gate, well, it's not made of logs. It looks like it's made out of boards, sort of bolstered and maybe nailed together into these large flat planks. Maybe not too thick. Thick enough to maybe stop an arrow or two, but I mean, you've seen Gregory smash through things bigger than that.
You seem thicker.
I have an idea. It's going to be really unsettling, but I think it might work.
Oh boy.
How unsettling are we talking about?
Alright, to make it simple. I noticed Luna was quite capable all on her own, even in the middle of the night. She seemed to be surrounded by this awful, impenetrable emptiness. That, correct me if I'm wrong, you seem to have been able to see just fine through, correct? You could see me as I was avoiding it.
Only when I cast it.
But the Hobgoblins could not. How big was that? It was about 30 feet?
30 feet in total, about 15 feet from me to the end point.
Oh, this would be
I don't like that laugh.
wonderful if it worked. So, what I'm proposing, Gregory, I need you to be a bit of a battering ram. See if you can get that hammer through that door, and see if Luna can make us quite difficult to see. She surrounds us in the same empty black, and we sort of, well, we become quite familiar with one another. Sticking close to Luna, perhaps right next to her even, and we charge up the hill to the gate, and they cannot see us. They can see the imperceptible black sphere of darkness that's 60 feet wide, and they can shoot arrows into it, but they can't see us.
As Clyde gets up from the dirt, Luna doesn't like to be touched.
Well, can we see through that thing, Luna?
Yeah, can we?
No.
Oh.
Which is why you all have to just hold on to someone's hand.
So we huddle to each other.
Yeah, we just do like 6 in a line, give or take, or 3 in a line, rather.
You never stand in one line, Samantha.
As Clyde, your senses get kind of muddy when things are within a mile of you. You can sort of sense the direction in numbers, but exactly the immediate distances are a bit strange. But of course, with this thing inside, you don't really need to know the exact distance. It's right over there. you get this sort of culmination of feelings. This you can almost smell the number of goblins that have been in here, the individual scents that are disgusting but recognizable. Some of them smell like this really deep, earthy scent, almost like you're just picking up like a plant off the ground and huffing it. Others smell like almost like wet metal, that sort of rusty, metallic, atmospheric scent. One of them just smells like a fireplace.
Ooh.
But together, sort of counting them all in the distances, you get about 26 in total.
Oh. There's quite a few of them in here, but not too terribly many.
All right. So that darkness thing can move, Mona?
If I put it on something, I usually just put it on my dagger and it just moves with it.
Alright. I mean, the only sort of problem is we moving that thing. I mean, if somebody's shooting an arrow at me, I can stick a shield in between me and the fella. I'm just gonna be a sitting duck in that darkness. If I can't see nothing, then I can't really do anything to protect myself or y'all.
Well, I don't need any protecting. That's what Mitty's for.
I'll be hanging in the back and see if I'm back.
I mean, if they do what Samantha said, if they just start shooting arrows in that darkness, I mean, there's a gaggle of us, y'all. If you're shooting at a target big enough, you're gonna hit something.
I mean, it's a fairly big target.
I don't.
Because I kind of look back up at the gate. Does it look like it's flush with the wall? Like there's, like if you were, I guess, I don't know, on like, does it look like there's a top of it, or is it just like a sheet of, like, is it just doors?
It looks like it would, where one post would end on the gate and another post would end. There's just a big old wide sort of ramshackle door in between.
Okay,
so it's sort of flush with the gate, I guess.
Yeah, so
not
like
particularly full, but yeah, enough to where you.
There's no overhang. There's no okay. So
Yeah.
if you're on the sides of the gate, you can see down to the front of the gate.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
Trying to figure out what kind of cover from arrows there would be at the actual door.
Just
And
to be honest with you, I feel
advantage works in this game.
yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I'm saying well, you couldn't dodge to try to nullify that either. That's the sad part.
Yeah, I feel like I'd almost be better just holding up a shield and trying to protect myself the best I could. At least I could see them coming at me.
But they'd have longer than like. Why don't we just burn the fucking wall down?
I don't know. I mean, like, if somebody else has darkness up, you can't just shoot whatever's in there. You don't know where they are to shoot them. So it makes perfect sense to me. God damn it.
Why don't you just cast darkness where you think the archers would be?
Well, I think they would think something fuckery is about. They'd probably raise an alarm. You know, I would if I'm just all of a sudden standing going, oh, hey, Greg, how's it going? Holy shit, we're in fucking darkness!
I mean, they would raise an alarm the second we got to the gates. I don't know of a way we could get inside of the camp quietly.
And if we don't try to get even sneak to the gates, we're going to have to wait till nightfall. And once we in, it's going to be a hell of a thing.
Isn't that like dusk?
It's about like 5 o'clock right now. So like the sun's starting to get a little low.
On a Saturday.
It wouldn't take too long to let the sun fall, but...
Should we send Lesser Deputy?
For what exactly?
I don't know, to see if there's any entrances that she can find without getting shot by arrows.
Yeah, that's true, no. The back way in or something? Somewhere the archers won't see us coming in? A blind spot or something?
Can you turn into a bird?
No, I don't think I'm strong enough for that yet.
You have to be strong enough to turn into a bird.
Persephone.
Just turn,
farther farther into his mask.
yeah, turn the mask around.
Oh my.
Come on, Iron Zone goal set up.
Make the big gulp great again.
But
You got me there.
But I could turn into a lizard again and just go around the perimeter. It should be small enough.
I mean, that's more information. We got a bit of time. Shouldn't take you too long, right?
It'll take you so long to get around. Like, as I'm kind of like looking at this, does it seem small or big or like?
From the distance, hard to say. The camp itself is pretty tall, about width-wise though, maybe only about like 120 so feet from one end to the other, if you had to spitball it. The biggest part about this camp seems to be the actual just opening created by all this logging around. There's lots of grass, there's lots of stumps, and then these maybe occasional like rock or pebble and big old stack of logs, but beyond that, it's open field.
First, you want to try to spend 10 minutes or so and have a look around?
Yeah. Yeah,
Alright,
that's exactly
man.
what I want to do.
Be safe, then.
Don't die.
Just, I don't know, shout. Something happens, I guess.
Alright, I'm...
Kind of looking around the hill itself. Does it look like there's any like torches or anything positioned like away from the camp?
Give me a perception check. As you're trying to really strain your eyes to this distance while maintaining your
not
cover.
even like all the way up at the top of the hill, just like they light up the whole hill, like 40 feet from the tree line even.
I mean, you're just glancing over. Doesn't really see anything. Again, you see like a small rise of a smokestack coming from within, which is the only really indication of fire. But as you sort of squint your eyes and try to make out the details, nothing really around the hill itself seems to be in any way civilized, save for like, I guess, what you could call a sled for the logs. But as you get closer to the wall, it looks like where these creatures with these hobgoblins with cloaks and bows are stationed. Looks like there's a place maybe notched in front of them into the wall itself where they could hold something like a torch. But again, hard to say from this angle. They're standing on, it looks like a platform that has to be behind the wall. Nothing really indicates any real torch holds from the outside.
Oh no, like in the ground, like if they were like.
Oh no, again, yeah, in the ground, no. It's just you see wall, and then that's basically the only sign of civilization besides the sleds of logs.
Oh, I have an idea. Persephone, turn into something like really small, and I'll just cast fly on you, which lasts for 10 minutes, so you have to be fast. When you fall out of the sky and then land in there.
Okay, so I was planning on turning into a lizard, so I guess that works.
Maybe I can turn something smaller.
Like a bug.
I say you don't have to use the selections there. You can just come up with a thing.
Those are pretty much like you can turn into a basic animal.
Something you had to have seen.
Because it doesn't have a fly speed, so you don't turn into like a bumblebee. I guess you can't do that.
You can't turn into an amoeba.
And you don't want to turn into something that would be easily eaten.
Ugh, that would be tragic. Getting eaten while wild-shaped.
You fly off and then just a random bird explode in the air as Persephone explodes out of it.
Okay, so what are you doing?
Your fly spell would give me visible wings, wouldn't it?
I mean, I could always make it not do that. Just,
Yeah.
I like having wings.
Just for your flavor.
Mm-hmm. Nah, you're good.
I give you like really tiny wings.
There you go, a little tiny.
Yeah, I could turn. Yeah, I could turn into a caterpillar, and you give me really tiny wings.
You're just asking to get eaten.
I'm thinking in terms of like, what the fuck if they just see me flying around? I can't just be like a
butterfly.
mouse.
I'm a beautiful butterfly.
A flying
I can do that.
caterpillar.
So Gregory's right. They might only be able to see 60 feet. We should get, I don't know, like 100 feet closer, 50 feet closer.
There's still a decent amount of sunlight. Well,
Right now,
we can
yeah.
avoid it. I don't really want to fight them at night.
Yeah, exactly. So if I'm going to be scouting outside, if they see me, I wanted to make it look inconspicuous.
Yeah.
So I'll turn into a caterpillar, give me butterfly wings, and I'll look relatively normal.
Why don't you just turn into a badger and dig under the fucking wall?
Maybe we can do that after?
Yeah.
Wait, how big of a badger can you turn into?
Sorry, you're bad.
You dig a bigger hole? Just go under the walls?
I can turn into a decent size. I can turn into like a normal badger, but I can also turn into like a bigger badger. If
I've seen some
Like
fat
a-
badgers in
Like
my
a, like
day.
a bigger than Gregory badger?
A dire badger. You guys ready for it?
like maybe the size of me badger.
Well, that's a big bass badger.
Oh, that's
Dig a
horrifying.
bigger hole. I don't know how silent we'd be digging a bigger hole at the side of the walls, but
Maybe not inside the walls. I could maybe dig a tunnel.
like a tunnel way out. That's an idea. Take a bit. That's 200 damn feet. That we can't do that. That'd take forever.
The tunnel would collapse behind you.
But if there's a blind spot on the wall, we get up on. They don't see us, and maybe.
That would be, I think, a pretty good idea. But somewhere we could approach up the hill and then dig underneath.
Yeah, I mean, if it's on a hill, you find a steep enough spot, some of the work's already done for you. You just dig on straight ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn into something small. Luna's going to let me fly. I can just fly over top, see what's going on, and then come back, turn to a badger, and we just dig through.
Yeah, just see how many there is, and yeah, if you find a place, a blind spot where the archers can't see a piece of the wall.
Somewhere we could try to approach up the hill that way.
You're still, I don't want to say smart, intelligent during caterpillar form, right?
Yeah, I just look like a caterpillar, but it's still me.
Wait, can you talk when you're a caterpillar?
No, I can't. Otherwise, I'd talk to you guys if I were a horse.
You can talk to me when you're a lizard.
But only you.
But I can pass along what it is you have to say.
You'd be a flying lizard.
Yeah, I could be a flying lizard.
I
That's
think
true.
lizards can fly. Isn't that a dragon?
He's a little tiny dragon.
Yeah, go ahead, Judge. Remember, 10 minutes. So it'll take you, I was over there, at least, like, how 6 seconds to 60 feet. Never mind, you're good.
Plenty of time.
Yeah. 60 feet plus dash actions. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll just fly really fast.
I mean, we're gods. We can't die.
I mean, I don't know. I think if I saw a fucking caterpillar flying really fast, I'd freak the fuck out.
But a butterfly is just a caterpillar with wings.
I mean, a butterfly's in the sky.
Exactly.
They could go twice as high.
That,
Team
yeah,
inspiration, Clyde.
that,
No!
Okay, guys, gonna take it away.
Don't hate LeVar!
that's the literal plan, Clyde. That I
Like, go
fly
do it.
over. Looking. Yes, exactly. Okay, so we're
Alright,
gonna do
let's
this. Yes.
go.
Okay. I'm gonna wild shape into a caterpillar
Alright,
before
good.
we
No,
try to come up with any other plans.
Let's not talk. I'm gonna fucking kill everything on the other side of that wall. I don't care what it is.
As Persephone, your form warbles, changes back to that primordial mass, and then it seems to just constrict on itself as you take the form of this itty bitty. What kind of caterpillar are you?
God, I don't know my caterpillar types.
What do you look like? Is what I'm asking.
Yes.
I need a scientific name or you can't turn into it.
Don't worry, I'll help you. Okay, so most caterpillars
little-
actually aren't brown. So you look
Yeah,
weird.
I was
You're gonna be
thinking
a
a
green
little
caterpillar with
Green,
wings.
yeah.
You're going
green,
to be a
woodsy.
green caterpillar with wings.
Okay.
Yep.
Tiny little foresty looking caterpillar lands deep on the ground.
Squishy.
And the world just
We'll
suddenly
probably
gets
do
so
that.
big around you, Persephone, and it's strange because your eyes, I mean, they see, but they don't quite see the same way. Everything sort of gets this strange, like almost fish-eyed sort of perception on things. You look up at like where I guess Greg's foot would be, and it just looks like there's this massive mound of leather right in front of you. You kind of have to like pull your tiny self away to really get a gauge on it. Your eyes aren't quite exactly the same as they were before. Like kills her.
I guess I find the caterpillar.
Of course you find the caterpillar with your crazy good eyes. Even amidst the green grass, you're able to see that. It looks like a little tiny little caterpillar.
No, Mindy, don't eat it. That's Persephone.
Worm towards Luna.
So I hold it in my hand. Just clap.
And then you dislocate your shoulders as she suddenly shoots back to normal size.
So I just cast fly on her and give her like little black butterfly wings, I guess.
Okay. Taking a little homage. I'm trying to remember what you have a pretty good memory of what they look like. You've seen butterflies up close, especially during the festival that you love so much. You hold Persephone caterpillar in your hands, and without crafting these large, shadowy umbral wings that lift and carry you around the place, you sort of add a lot more finesse to your magic, a bit more control. And when you release her, you see this tiny little caterpillar flick and fly off your hands, lifted by these two tiny little umbral, petally looking wings.
And I throw her.
Okay. As she takes you and throws you, you go about 20 feet in the air, which for you is really, really far. Everything just goes a blur around you, and your tiny wings flap, 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 try to keep yourself level. Eventually, you end up catching yourself, leveling yourself, and okay, you're a butterfly, I guess, a caterpillar with wings, and you're not falling anymore.
And I fly straight towards the camp.
Okay, let me find you a really dumb. Okay, I gotta find you a token. I'll just use your normal one. I don't want to do extra work.
I was just gonna pull the lizard over.
I'll just get you a normal token. Is there a butterfly token for you? Oh, there's no. Well, okay. Put a wing on you. As you fly forward again, kind of weird being a caterpillar. That 200 feet, which was not too far. Sort of you're guarded by some of the receding tree line, but now that you're tiny, their distance is a little slower, but you manage to flap, 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 flap as fast as you can. And after it feels like it should have been minutes and minutes and minutes of crossing this distance, you realize, oh, thanks to the magical speed of these wings, you can actually go pretty damn fast for a caterpillar, and everything just zoof, blows around you, and you find yourself. So I move everyone over to the map so they can all see. You find yourselves flying above the trail, about, I'm assuming 20 feet off the ground or so. How high are you?
Start at like 20 feet, and then I was planning on going higher to just go above the wall.
Sure. As you find yourself approaching this strange-looking hill camp.
Love it.
And yeah, you're quite small, and even with these things walking around, you see some of them now with a bit more detail, although your eyes are still sort of buggy. Maybe if it wasn't for the fact that you maintained some of your senses about you in this form, that you'd probably have trouble actually making out what these things are. But looking at the closer, these archers standing on the wall don't look like the other hobgoblins you've been facing before. They don't seem to be wearing like jangling chainmail on their chest. Instead, theirs seems to be a bit more limited. It's like this, looks like sort of this leather padding armor until it coalesces into the chest as a stark breastplate. Their heads are completely shaven, and they wear these sort of torn cloaks along with like something of like a scarf. They don't have the. They still have the same very stern and focused expression. Although, well, maybe some of the lesser forces have their moments where they give their stoic demeanors. These guys seem to just look onward without so much as anything but contempt on their faces. But they don't seem to really notice you. Because why would they? You're a caterpillar.
I'm a butterfly.
Yep, and it seems like, at least, let's see, where the tree line finally ends and where things start to come in a bit more sight. It's about 100 feet or so away from the gate that you're now sort of approaching. And yeah, you're about 20 feet off the ground. As you approach now, you're almost at the foot of this large wall. It seems like it stretches another 15 feet or so above this heightened level before you could probably go over it. And from this area, let's see what you can see. You can again make out, now with greater detail, it seems like on the northeastern side, this wall seems to just give because the ground rises up so high that it's almost flush with the wall itself. It's sort of a steep climb, but it leads to a relatively large tent, one that could probably hold multiple people in it. And standing in front of it, you can see another hobgoblin, sort of with a clearly lesser force standing behind him. The one in the front wearing this more glamorous-looking half-plate, seemingly speaking in guttural tones in a language that you probably don't know, to the one holding the bow facing outward. The one facing outward doesn't seem to really respond to anything he's saying. He seems to be speaking in frustration, and the less he gets responded to, the more frustrated his speech becomes. Let's see, what else can you notice? Oh, and about that close, again, you can see the smokestack rising from, looks like a couple of points now. It looks like it's not just one source. It seems maybe three. One's relatively close to you, behind where the gate would just be. Another one maybe farther to the west, another one to the northwest, maybe to the other ends of the camp. Maybe marking where there might be some fire, or at least where there once was a fire. And you can hear growling. The occasional cackle and guttural, I guess, speech that you've known that these creatures, the wargs, make, but between them all, as they sort of chatter to one another, just you can hear this sort of like growl, this boom, like a, and the voices go silent for a moment. Something large, something deep. What do you do?
I'm gonna fly around towards where the ground rises. Just
Sure.
kind of trying to think in terms of what looks normal if I were like an actual butterfly. It's like, oh yeah, look, high ground.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to try to peek over the wall.
And as you fly right over that sort of short ledge, something you kind of notice, maybe just enhanced with your strange fish vision. It looks like along the wall, there's just this sort of give in the side of the cliff. Like about here or so. That's not right. About here or so. It looks like there's just like a small, it looks like maybe your talk of tunnels got you thinking about it, but it looks like there's something of a small tunnel that, well, you wouldn't be able to walk through it, but if someone could crawl their way through it, looks almost like a small manhole going to the side of it. But as you approach this rise, again, this one goes up. It looks like an additional 15 feet or so, but it's not as stark and as steep as the wall. It kind of comes up at a bit of a steeper slope. But of course you're flying, so who would care?
Alright, I'm going to try to go around the back of the tent.
Okay.
I can peer over on the other side.
Give me a stealth check with advantage.
Ah.
I'm just going to say roll 1d20 plus, I'll say 2, because you're a butterfly. I'm trying to think what a butterfly stats would be. So roll 1d20 plus 2 twice. You pick the higher of the two.
Damn.
19 plus 2, yeah. It seems like as you're getting closer to this edge, sort of flying, you're small, but your wings are quite fantastical looking. And if one were to glance at them, you have a mind about you to think, oh, well, it might catch someone's eye, especially if you're flying so close. But it seems like these things are so caught up in this one-sided conversation, they don't seem to pay you any mind. And I suppose you look over the wall.
Yes.
You see a lot of things, Persephone. You see hobgoblins standing in front of tents. You see campfires that have been since put out, but still let off some smoke. You see another one of these well-armored hobgoblins, though he sits on a knee. You see a fence to the north, I guess northwest, within which are several small green bodies standing, sort of huddled together, looking around. You see the Gloombirds, adults and children alike, sort of just kept in a pin. On either side of the gates of this pin, you see these wargs, these large wolfen creatures. And in front of them, you see something horrible. It looks like a warg, but less like a wolf, more like a bear. Its body is massive, one would say even huge. It's covered in these mounds and tufts of fur. Its face is more short and stubby than long and full of teeth like you'd expect of a wolf. And its body seems to be covered in these tufts of like dark matted orange hair. It seems to be like standing right behind the kneeling captain, almost overlooking him with this low rumbling growl. And then you see him. He's standing in front of the gate. He's draped in robes and cloaks. His skin much paler than you would imagine a hobgoblin would look. His hair is kept sort of tied back in this strange-looking top knot. And he's holding a staff that crackles and burns, for resting on its head, it looks like a skull, but it's just engulfed in this quiet, crackling flame. As this is what you see. Oopsie, not that. There it is.
Oh.
See nothing.
You're hiding from yourself. Let's see. As you see a strange-looking hobgoblin, pale skin, white eyes, sort of devoid of any focus to them, though his face is twisted into a strange grin. His body is covered, and looks like a combination of robes, small trinkets hanging from what looks to be some sort of armor. And on his staff is this smoking, crackling skull. Not quite human, not quite monster.
Would I recognize it as the skull that was in the well?
You definitely do.
Oh.
As you just hear this man, this thing, laughing down at the creature kneeling before him. And you're telling me that they took out another camp? Oh, how fun. And was that the one under your watch? The creature just sort of looks up at him, and sort of in a confused expression, maybe at the words he's saying, before he just lowers his head. I was not there to guard it. Oh. Well, did you hear that, everyone? He wasn't there to guard it. Fantastic. Well, I'll let you know, my friend. I will not brand you myself, but when you get back to the Black Mantle, I'll see to it that you receive a fitting punishment. For you see, you were given a great duty by your general, and you have failed it. And the Black Fury does not welcome failures. We have no room for failures. Unless you prefer me to kill you now. And the hobgoblin sort of just sits up, sort of confused. And he turns around, sort of to put some distance between himself and this man, and then he immediately bumps into this large beast who just bumps him back with his large head, teeth bared. This thing is just twisted and massive and horrifying, and this hobgoblin realizes it the moment he turns around. Forgive me. As he rises from his feet and just sort of saunters back through the camp. The wargs, as he walks past him, sort of snap out at him, but he does little all but to flinch. What do you do?
Wait, the big beast just ate it?
No, it looks like it was growling at him, and then this man just sort of sauntered away back toward this other part of the camp, and the warg standing next to good old Mr. assuming to be General just sort of bit out at him threateningly. Didn't actually kill him.
I'm gonna fly back to the group.
Okay.
Flutter, 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 flutter,
Yep,
flutter.
flutter, 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 flutter.
Am I safe to look?
Did you like open a different tab or something?
I can go around the
Should be safe to look.
I can go around this way to get back so I can just get a perimeter view.
I didn't know I could do that, but I learned how to. How to turn off shit and turn it back on. I was like, can I do that? I'll just do that.
Is there anything else I see as I go around the other side of the camp?
Yeah, as you're going around the other side, the first thing you maybe notice is where these archers are outposted. They're really focused down on the path. There's not so many on the opposite side. Other than that, I guess similar to what you saw before when you flew right over it, along this sheer cliff face that sort of forms this rising steep hill, you see more like holes, these little tunnels burrowed in the side. Some of them seem to be somewhat hidden behind like bushes and the like, but besides that, not too much. You sort of still catch like tail ends of conversations. The strange one, maybe you're sort of just catching it now, being all these creatures have been mumbling to each other in a language that normally you can't understand. Usually you leave that to Clyde to translate. But the one that spoke out to the captain spoke clear common.
And just for reference, where are we?
You guys are like 200 plus feet that away.
Stuff a ways.
Oh, that away.
Down the road.
Yeah. It came from the south.
Mm-hmm. And you return to the group, you said?
Yep.
Alrighty. As after a little while, it's hard to see Persephone. You're basically relying on Luna with her amazing eyes to sort of call you back. You see this tiny little figure with tiny little shadowy wings. At first it just looks like a bug, but then it gets closer, you can see the magnificent results of your magic. And eventually, yeah, that's Persephone, she's alive.
Darn.
Fuck you too, Luna. Fuck you too.
As you say in Butterfly. Okay, and yeah, eventually, Luna, hold out your hand, if you hold out your hand at all, and Persephone would just flutter back down into it.
No, she could go on the ground.
I could just
Smack.
run wild shape in front of them.
Get the, you,
Luna.
Or, I could do it in Luna's hand and
So it's
just
like
have her carry me.
you unfurl your wild shape, your form almost like opening up like a cocoon and revealing, growing in size. The original Persephone, although your back is beset by these large, flowing, shadowy butterfly wings.
You take them back before she could get excited.
Damn it, Luna.
As they immediately fade in the moment.
That's why I said you should have just been over Luna.
What did you see?
I looked majestic. I saw a lot. So, first off, there are a lot of places where the ground kind of gives way. It looks like little tunnels. There are a lot of, and by a lot, I really mean like 4 goblins on elevation. They're not like the normal hobgoblins that we've been fighting before. They're slimmer. They look angrier, like they really hate the world. And they're covered in leather armor. The archers. On the north side, though, there isn't really anybody. It's like it's unguarded. The Gloomroots are kept in a separate pen, guarded by 2 wargs and another hobgoblin that has the staff with the skull on top, and I think that's General Lunge. And there's this giant, really bad-looking bear thing.
Bear?
Not
Bear.
Not like a normal.
Oh.
That's the problem. It's not like a normal-looking bear. It's a monster-looking thing. It's
Oh, like the thing we saw in the woods. Like the hairless bear.
What?
Not the one that was sick. Not
Oh,
like that.
That was just a bear.
No, not a normal bear.
You mean
It's
the
huge.
balls? Or not the balls?
Like how huge is huge?
It was like the size of the bowl?
Was it the size of the balls?
Oh, the bowels.
Yeah,
Bowels?
the balls.
This thing looked bigger than the bowels, right?
Oh, it definitely looks bigger.
Yep.
Like this thing looks like a bowel could ride it.
Holy crap.
If we were to take a bowel with us as like a pet, it could ride this thing into battle. That's how big it
Holy
is.
shit, that's fucking
What?
That's
Right.
absurd.
Do you think I'm gonna fucking climb it?
Oh,
I don't suggest that.
I think it might be the general's.
No, I'm gonna fucking climb it!
Clyde!
Give me a stealth check, Clyde.
Screaming, I'm punching!
And like I frantically try to cover his mouth.
Wait, are we like
the
we're
bird
like
just
200
they
feet
fly
away
out of
from the
their
camp,
nest.
aren't we?
Yeah, you could be 200 feet away and scream and someone could hear you.
Mm.
Yep. And as you do, you hear the some of the trees around you. You can hear the soft chirping of birds in the ear. As one loud screech causes a sort of a flock of birds to just take off. And eyes look off towards your direction among the tree line.
I need to move. Clyde.
Do we know?
Oof.
Do we know?
Let's see.
So just throw some dirt up in the air. Little shadow bomb.
As
dirt of
the
muting.
moment the eyes look over you, Clyde, with your magic, throwing up this ball, I guess a ball of dirt that seems to rise in the air and then cling to everyone. Almost looks like everyone's dirty until it like shifts and changes form, almost like Clyde's armor. And you look like you're just wearing camouflage. The eyes all look at you. And then they continue to pan up into the tree line. You see a couple of them look to each other and sort of like mouth something at each other. Maybe they're speaking, they're speaking softly, it's hard to say, but
This is
Buying you a fucking muzzle.
the thing you cast before, Clyde. Are we going now? To the north, right? That's.
If we go to the north side, there are a couple of openings where the ground rises that we could probably go through, but the best one would be on the north side because there aren't guards like on top of hills looking directly at us. The only risk there would be on the other side are 2 wargs, the general, and the giant bear thing. And
I mean, we don't have to fight everything. We just need to get in there first, so we ain't stuck out them walls.
there's another hobgoblin. He looked like he's also kind of important. He's got better looking armor than the others. And then a hobgoblin that General Lunge was yelling at. Well, it was really more like shrilling. He has a really squeaky voice. It's weird.
Well, we
But
ain't got a
listen,
ton of
listen.
time now, right? Sorry, what?
This hobgoblin, he was speaking perfect common, and if the Black Fury would prefer death over being branded, he was in a lot of trouble. He didn't seem to choose anything as General Lunge was essentially threatening him. I don't know, I have a weird gut feeling about him. Maybe save him for last. Assuming, of course, he doesn't try to
Do you
hurt
know
anyone.
where those tunnels let out? We know they're on the side of this encampment, but did you see any holes on the surface?
Good question.
Did you enter the tunnels?
No.
Do you
I
know
was
what's in the tunnels or where they go?
No, I was more focused on what was through between all the gates.
I mean, that's fine. We just still need a way to get in there, so hopefully the tunnel pans out. North side of the camp. So we need to go west a ways and then north, and then try to cut around back east, maybe? Out into the clearing and try to make for this tunnel you saw? Where was it? Was it just open to the air? Was it on the ground or on the side of the hill? Or
Yeah, it's on the side. They're all on the side of the hill. There's a little bit of disturbance in the middle, in like the face of the elevation, if that makes sense.
a little bit.
Wait, how big are them holes?
They didn't look too big. We'd probably have to crawl through them.
No, 4 of them?
Yeah, about 4. They're all along where the ground goes up.
Hell, would they have holes outside the wall? Oh, hell. Bet that's where those damn dog things were.
How many wargs were there?
2 wargs and 1 giant mountable bow beast thing.
Bender's talking about those other weird looking creatures.
Yeah. If you,
Oh, the ones that were consumed by fire and like just annihilated. Those things?
yeah. Bet them things are like kennels. Why else would they have holes outside the walls? They ain't big enough for people to go through.
I could put those little. Yeah, that's right.
I bet if they
still in there?
sound alarm or something, they just come pulling on out of there. If there's a blind spot up north, I say we go there, get up to the wall, and hell, the walls ain't that tall. I could boost y'all over, or we could try digging up underneath them.
I can climb it.
If we do that, we'll have to be careful, just because on the north side, we've got, from the wall, we have gloom roots, a fence keeping the gloom roots in, 2 wargs, and then the general between the 2 wargs.
So the gloom roots are like right up against the northern wall?
Mm-hmm. They're like in a little corral, and it's guarded by the wargs and the general. And the general has the skull on his staff. Maybe we could try taking that away.
Hell. I mean, maybe we could... Could we get in just next to them, the pen or something? Make sure the gloomers don't get out, so they just stuck in the pen? So we don't have to deal with them? Or is the pen not sturdy enough?
It wasn't a very high fence for the pen, right?
About high for a goblin, so like maybe waist high for like most people. And it seems like less like a defensive wall to barricade them. It seems more like a pin, where it's like you just keep something and that's where they'd stay.
I mean, they really more look like they're being kept there like cattle. So I wouldn't say they couldn't get out. More like prefer, maybe a little more difficult.
I get you. If we went through the north, we'd crawl right into a pen filled with gloom roots, and then they just say, "Hey, gloom root fellas, kill them suckers," and they turn on us. That's not exactly what we want.
And the wargs would probably be able to detect us too. It's not really big. It's like a wolf trying to sneak into a herd of sheep with 2 guard dogs, really big guard dogs, and the farmer right there.
Well, I figured the second we made our presence known or got up onto the surface, or through the walls rather, we'd be right in the thick of it.
Yeah.
It was just a matter of getting into the walls. I don't think those kennels, if that's what they are, which seems like a pretty good line of thinking, Gregory, because why would you want tunnels underneath your own walls? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm thinking. I mean, if we can get in the walls without damaging the walls, then as long as they don't open the main gate, that means all those, what we're assuming is dogs outside, can't get to us. That's something. use own walls against them. It's just getting in the walls and not laying a smack dab in the middle of the gloom roots.
I mean, we could also not worry about the walls. On the northeastern side, there's a hill with a big tent on it, but one of the angry-looking thin goblins and a heavily armored hobgoblin and then another hobgoblin are right in front of that tent. So it means we wouldn't have to worry about a wall, but we'd have to worry about other things.
So there ain't a wall on that side?
No, it's just really, really tall, and there's a tent, and there are enemies. That's all.
You know
Huh.
what's in the tent.
Steep.
I don't know what's in the tent. Maybe there's
How
a
high?
tent.
How high up is that hill?
It seems like it sort of like how the road sloped up steadily. There's sort of a steady rise up to this edge, and then once you get to the edge of it, it's almost like a steep rise. In total, almost about like 35 feet or so. It's going to be a bit of a climb.
About 35 feet. Probably have to climb up it. And don't know if we could do it really quietly. Well, except for maybe Clyde.
Yeah, Clyde could zoom up there like a son bitch.
I'm fine.
But
Can you draw what the compound looks?
Can I draw what?
Can you draw what the compound looks like?
It is in the dirt.
Yeah. Picks up a stick.
I could take a bit of time, but I could. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any real tools out here.
Okay.
Maybe I can make a ladder or something.
With my stick.
All right. So it's basically a circle, a really blobby-like circle, but circle. We have the angry-looking goblins up here, here, and here. And then we have a big tent right about here with another angry goblin. And then an important-looking hobgoblin and another normal-looking hobgoblin here. The Gloomroot camp pen is on the northern side, where we have Warg, General Lunge, really big scary-looking bear thing. And then there were a couple of other tents around here with other hobgoblins.
So, is there a spot right here that we could, at the northern wall?
Hey, Dad?
No,
Or does the pin go all the way there too?
I don't remember. No, I think it was small. And the cave openings are about here, in between here. This one's really, really close. And then on the northern side, about here-ish.
As Clyde,
Mm-hmm.
as you're listening and watching Persephone put together this sort of strange drawing, it looks like a bunch of blobs, really, the way she's sort of scribbling in the earth. You can hear the soft mutterings of Goblinoid as you hear as it seems like the gates to this thing are slightly opening.
Oh, they're opening the gates.
And 1, 2, 3 heads pop out. Not too many, but as they're stepping forth, you see their eyes are sort of just scanning around the area as they begin to, one by one, step forth off into the surrounding brush. Sort of starting not quite directly where you guys seem to be stationed, but in the general area, as they seem to be looking around.
I think something's up from that shout that Clyde just gave a second ago.
Yeah, probably really suspicious. So we go west and try to circle around at least to the northern side.
I think no matter what, I think the north is our best shot. the very least, if I could get his butt up on top of that hill, look at it split, and see if we can anchor a rope and get the rest of us up. It'd be dangerous, though. Cloud to be in the thick of things.
Yeah, well, we should probably get a move on them before they get too close.
Yeah, let's head on west then.
All right. Everyone give me stealth checks if moving silently, as you guys are basically helped guarded by the tree line, but now that eyes seem to be peering over all of you, scanning the area, you might need to actually employ some care with how you hide.
It's the easiest way to add 10 to something.
Just add roll number and think 10. That's how I do it.
Do I still
Into the
roll with
forest.
disadvantage? Because my armor.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
And you got jingly scale, ma'am. But you get a plus 10 bonus.
16.
Let's see.
11 plus 10.
What did you do?
What?
What?
Without
Pass
a
that
trace.
What?
Quattro.
Yeah. Although some of you do make the occasional noise, you're careful enough to where you can, like, maybe hold yourself, keeping your chains from shake, your scales from rattle. And some of you basically be able to sort of help mask the noise with maybe just the sounds of nature softly living around you. You manage to make your way west just quick enough outside the gaze of these creatures, who seem to wander off into the brush for a while. Before you guys get to the western side, and I'm assuming you guys are circling up to the side? Okay.
Get to the north side.
Okay. And it seems like you're moving relatively undetected. As if you want, you can place yourself on the maps when you're close enough and you want to be.
So we want to be over here.
Back up, y'all.
God, Persephone, clean up your mess.
I faced them by myself.
Okay. You face these creatures by yourself.
No.
The point out of the tree line. So, first, if we go in right where the wall ends, like right here, is that going to end us in the Gloom Rose?
The Gloom Roads are more towards the northwestern side.
Well, that's got my vote. Sneak up that hill. Thanks to Clyde's trick here. Looks like we got a blind spot. Try to dig under the wall or heave us up over it. I get you up one at a time. Ain't that tall? Because you said it's only 15 feet tall, right? The walls?
So like as you go up the side of the hill, sometimes the steep rise, sometimes it's a more slope. This is more of a slope. You eventually get to the wall. You're about 20 feet higher than you normally are, and the walls themselves are only 15 feet high.
Kind of looking over this way. Are these just logs or planks or?
As you're closer, yeah, you can definitely see now. There's sleds on the ground made of wood, and on top of them, they look like big old logs, trimmed of branches and all sorts of foliage, just sort of laying about.
And still big old circle shapes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big old cylinders.
Or hell, I could probably make that jump and heave over. Tie a rope to my waist, and that'll give you a handhold. I'll hold them off as best I can while everybody else gets over.
How tall does the wall look?
About 15 feet. The edges do sort of look like they're carved into these sharper spikes. Maybe not hard enough to really pierce you, but enough to where, I mean, you know, if you have loose clothing, there's a chance you could get caught on it if you're not careful. They're not flat tops. Think war camp.
I tuck my drift cloak into my skirts.
Into your pants.
Yeah.
Anybody else got any better
Wait,
ideas?
it's a magic item. It can't get damaged by wood. That's lame.
We could get close enough so I could see into it, and instead of us trying to get through inside, I could ask my Fae friends if they could give us a hand and distract them for a bit. At least throw them off guard. Away from us.
True enough. You want me to just...
To the south.
Oh wait, what do you need in order to be able to call upon your Fae friends?
Well,
Thank you.
You just need to be able to see.
it's kind of it. I need to be able to see where I'd want them to be, at least the general area. So I can't just stare at the wall and be like, go inside. Then that's not going to work.
Why don't you stare at like the air above the wall and then they fall? They will take damage, but they'll fall.
Just stand on my shoulders.
Stand on your shoulders and look over the fence as I ask my Fae friends for help. That might be a little...
Are you tall enough?
Why don't you send them to
I
the
don't think
south?
so.
Where the, Oh, my character's just blocking the way. Why don't you send them from that tree line? And then
From
they
the
can
southern
head
tree?
towards the main gate. No, the western tree line, because that's the only real tree line you can see.
It's really far. I have to be within like 60 feet.
I mean, couldn't we just try to get up to the wall and you just peek your head over and send them in? And once we hear the chaos of Pilfbeats and Goblin, we just all heave-ho over.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Get on my shoulders so you can poke over.
I mean, you're like 6 feet tall and she's like 5. The wall's 15 feet high. I don't think that's going to work. You're going to have to climb with her on your back, which could be even louder. Both of you have that noisy-ass arm on.
True enough.
Alright.
Maybe if we climb... Instead of fussing with the wall, try to climb over...
Well, looking at it
Up
from
the
over
hill?
here, it looks like that's another 15 feet above the wall. Perhaps 30, 35 feet up.
It's a steep climb.
If Cloud's magic could hold on for a bit and keep me as sound as I am, I could go over there and grab up one of them logs real quick and use it as a ramp. And all you gotta do is, I mean, it'll be a bit steep, but it'll be easier than climbing a straight ass wall.
I was thinking about that, but I wasn't certain how well we'd all be able to keep our balance going up the log.
I mean, the top of the walls got them spikes on it. You just lay them in between. Shouldn't roll too bad.
Yeah, but you're still running up a very long
Well, instead of
log.
running, crawl until we get to the top and then hop down?
I mean, we're like talking about the different ways to... I don't want to say that.
What if Clyde goes up with the rope,
I
right?
like you, Clyde. I'm sorry.
And then one of us grabs the rope, and as he climbs and as he jumps down, the momentum of him going down pushes one of us up.
I'm not that fucking fat, Paracelsus.
Okay, yes, but I said the momentum of you falling down.
That worked
my
for
weight.
first, but
Yeah, but won't stop it from just like yanking me back up.
The momentum of you falling down.
Okay,
I'm falling down like 10 feet.
What's the issue
Like
with
15 feet.
the idea of just going up to the wall, ducking down as low as we can, being quiet, and Persephone just slowly but carefully, maybe with Gregory giving her some assistance, peeks over as he kind of just boosts her up, so he doesn't have to also climb, and then, I don't know, there could be something with his armor, it falls apart sometimes and it becomes like a big dress. It hangs loosely on you, whatever. And so you boost her up, and then she summons the animals, and then we go over. What's wrong with that?
what I've been
Do I
saying.
have to be really loud to call for assistance?
You will definitely have to enunciate your words.
How loud do we enunciate words that
Like,
are...
that's not really a problem. Like, you summoning animals is literally like, alright, and then we roll initiative and we go over the fucking wall. Like, I don't see the problem here.
We only need a moment.
Exactly. It's like, oh yeah, the elf is shouting. Also, there's a bajillion bears in the camp now, or something. I don't know, whatever. Dolphins.
I just don't want to have arrows in me because I need to be able to not get hurt.
How loud do I have to cast Mage Armor?
Are you expressing that fear in character?
You don't have to shout to cast Mage Armor. I'll say that.
I mean, you'll just be poking your head over top. Hard for them to hit an arrow at you, just like a snap. I mean, how long does it take to cast that spell? It only took you a couple seconds last time, right?
Yeah, and all the arrow guards are looking towards the path. I mean, if anything, I'm fairly certain you're going to catch them off guard. I mean, I don't know. If I was at my camp, I wouldn't expect a bunch of animals to just appear out of nowhere in the middle of it. I'd wager they'd be rather caught off guard.
Like, push, you get your spell off. I'll let you down. I'll be the first one over. Don't worry about getting shot. We got this.
All right, that's perfect. Because the moment, every time I get hit, it's a little harder to keep them around.
I got that. I mean, you can be the last one over. Look, we'll go over there. I'm gonna tie a rope to my waist. I'll hold you up, lift you up over my head so you can see. As soon as you get your spell off, let you down. I'll get up over that wall. Leave the rope for you. Everybody else can follow. Clyde can climb his own ass up.
Goddamn right.
Did
we figure this out yet? Can I just go kill something?
That's what the surprise round is for.
So I'll walk over to Gregory and...
How far is this part?
How far?
Tall.
It's like 35 feet.
Yeah, it's like a 30-foot steep rise. 35 feet. Basically, it's flush with both the rise and the hill, and it's also flush with the wall. It's a pretty steep climb. But it's a climb that you could easily make.
Yeah, and you could do it without, I think, having to be too far from us, too, because you could just come up with us to the wall. You know what I mean?
As long as somebody, like, Greg, can you, like, I don't know, like, carry Mitty over? He can't really climb a freaking wall.
Oh, yeah, there is the dog, isn't there?
Mitty wags his tail.
Do we want to try to take a peek inside the tunnels to see what's actually in there?
No, we're probably... If the fucking dog things are in there, they'll know.
Yeah.
I mean, if we run up there, they might sniff us too and just come running out.
I feel like I'll just get myself stuck in one of them holes. I ain't no good.
I mean, I have 35 feet of fresh rope. I could... If we leave our stuff here at this tree line, and we're not carrying all of this extra stuff with us, I could perhaps tie Mitty to your back. Looking at Clyde and looking at Gregory, just kind of like hand to either one of you. Yeah.
I mean, for all this, the only one thing I've learned, I've got a bit of confidence in my strength, so if you get him strapped on, I could probably get him up and over.
Yeah, I figure that Mitty probably weighs less than everything you carry on your back.
I mean, I'm going to be leaving most of my shit here, so sure. Just be like wearing a backpack. A big old fur backpack. You alright with that, Mitty?
Just don't put anything in them.
Hell, I'll just empty up my backpack. He can ride in there.
Oh.
Do that.
That's adorable.
Unstrap my backpack and just start slowly dumping the shit out on the ground.
Quietly dumping the shit out.
Okay, you say you empty out your backpack?
Get up that wall. Then he can hop on in. I'll get up and over that thing.
Yeah, Clyde, can you do me a very small
If I can
favor?
actually do this.
What?
I need you to climb a tree for me.
You could. Fitting Mitty inside the backpack might be a little challenge. He's gonna definitely overstuff it.
That's fine.
Yeah,
he can just like put his paws on my shoulder.
Yeah, like he'll be like in a really awkward. Like he'll be like half his body will be in there, half will be hanging out. Kind of like when you see like a person who doesn't know how to hold a cat. They're just kind of like that.
I
And
figure he's
you
a
can-
smart dog that he can
you
climb
can-
shit. He can stick his butt in the backpack, put his paws on my shoulders, and just fucking.
He's a dog.
Like a piggyback.
His int would say otherwise. But
But you
basically
also
with
understand
Clyde, he
common.
knows how to assume the position without fighting or struggling. The only problem it poses on you is that while you're very strong, Greg, it's still a bit cumbersome to move yourself like this. You'll be a bit slower, but otherwise you should be fine.
It's alright. Let's see.
Does it
Jump
seem like-
rules.
Does it seem like Mitty would be able
Jump
to get out
rules,
of the book
10
bag?
feet. You can jump. Your strength equals 3 plus your strength mod.
Well, you can grab higher than that. Like, I'm not trying to clear the fence.
Yeah.
I'm not pole vaulting it. I'm just jumping high enough so I can
Yeah.
grab the top of it. But let's
And
see.
you would be shy of the top if you were to run up and try to jump and grab.
You can extend your arms half your height above yourself during a jump.
Yeah, so it'd be basically for you, it would be 8 plus 3. Assuming you're like 6 foot.
Because high jump is 3 plus
Plus your strength
like-
mod. So 8
Yeah,
and plus half your height, which is about 3. So it'd be like you guess you could probably like get like an 11-foot reach up, but these things are a little high.
Well, I'm 6 feet tall.
Yeah, so half of that's
That's an
3.
extra 6 feet.
Well, it's half your height.
Wait, are you
Yeah,
6
you're right.
even?
Because your arms can't, you can't
You don't
space,
extend
you
your
can't,
arms, you're
you
like
can't
your body.
space jam it and just reach all the way across the court and slam
Wait,
dunk.
is Gregory 6 even?
I'm 6'4".
Okay.
Hey, it's
So
all
a little over 11 feet in total.
I was about to really.
Extend your arms half your height, but no, but see, because the extend your arms is just like it's half my height if I'm just standing on the ground. If I just raise my hands up, I'm basically like 9 feet tall, and then I can jump 8 feet, so I can reach 16 feet up in the air.
Oh, I see what you're saying, because you're gonna
Yeah,
go
like, if I'm just
up.
standing on the ground, extend my arms up. That's 3
Not-
feet. I'm
I
9
guess
feet
so.
tall.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
unfortunate
Then I
wonky
jump.
Yeah, because you're also 6 feet on top of that. Yeah,
Yeah,
gotcha.
I'm not 0 feet tall. I'm not just my arms.
That's true. So yeah, you could probably reach it.
It'll be close, but
Yeah, it adds on your height. It's 1.5 of your height.
yeah. So I figure I'd step back 10 feet, run up, put a foot up on the thing, jump up and grab the thing, and heave myself over. Since I got Mondo strength.
Okay.
Does it seem like Mitty would be able to get out of the book bag on his own?
He could probably pour him. He's halfway in it, so he could just be
Yeah.
poured out like a cat.
Could he just jump out of the bag?
Not well,
Cats
but probably.
actually jump out.
Okay,
I think
yeah.
only cats really jump.
Yeah, a cat could do
bags.
it.
I mean, a
Yeah.
Dog,
dog.
would just like
A dog.
Cat-
Cat,
off
you
his
don't
head.
drop
Yeah,
dogs.
the
You
only
drop cats.
stipulation being this is Mitty, who has been raised with Clyde and carried up trees.
Yeah,
got a
like
little
he's
bit
climbed
cat-like.
trees before. He's
Like
fine.
dogs can climb trees by themselves. That's what I'm like trying to figure out here. Is like a dog can definitely jump.
It's just from awkward positions that require like a certain amount of finesse. He's got enough from hanging around with Clyde. Seems like he's picked up some of his feline grace. That's why he's so hard to hit sometimes.
Yeah, because I don't want him to jump over the fence. I just want him to jump so he's not on Gregory's back.
So yeah, with a running start, you could definitely probably catch on the edge of this fence, though.
I can lift 600 pounds, so I feel like I can get myself up and over them pretty good. I got confidence in that strength.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'm 5'7", with a whopping 10 strength. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'll leave a rope behind for y'all so you
I am
climb up.
athletically challenged.
All of you are, except for Greg
Except
and Mitty.
It'll be me and Mitty, man. We got this. Because everybody else is like,
No, it'll be you, Mitty, and Clyde, because Clyde's gonna sprint up the. He's gonna sprint up the.
I'll be in there. It should be pretty easy for me to get in there.
You got teleports and shit. I mean, Persephone could turn into something with a climb speed also and just be up there if she wanted to.
I'm not burning a second level spell slot on Misty stepping up there.
Okay, so what are you guys doing?
We
About an hour of planning.
Y'all ready?
Alright.
Can I-
Before we start,
to Luna.
Yeah.
are you going to use the sword? Like, I noticed that you haven't really been using it.
I don't
Don't take it personal. Like, if you're not going to use it, that's fine. I'm just wondering.
You should probably use it, Gregory.
Sort of magic runes seem to be showing on Paracelsus's hands. The same familiar ones that he casted a while back on the Goblin King, encouraging you to go get them.
I guess it's now no, right? I didn't really feel good with random shit, but if we're going after this madman that's apparently doing this crazy magic shit, maybe it'll protect me a bit from that, so yeah, I guess I will.
As the magic from his hand fades away, stays useful.
Are we good? Well, Clyde's magic is doing its thing.
Actually, it's starting to disappear by now.
Just no? Only less an hour?
Yeah, less an hour.
Yeah.
I think we're pretty good.
Alright, let's do this.
Kind of finishes talking to Luna.
I will real quick change 5 sorcery points into another 3rd level spell slot, and then a 2nd level spell into 2 sorcery points.
Alright.
So now I'm at 2.
Yep, he said 10 level spell. He's got 1 10th level spell. Got
10th level spell. I'm blacking out the sun.
Meteor swarm.
Armageddon on the entire camp.
My back
place for earthquake, just saying.
Well, are you going to cast it or not?
Lannister's not here. Please leave your name, number, and a brief message.
So ready eyes.
Let's do this. This is it.
I'll try. For you guys. I'll be right there.
To kind of look at Gregory, what weapons do you have?
What?
Using the axe and the shield?
sword.
I've got my sword at my side. I'm leaving my battle axe behind.
Alright.
Not taking all of my things. I'm going to take my hand axes. I'm not going to take any javelins. It's going to be hard to carry.
I totally asked Clyde for a favor to climb up a tree for me, and he seemed really excited about that.
Where? What?
Just right here. I just kind of like take off my really, really nice book bag and just hand it to him. Could you put that in that tree for me?
Okay.
Thank you. I don't want any of my things wandering off.
Let's be quick and quiet about this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, y'all. Got my shield lashed them all.
Mission Impossible music.
Start moseying.
Okay, you guys going stealthy? I need one more stealth check on y'all. They're gonna be sneaky. Because y'all spent quite a bit of time sitting and talking.
Is Password out of Chase gone?
Let's see if I
It's
fix it.
still on.
Good job, Mitty. Good job, Vince. Good job,
So
being sneaky in that fucking backpack.
Got a 24. Nice.
Oh.
Got a 20. You got a 23. He's chilling in the backpack.
Okay, yeah. You guys are able to maintain some of your quiet, especially difficult now that you're no longer walking among trees. You're walking into open area, stepping past these stumps that have looks like they've been carved for a long time. Place where once a forest stood, now only a monument to war.
Right. I'm assuming I tied the rope around my waist before, but I just start to unfurl it now around my waist. So I just got a big old tail.
Okay. Let's see.
Darcy, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Hope you get it. I lean down with a dog on my back. Pick up this little girl. Just put her feet in my hands and just start to raise her up above my head.
Okay. She's so light compared to how much you could actually lift and push around doesn't really take any too much force. Yeah, you don't throw her into space. You basically, it's just like if you're just being the care and the slow speed is more about making sure she doesn't like fall over with a sudden elevation rather than any sort of brute force. You're just carefully raising her up. As lifting her up over the edge, Persephone, your head slowly rises higher and higher, and as you're lifting higher and higher, you can hear from the other side of the wall.
I hear sniffing.
Do it now.
From the other side of the wall.
We ain't got another chance. Just do it.
As you peek over the wall, the first thing you see is one of these large, hairy creatures. The Warg seems to be turning its head to and fro, catching onto some scent. And now sort of standing closer to one of them, this twisted-looking creature, still holding this staff with a burning skull on it, looks at his, I guess, one of his pets. Oh, did you find some food? Oh, do we already have company? Be on guard, man.
Purse, do it.
I'm going to grab onto my pendant as it glows a faint violet. And into my hand, I'm going to say, "My friends among the Fae, I call upon you for aid. Give us the numbers to overwhelm our enemies and the strength to force them off their feet so that we may swarm this camp like a cleansing force and eradicate these monsters who have plagued the Elderbark for far too long." And cast Conjure Animals.
Oh, snap.
Yep.
Which one are you picking, girl?
Flaming Shark one. Yep.
Flaming shark.
I want to pick 8 beasts of quarter rating.
One's at a quarter? 8 beasts? Alright, one second.
Swarm!
Butterflies.
Overwhelm our enemies. No, the butterfly swarm is fucking terrifying, man.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Also, as Persephone does that, I twin cast Fly on me and Samantha.
Oh.
Ooh.
Where are you at? Hold on, God.
Clyde just is like, what the fuck was that? Oh.
And where are you casting it?
Persephone.
But like, wait. Pick a point.
Pick a point.
Pick something you want to choose, like you're focusing your magic. Otherwise, I can just do it wherever.
Wherever.
Okay. As you call
all
for
summon
numbers.
over here.
As you call.
I'm not looking that way.
They all summon over here.
Suddenly have eyes on the back. It's only within 60 feet, guys. It's beyond the wall.
They all summon over here.
You're the worst.
Okay. As you
Weird glitch spawn. They just all spawn like in a row on the outside of the wall.
Yep.
T-posed.
They just all spawn like on top of the wall. They just like fall over.
That's what I get for trusting fairies.
Yep.
Yeah.
as you feel your words spread throughout the area, almost like a pulse, and again you feel that strange threshold being broken as something shifts in the air. And everything just sort of flips. You can see the air sort of warble around these creatures as one by one, as if jumping out of the ether itself, familiar faces, as once seen before. Creatures covered in plant, but their bodies are lean, their faces narrow, and their mouths full of teeth. As just a swarm, I suppose, of creatures who can knock their foes at their feet appear within the camp.
My
Hold on to the wall, Purse. I'm gonna be letting you go.
Oh, good. Well, not so good. As I need you guys to roll some initiative.
Dun, 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 dun,
Come on, Gregory.
dun, 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 dun.
Not great.
Aw.
Hey!
Oh.
Smitty's right after me, so we can.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit.
Strategy.
Oh, I go right before
Dang,
her.
Samantha.
Nice. The only person I needed to go before was Para, so good. Everybody else is flying. Shit.
Okay, Gregory. You don't need to fly anymore. Like the reverse Ivar. Now everyone's just going on a binge helping them.
This is where Pretty goes, I gotta pee, so I'm going to party.
Yeah, may as well go pee, because I got some initiative to roll, guys.
Alright, yeah.
Pee break.
Hey stream, are you interested in something cool? And by something cool, I mean this wait for it. This little bad boy. Oh my gosh, no way. You can sign up by typing in !raffle online head gaming, and you're entered in a chance to win this bad boy. There's things in here like Matt Mercer, and ooh, look at this art. This is actually
There's things in here, like Matt Mercer, that guy.
Look at this
You know him.
like a pirate ship, and like a lady, and a barrel, and a stock. Yeah. You can win it. Look at all those empty chairs. I'm with you, hero man.
Empty chairs at empty table. Oh yeah, okay. Are you tired of the typical Wizards of the Coast campaign where you're just fighting monsters and getting gold? What if you just want to get money and steal it with a heist perhaps? Well, why don't you go invest a little bit of Dragon Heist? And if that doesn't tickle your fancy, then buckle up, because there's another adventure attached right to that. Do you like being underground for days and days and days on end? Have you been through a mega dungeon?
Wait, tough like it. Jordan, buy you those things?
The circles? I don't know. I don't see them in my thing.
You gotta like go in and activate add-ons.
Nope. I don't want a billion things in my images. At least not yet. I already got a billion images on my thing. Billion character folder shit.
Ew.
Dang, y'all. Yeah. Look at this very consistent initiative.
The shit's falling down at 9.
Don't worry, guys. I'll go first, and it'll be fine.
Oh, did I call it? Oh, not quite. Okay.
Nah, I'm not last, but
Almost.
it works out okay. Thankfully, you guys are flying, or else you wouldn't be doing shit. Guys, get little pot shots off. It's nice.
Pot shots? Oh, there we go. Is everyone back? We all good to go?
I think so.
Okay, as it looks like the moment that you can hear Persephone's magic come about and these creatures immediately react to the sounds of wolves howling within the walls, Samantha, lifted off the ground slightly by, I'm assuming to be shadowy wings from your back. What do you do?
I quickly go up and over Luna. I'm going 10 feet there. And then, looking at the wall, how high is that?
Depends on your elevation. Like, if you're level with the ground, it's about 15 feet up. If you're going higher,
I'll just go, I mean, I have 60 feet of fly speed, right? So I'll go.
Yeah, you do.
I'll go high enough to go over the wall, or like high enough actually to see this dude.
Yeah. You go high enough over the wall, and even then, these guys are standing on pedestals, almost not quite flush, but almost flush with the walls themselves. So as you rise higher and higher, yeah, you see him, and the higher you rise, the more you can see. As their eyes are turning towards everyone.
The second I feel like I had a clear shot at him, double Eldritch Blast.
All right, Eldritch Blast me.
Get him.
Ooh, as your first strike comes, it seems like even in this surprise, these creatures, thin and relatively flexible, is able to just immediately duck underneath one of your crackling blasts, but as it tries to ready itself for the other, it seems like it threw too much of its weight into its duck, and as it tries to ready itself, it is struck, dealing, ooh. You can see the magic dent into the breastplate it wears on its body, doing a hefty amount of damage, but not enough to really tear through it as you are so used to with these creatures. As it stifles on its feet, still clutching the bow in its hand.
Movement to duck out of view.
As we play whack-a-mole. Alrighty. Let's see whose turn is it. Ooh. The one on the, it looks like the archer standing on the eastern wall, looking around, not sure what to do with himself, starts to reach and pull an arrow and tries to fumble it, getting ready, catching his breath. Oh, filthy creatures! As he's quite surprised. Persephone!
Huh.
You're being bolstered over the wall by Gregory. You see your wolves arrive.
So I'm still on top of Gregory?
Yeah.
Alright, let me move. And how high is this ledge? About 15 feet, you said?
Basically, if you're looking over the wall itself, you're looking over a 15-foot wall. The ledge itself, on Gregory's hands, you'd be about level with it. Just slightly less than level with it, unless you're peeking like just over the edge. Basically, the wall is flush with the ground of this ledge.
Mostly want to know if I can see this boyo, probably.
Oh, you can definitely see that boyo.
Perfect. Alright, so a little pendulum in my hand is going to grow into almost a glittering knife, and I'm going to throw it directly at him. Just an ice knife.
Alrighty.
Ooh,
As you throw this glittering, let's see, okay. Yep, you throw your glittering knife, and you see him turn, hearing the sound of your magic being cast, and now focusing on this crackling of magic coming from behind and above you. It seems like some of her magic has also helped to keep you guys away. And he raises, it looks to be a shield to stop your knife, but it does not do it, as it seems like the knife crashes into the shield and crashes through the metal and hits him true. Ooh. Dealing 9 damage as it tears into his body, ripping right through the chainmail he wears, and almost taking him down before the knife crackles and explodes. As
One short of max damage.
I know, right? As I'm going to, let's see, 2 saves.
That's a powerful ash knife.
Dex save, yeah. And you hit. As the explosion of these ice shards scatters, you see it putting like bullet holes inside this tent, tearing the one who got struck to sunders as he just starts bleeding out of his body, falling. Just looks like every chain on his armor is leaking blood, as the one behind him, caught by surprise, is also buffeted with these shards, taking a healthy amount of damage. As the one you struck falls in almost a single blow.
Alright, I got one down. And I hop down from Gregory. I want to try to move away from where all of the attention's at.
Okay. As you hop down from Gregory, and I'm assuming you're moving around the wall?
Yeah, I'm just gonna...
Watch out for them dogs, though, first.
I'm gonna keep a sharp eye out, but they're gonna hear all of the attacks coming from this area. I don't want to be right here where their arrows are pointing. make it there.
Get him, Andy.
As you basically drop down, you basically pushing yourself against the wall. You can't really see much on the other side. You can maybe see like a sliver or a crack, but nothing to really target. As you can't see anything inside, but it's possibly things inside can't see you.
Yep, that's the plan.
Alrighty. Whose turn is it? Ooh. As it seems like the archer himself in the southwestern corner, similar to his allies, now fumbling for an arrow, he takes one, draws it back, and then the moment he hears this shattering ice, his eyes draw to the side, and the arrow, or the taut string of his bow gives, and he catches himself too surprised to really do anything. As Clyde Arthur Thimble, it sounds like combat's going on in front of you, but there's a big old wall. But you could see this guy from the distance. He's staying pretty high.
But I can't see him now.
You could kind of make out maybe his head or so. He'd have quite a bit of cover, but because you're basically looking up and there's a sort of a wall in front of you, and it's kind of flush with this. There's a bit too much wall and ledge in the way. But but how close you are to the hill wouldn't be too much of a climb if you wanted to climb up.
Clyde doesn't climb. What are you talking about?
That's true. He's a swimmer.
Yeah.
Climb up and die instantly.
As you go up the wall quite easily, once you get to this edge of this ledge, basically as the hill rises up, you can basically crawl up the side. Pretty steep, but with the wall at your side, you can easily make it up. Especially with your quickie cat speed.
As the dirt falls off.
As everyone, seemingly all the things keeping you hidden, though you're no longer trying to be hidden, falls away from you. Clyde, you mark your target. Who are you marking? As this creature who is bleeding from these icy shards that now seem to be melting from his wounds is marked.
So I shoot at him. With
Ooh, yeah you do.
Oh.
Let's see.
That's another 2 extra damage. So
how do you want to kill him?
5. Just gonna draw back the bow. And he's like, oh shit, I'm bleeding. And then he looks up and just goes right into his throat.
As he reaches up to grab some of his bloodied body, trying to take any inventory of what's going on. He looks at you, and just as quickly as he looks at you, his throat just begins to bleed as an arrow has struck true, and he just falls choking to the ground before falling limp.
And I'm like, oh no. Oh.
Well, you can see a lot of things. You're on top of a hill, baby.
No, but I was like, oh, nobody saw me fucking kill that thing. So just gonna, take a couple steps back, maybe get below the tent, There's so many fucking things.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty.
Doges.
Mine?
It's the Doge's turn now. Yay.
As the wolves begin their striking. What is their order, Persephone?
Rip them apart.
As they rip them apart. Starting from the top to the bottom. Do.
Dance off! Dance off!
These wolves just seem to... Though only Clyde could probably see what's going on from this distance. You can just hear the sound of teeth snapping and growling. One from a familiar sound from a wolf. Several wolves, actually. The other from this cackling and... It almost sounds like a goblin's trying to speak, but it's warbled and distorted. As the wolves begin to strike. These two attacking the first warg. Ooh. Gotta make a save for you.
Hyper advantage!
As one wolf bites into the leg of this warg and tosses him to the ground. Let's see.
I'm so
Second one in front of him is gonna reach down and get a big old chompy chomp bite.
Ooh.
Let's see.
Rip him up.
Got him.
As they are just tearing into this guy. This warg, who pretty tall, pretty menacing looking, easily overwhelmed by these other wolves. Let's see. One down here. It's gonna turn and try to jump after this big guy. Seemingly throwing himself at this huge creature, teeth bared. It looks like he's got some advantage. Acha! Ooh, but it seems like as soon as he gets close, this large beast just throws his shoulder into the wolf and bashes him back onto his feet. Let's see, the one closest to it looks like this strange-looking hobgoblin's gonna come out and take a big old chomp out of him. Let's see, advantage. Ooh, not quite enough advantage, though, as he just seems to be going after his ankles, trying to take him down. Ooh. And you see this thing's teeth come in. Actually, no one sees it. This thing's teeth comes in and bears down. But they do not connect with his body as this... Actually, no, it does connect with his body. Holy shit, yeah. Nicely done. As it catches this creature by surprise.
No reactions for you.
No reactions. Let's see, can you...
Fuck up your whole camp lunge.
All on the ground.
Oh, but he manages to... using the staff at his side, sort of kicks the wolf back. Get away, you filthy beast. Oh god, so many wolves. And another wolf attacks. Let's see. Okay, this guy's closer. These two, whoa, one's gonna be catching this other warg by surprise, trying to catch him from behind, following suit of his ally, and biting. Now I don't want to roll initiative for you, I want to bite you.
Well, he got baited.
As, ooh. Hold on a second, I'm gonna make sure I didn't do that accidentally. Awesome. Now get ready, you. As yeah, he definitely tears into the leg of this warg, biting and ripping away at the flesh. This guy needs to make a save. Oh, but he is a little too strong, a little too hardy. His back kicked to this gate, he's able to sort of kick the wolf away, but not without suffering a considerable amount of damage. One wolf goes after a normal hobgoblin. As he gon' bite. Oh, but he definitely connects, getting through that armor. This creature has to bash him away with the shield, but the teeth still connect, dealing 7 damage. Damn. This thing almost rips this guy off his feet. Rather, almost rips the feet off this guy, as he's got to make a saving throw. But he still managed to keep his footing, a little too stout and heavy. The one down here is also going to attack at this big, large monster, having seen his companion being kicked away super easily. He's going to try and bite out at the big guy. And it seems like his teeth actually managed to connect. This time maybe catching him by the flank side as he's going.
Damn, wolves.
Let's see, do you how much damage? Ooh, doing a pretty good amount of damage. Put you to the front. Although it seems like as the teeth rip into this thing, there's so much meat to it that even a healthy tear like that it's going to be a lot more required to take this thing down. But will it remain standing? The answer is yes, as it almost falters at the feeling of this sudden new pain. The warg manages to sort of brush off the agony and maintain its footing. And last but not least, this wolf down here is going to chomp down at the nearest hobogobbo. Chomp-a-chomp. Ooh, but it seems like this thing, more surrounded by enemies and allies, is a little caught off guard and hesitates in its strike, and it's able to be bashed away by a shield. As that includes all of the wolves. Okay, who's next? Ooh, this creature knocked prone pulls itself back to its feet. This large warg kicking off try to kick away these wolves as it gets back up, but blood spattering across the ground. Is just going to start gnashing its teeth out at the wolf in front of it. As he's going to chomp. Ooh. As he just viciously bites down on the neck of this wolf, ripping and tearing, and the wolf just gets pulled apart. So no one sees it except for Clyde.
I'm sure they're fine in there.
Sounds
like they're doing great.
She feels it in her heart.
Creature circling around, this other wolf cornering it. And now the large beast you hear from within the walls, some of you, a very familiar sound, as this creature just lifts up its head and bellows this horrible sound.
I'm gonna climb it.
That thing was.
Well, that was what we heard the other day, yep.
Oh, that solves that mystery as he turns around.
Mystery solved. Let's go home, gang.
It was Mr. Jenkins the whole time.
Put a big old check in the book and walk away.
As this creature, large in size, turns around and... I guess, Clyde, you catch a
Get him,
peek of
Andy!
It doesn't go for the ones that are biting it. It seems to go for the one in front of this strange-looking hobgoblin and just reaches out and just tries to chomp down on top of it. Chomp.
That one.
Ooh. But it seems like surrounded by both allies and its enemies. This creature can't quite get a good hold, and the wolf is able to nimbly pull itself out of the way. as it seems like the general kicking off this creature, not being able to pull to its feet, readies his staff and looks around, still trying to get a bearing on his surroundings. Clyde, you can see like just a slight amount of expression on his face. He's trying to calculate his surroundings. Oh, all right then. Oh, it looks like our guests have finally arrived. Well, let's light our candles then. As he just sort of taps his staff on the ground. And Paracelsus. All around you in the trees, you see a soft glow emanating from various spots in familiar shapes. That strange symbol, that strange rune as you called it, begins to crackle and spread as it takes the shape of a pure... Oh, you know what that is. It's not a rune. It's a glyph. And there's lots of them around.
I know it.
As this eruption of fire surrounds this tree line, and you can hear timber falling and flames taking hold of the forest around you. As it seems like where there was once an open tree line, there is now a wall of fire. You are surrounded in a forest fire.
She'll be fine.
Fucking Smokey the Bear is pissed.
Turning back now.
Let's see. Hobgoblins. Ooh, all of them seem to be quite surprised, not having the sharp noses or senses to realize that something may be coming. Trying to take hold of the situation, they raise their shield and bolster themselves. But that's all they can manage to do. It seems like the archer that you, Samantha, managed to damage. You don't hear any sounds of retaliation. You don't hear the sounds of arrows being drawn or fired. It sounds like everything's just trying to get a bearing on its surroundings. Luna, what do you do?
Fly over here. But I'm going to go up 15 feet, see over the wall.
Yes, you can.
Just kind of stand on the wall itself, and then...
Peter Pan style.
Flawlessly. She looks fucking fat. The fire going in the background, she just looks magnificent.
Sorry, Persephone. I just drop that. Firewall.
Ooh, okay.
Wait, what do you mean, sorry? What are you doing?
Oh, damn.
Beat me to it.
That's a good roll on that one. It's very Christmassy, that roll.
Alrighty, let's see. One by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Actually, I don't think I need to roll these guys. Ooh, I don't think I can roll 14. Yeah, I don't think I can roll those guys either. Let's see, who matters?
My wolves.
This guy. This guy. This guy.
Okay, let's see.
4 dudes, no wait,
Ooh.
5 dudes.
This guy.
I'll say the fireball probably can't hit this dude and that dude because of angles.
No, they're 15, only 15 feet high.
Yeah.
It's a 20-foot bubble.
20-foot bubble.
If they're basically, it depends.
It's like one dude's on the ground and one dude's 15 feet up, so either you put the fireball higher up and it doesn't hit the guys right on the edge on the ground, or you put it lower down and it doesn't hit the guy right at the edge higher up.
That's the magic of air bursting fireballs.
That's the problem. You air burst it and you don't quite hit the guy on the ground because it blows up too high.
Basically,
You only have
when
to
you catch it
elevate
on the
it.
ground, you're doming it.
Yeah,
Basically,
so
everything
if
on
you
the ground within the range is
if
hit,
you
but
blow-
like it comes
if
up
you
to
blow
height.
5 or 10 feet
Let's
above
see.
the ground, that's still low enough
see.
to
But
never.
this is a circle, like even if it's above the ground, it's still like 15 feet into the ground, 20 feet into the ground. Even though it's not
I'm
into
gonna
the ground.
see. This guy's probably cut. I'll say yeah. I'd say the guy on the wall. He's not fully within it, but
I mean,
yeah,
even
there's
if he-
enough of him where he would take damage. He might.
No, the funny part is, right, even if he isn't hit by it, the tower he's on is on fucking fire.
Yeah, it is.
But
Yeah. As he's not quite inside of it fully, but he's enough to where, yeah, the flames would not just hit him in front, but it broke from beneath him. As he's gonna dex save. Nope.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay. And you, let's see. Okay. Ooh, not enough. Big guy caught in the middle of it. Ooh, not here. Okay, let's see. Go one by one. So first, oh, wait, one more thing. Almost right, you baby. Almost right, my sweet baby. Yep, okay. As even though some of them are shocked, almost everyone manages to bolster themselves, but to what end? The wolves within this fire, one by one, are immediately caught in flame and are just reduced to nothing. Hard to say if it's the fire burning them to ashes, or if it's simply their strange magical nature that reduces them to this incorporeal state. But each falls and disappears, assuming dead. But
Wolves, oh no, what happened?
But a lot of the main
for stupid inside joke.
A lot of the main forces of this group, those who held shields and chainmail to their body, now fall just completely dead. Similar to when you first fireballed those horrible creatures a couple days ago. Basically not leaving much behind other than withered, scorched corpses, hiding in now red-hot armor. Let's see. The Warg being one of them, being reduced to basically nothing but a pile of steaming bones and meat. This large creature, not quite enough, takes you, okay. You see the fire roil over this massive beast, and it consumes most of the strange matted orange hair covering its body. But as the flames recede in that next moment, you see it still stands strong and tall. Let's see, you made it. So the one, it looks like he was sort of in a downtrodden state until he was surprised. Luna gets consumed in fire. His armor burns red hot, but he starts patting it out. He seems like he's actually standing pretty strong, albeit not quite in a great way. And you, Yep, the one standing on top of this tower immediately begins to burn, but he pulls himself away from the fire, taking a considerable amount of damage and leaving him in what I'd call a pretty sorry state, but he still manages to live. Well, no, hold on. Still manages to live. Although, again, the ground beneath him seems to be burning. As where are you at? I need to put some stuff down real quick, because cinematics. There's one more person I gotta do, but I gotta get to that next. As fire begins to fucking burn.
Oh, it's fire.
Boop, boop, boop. Even the campfire's lit up.
Nice. Oh, good. We can make marshmallows.
All those tents.
As are the tents.
Yeah.
Those people sleeping in
There goes all the loot.
All the fey folk inside of all those
Hey,
tents.
now I don't know
Oh my
about.
god.
Well, if it was,
There.
if it was like magical, it wouldn't burn. So if it's not magical, or you should watch.
Yeah, exactly. You're just purging the non-magical loot.
Yes,
And the last among them, the general who seems to be partly caught in the flames, isn't quite quick enough to dodge all of the fire. But you, of all people, Luna, would see something sort of glint on his body, starting from his hand. A bit strange considering he's wearing gloves, but you see this golden band on him suddenly flash, and the flames that hit him sort of get buffered slightly and pull away, burning him, but not quite as bad as you would hope.
Yeah, magic.
What's going on?
Death, 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 death. Lots of death. Let's see. This warg is dead.
Explosions are happening at the same time.
Anything else you want to do in your turn, Luna? You went up on the wall. You cast fireball.
I'll take another second last spell slot to make 2 more points. And how much movement was that to get over here?
Did 30 plus 15 up is 45.
Yeah, I'll just go 15 more down.
Okay, so you just jump back from the downward wall. Good stuff. Alrighty. As Gregory, you hear the sound of fire exploding within the wall. You hear the screaming of these soldiers within as, I guess, they're consumed in flame, but you see Luna hop back down.
Yeah, hold on, mate. As I back up 10 feet and just start running towards the walls, I jump, stick one foot on the wall, grab the edge, and just try to heave myself over. As I believe it's going to take more movement than I've got, so I'm going to dash to do so as I heave myself over the other side, drop down to the bottom.
As he jumps, Mitty just like a big old ball of drool just broke right on the shoulder.
As I pull out my sword and look around. Oh, hell. Andra, let me get through this. As I just hold the sword up to my chest, close my eyes for a second as light starts to pour out from the blade and around my chest and the front of my body as I start to glow ever so softly. Cast some Shield of Faith on myself.
Alrighty.
That'll be my turn.
And then as your turn comes to an end, Greg, you can see this strange-looking hobgoblin, pale in skin, not wearing much armor as the others are. He turns his head to you, and in a bit of confusion, he looks you over and seems to be eyeing that weapon of yours.
The end of you sons of bitches.
This creature,
You don't belong here. We're gonna root you out.
this creature is also surprised, caught off by guard by fire, wolves, and now a large man with a dog strapped to his back.
Ha
I'm Dogman. I've arrived.
As Paracelsus, it seems like your allies are leaping into battle. What do you do?
Can't put your hand back up anymore. Burned all the trees.
Oh shit, we put our shit's in the trees, Samantha.
My shit is.
Oh, balls.
Yeah.
All my stuff burning up.
See, that's why you keep your snakes on your person.
It is.
Oh, my gifts. I wouldn't have taken those with me. They're back in Marjorie's house.
As
I have
Paracelsus,
a way out, do I?
not in a conventional way. It seems like while everyone was coming up with plans and using magic to go over the wall, it seemed that maybe overlooked the doctor.
No, there's a rope.
Good rope swing.
There's a rope right here.
Gotta rip around my waist.
Paracelsus has he doesn't climb.
Let's take like half my movement and then I'd be up there. Oh look, I'll just survey around. And then you just see that I can't actually make it up unless I dash, because I need 10 feet of movement to move up to the road and then front me. That's half, and it's 15 feet, so I guess I dash and I look up the rope. Oh. Oh. Damage that. Oh. Okie-doke. Good luck! Then use the rest of my movement to slide down the rope.
As you quickly ascend the rope, survey the situation. There's lots of fire. There's lots of... God, there's a lot of death on the other side. But it seems like, hey, your group made a strong push. And then you...
Yeah, exactly.
Slide down the wall.
You don't need my help. Actually, wait, before I slide down. Cast some turtle. Oh. These Hobgoblins is still outside the wall.
Mm-hmm. Which one?
He's on outside the gate.
Now, you can't quite see him from over your angle, considering distance and draw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But if you did know they were there, they'd be there.
How high are these archers?
They're about level with the wall. If you're leveling up, climbing up and looking at them, you'd be looking right at them. They're like on these pedestals that seem to be pressed up against the wall so they can peer over it.
Lost a lot of shit in that fire.
I'm trying not to think about it.
Oh yeah, it's radius. Okay, as I point the finger towards right here. I think that should be good.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, that's fine. 20-foot radius. Oh, you guys know what's coming. Oh.
Did you use your action for a dash?
Oh,
Yeah, he dashed.
I did.
You a dashy boy.
Oh, I'm ready.
As you're measuring distances? Okay.
I calculate the algorithms within my head.
As Paracelsus doesn't just leap into the fray, throwing magic willy-nilly, he surveys the battlefield now that he can see it himself beyond simple drawings and dirt, and he begins to calculate a plan. Alrighty.
Duly noting the tents as I slide back down the rope.
Okay, as Paracelsus goes back down the rope to the other side of the wall, as Mitty, you feel yourself heave and fall to the other side of the wall. Still attached to Gregory, but you can easily get yourself out.
Yeah, he sees all the other wolves and he just like gets like overly excited, like when you first come home and your dog gets overly excited and like he's wiggling all over the backpack and like trying to get out, and he finally like jumps out.
Yo, Minute, yo,
and he runs right into it because he's so excited to see all of his new friends. He sniffs all their butts. No, I'm kidding.
After
Get advantage on butt sniffing.
Oh wait, I need to do one.
Now you do get advantage.
He's got advantage. Nice.
Oh yeah, either of those would definitely connect.
Yep.
Let's see. Ooh. As you tear and bite and rip into this large warg, let's see. I'll take the first one. Why not? As you bite and rip into the flesh, this thing almost falls over, trying to ready itself. But will it keep itself on its feet? The answer is yes. As even though the meat is torn and blood pours into Mitty's mouth, this thing still manages to keep the strength on to keep on its feet.
That may surprise you. It's yours.
And is that your turn?
That will be Mitty's turn, yeah.
Alrighty. This well-armored hobgoblin, now surrounded by the burning corpses of his friends, but still too shocked to know what happened. Within a span of seconds, he saw wolves appear. He heard the sound of metal clattering. He's heard sound of glass shattering. He saw fire engulf the area, and everything is burning. He just sort of takes a moment to look around his surroundings, trying to step away as best he can from the flames, but just too shocked to know what to do, as he's still surprised.
He did.
The other guy is horribly murdered. As we come around to Samantha.
Self-defense.
As Samantha, with a large crackling explosion, followed by another one apparently from your friend Luna. The surrounding area, the typical escape routes, I guess, the path you came from, all of it is engulfed in fire.
Nah,
the trees seem to have fallen.
Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Dash action. I'm going to go get my shit. It's my collection. And it's mine. Okay. And I want it, and I'm going to get it back.
Okay.
As I take the dash action and just like realizing, just like she just looks around and she sees the like the huge wildfire spreading around her, and then it just clicks and immediately she's just gone. She just lifts right straight back, dash action as fast as she can,
Jordan,
flying as hard as she can.
That's motherfucking stuff!
You know, now that I think about it, maybe I should have told the party.
Maybe. Yourself by these weird runes.
Samantha, fortunately by the... Well, not her graces, but someone's. The tree you left your stuff in, although burning, is still standing, as it seems like the force of this explosion, the fire that wrought and burned these things away, have knocked several trees over. You can almost see down the path you came from. Several have fallen along the way, basically trapping you guys here, except for you who can fly. But fortunately, the tree that you left your stuff in burning still has your stuff.
You're welcome.
You can see some of your, it hasn't been quite touched by flames, but it is definitely surrounded. The heat is wavering. You could totally go for it and grab yours and maybe someone else's, maybe you and maybe two other people's stuff, and pull it out, but you'll be reaching through hot fire to get to it.
This Clyde only climbs the best trees and the highest trees. So he put your shit at the highest part of the bestest tree. You're welcome.
Put her shit like 30 feet up in the air. You're like, what are you doing?
Covered in dirt.
Climbing.
Got those super bears. The super bears can get to it.
Hey man, bears climb shit. You don't know.
Okay, well I do know to start out with, she would basically flying tackle her shit out of the fucking tree.
Okay, give me a deck save.
I will use my DM inspiration on that.
Okay.
Ooh.
Alrighty, as you crash through These roiling flames, still young, still freshly birthed. You're so quick with your wings and your desire to save your things. You didn't come back to this while it was a horrible, roiling, raging inferno. But grabbing your things and just darting out, you manage to still get a bit of fire against your body, but with your inspiration, with your drive pulling you through and your magical speed, you're able to just get a gentle licking of fire as you take, let's see, 2 fire damage. Barely enough to catch onto your body, to catch onto your clothes. Thankfully, the ones you stuff into your pants. As you pull yourself out, you can see just the gentle embers clinging to your clothing that immediately go out as the wind pulses around you as you fly back.
And Samantha has her things, and then she thinks to go back to the fight. She needs to get back into the battle, and she thinks everyone else also took their stuff off.
I didn't.
Because she told them to.
No, I didn't.
I didn't.
Yeah, it might have just been. Was it just you, me, and Perth?
I know it was you, and it was Gregory.
Definitely me.
And to be fair,
I need my ingredients on me, and I need my potions.
Well, you guys are making it so much easier for me. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
I mean, to be fair though, there's no way you're fucking grabbing Gregory's shit.
I'll just leave my
because it's just everywhere.
And my potions.
It's like a little pile of shit on the ground.
Well, it's on the ground at the very least. It's not up in the trees burning. Though the fire is starting. It's still pretty hot down there. It's getting smoky.
The stuff I care about might survive.
Unless God is cruel.
Like the gold.
So what do you do, Samantha? You have your stuff in hands, but you realize, oh shit, it's not just mine.
She looks down and fucking, like, looking for Gregory's dilapidated fucking things.
Yeah, you see like a kind of a neat pile. I mean, Greg would say it's neat. You maybe could be a little more organized, but it's still in a general close area at the foot of a tree, though you can see fire coiling around, coming down the bark. You can see smoke is filling the air.
Mostly just like a pile of weapons and a bedroll. It's like my money pouch.
Do you keep your money on you?
I want to do something that uses flavor. I don't think it has a mechanical benefit. I just think it'd be cool. I want to use my bonus action to do my Wretched Blast and throw my scepter in front of me so it's floating. And then use my hands to grab some of Gregory's stuff.
Sure, for this instance, using some of your magic to free your hands.
No precedent set.
No precedent set.
No precedent.
Cannot just randomly make shit float.
As you're basically so focused on your task, almost like a cartoon character, you put your staff up and you run up and it just keeps floating. And the first thing that hits you, Samantha, is you get buffeted by this smoke and you breathe it in and... oh, it's smoke.
It
burns a little, but not enough to really hurt you.
I got you. I'm just looking at Gregory's stuff all over the place. There are 2 things that she thinks to look for: money and things for his siblings. If either one of those things are there, she will grab those, and that's it.
He's got a bag. He probably keeps his money and a coin purse and a bag with most of his general stuff in it.
Well, I thought Minnie was in the bag.
I probably left the gifts back with the maple syrup though back in town.
Okay, yeah. So you probably see like a coin purse and some scattered, like the strange axe he got in town, although...
But you see the axe, you see a maul, you see some javelins, you see a bedroll, and like a pile of just stuff like a mess kit and tinderbox and torches and
a
pile of food.
Is the maul solid stone or is it stone with a wood handle?
So I'm assuming solid stone.
The handle's not stone, it would just be like probably like an iron bar, but the head's stone. It'd be weird to make a stone
iron
bar. Yeah.
Stone and iron. Alright, I grabbed the axe and the money bag.
Hammer Hearth.
Yeah, the hammer will be fine.
The hammer of Hearth will survive this treacherous fire.
As if you're able to take some of this stuff, it's a little encumbersome, but if you didn't have giant magic wings propelling you, you probably wouldn't be able to carry all this or pull yourself along. But fortunately, with magic, you're able to grab your stuff, grab some of Gregory's stuff, and pull yourself to the edge of the inferno as it begins to spread.
Actually, you know what?
Also,
You're
there was
right.
a random shovel in there for some reason.
I didn't like that fucking axe. Fucking whatchamacallit made it. I grabbed the fucking hammer.
Turns over.
I grabbed the hammer.
I need his axe.
Yeah, that's what. Because I still have movement. I have 120 feet of movement. I'm still able to fly back.
But you have a lot of item interaction, my friend. It's an item interaction, my friend. You're grabbing backpacks, sure. You're grabbing other people's stuff, okay. Well, I'm gonna go back and grab this other thing. Well, okay, dude, come on.
I just wanted to change that I didn't grab the battle axe. I wouldn't grab
I gotcha.
There's my shovel!
No, fuck your shovel. Grabbing the mall and the money.
Shovel, no! As you manage to take your own stuff and drag some of Gregory's stuff back, flying just over the ground.
I just deposit it right there.
As another explosion occurs.
God damn it! Here you go. You can draw your hammer and a little money.
As Samantha drags the materials back just enough, pull yourself out of the fire and the flames. Move on to some hobgoblins. Now a bit more certain of their surroundings, these creatures, you see them looking over these walls, taking notice of their current situation, load up an arrow, and they fire at these tiny little wolves. Only...
Not Mitty. Mitty's protected. Mitty's safe.
As they fire, it looks like their bows are a bit shorter. Clyde, you can't quite see them. Everyone who basically has gone over the wall could probably take a peek. But Greg, looking over the tent, these creatures high up on these pedestals, they're kind of the way they draw and shoot is almost similar to the way Clyde can, as they don't seem to be using large bows that take a long draw and considerable amount of just focus to keep a good shot. They seem to be firing a relatively shorter range, but faster, as we got 2 arrows flying out of the wolf.
Oh, snap.
Let's see. Ooh. Wolf dodges the first one. Here comes the second one. Ooh. But the second one connects, as this wolf down here is shotted and takes, seems to catch it in a very advantageous position, using some of its own martial prowess to strike it almost at a lethal point, dealing additional 4 damage as the wolf immediately unfurls into a pile of foliage before it disappears.
Into flames.
And let's see. As Persephone, seconds have passed, and yet you can feel this sort of shifting. Something, you brought these creatures into this world, and now that power seems to be lessening and lessening and lessening.
Yeah, darn those hobgoblins killing all your friends.
How dare they?
Terrible. The wall, does it look like it's connected by rope?
It looks like it's definitely tied together by string, sort of like when you found the wall back at the river camp. Although, if you wanted to cut it down, it would take some time. These things are pretty well fortified. It's several ropes and several draws, and basically, it's a wall.
Okay, I just want to go over here and try to undo at least one post. Where I
Sure. You untying it, or are you cutting it?
I want to cut it.
All right, you pull out your sickle. Give me a straight-up attack roll. With the sickle. Where is that sickle at? Under your...
Here, found it.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Although in the heat of battle and fearing what may happen to your little fey gifts, you manage to pull out your curved blade and strike it down the length of one of these posts, and you can hear snit, 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 snit. The whole line of ropes are cut, although it doesn't seem to give all the way the moment you cut through it. These things are quite fortified, but it does seem slightly looser.
But not loose enough that I can, move it to the side.
You could try to possibly move it to the side, but it would take so much force, one would say, your action to even try it. It's not as simple as just grabbing it and pulling it out like an item interaction.
Okay, but I already used my action. So, that's it for me.
I walk up and I pull down the wall.
Yeah, I just ripped apart the wall.
Greg just lifts, Greg pulls a fucking Looney Tunes and lifts up the wall and walks underneath it and drops it. Okay.
We're cartooning it at this point.
Anything else you want to do, Persephone?
No, that's it for me.
Alrighty. That's another one of these hobgoblins. Ready's an arrow. This one's standing on a pile of burning timber. Starts to step away from the fire, teetering over the edge. And you can hear the sound of the wood crackling underneath the sound of a fire consuming this thing. The wood weakening, cracking, breaking. But he manages to find a point to stand on. looks around the crowd, and just fires shots at the thing closest to what looks like his leader. He's gonna take 2 shots at Wolf. At least 1 shot. Let's see what he does. Ooh, just enough going over the corpses, over the fire, and striking true on the wolf. Dealing that, but seems to catch it almost right in the flank of its neck. Getting an additional, striking this thing with a true killing blow as this wolf unfurls into plant life and disappears. And with his second strike, he aims over at, what's the closest foe? The one that was just behind that one. Woo! Although it goes a little too far, as he seems to be very careful trying not to hit this massive beast. As Clyde, seems like things have twisted in your favor, although there's still foes to hunt. What do you do?
Yep. Gonna do a little. As the red dot just kind of goes right on over there. Fire.
Ooh. As you coming around the edge of this tin, line up your arrow and you strike true, hitting the general like right into his shoulder, almost going dead center of his chest. You'd assume it'd be a killing blow, but maybe there's something protecting him. Let's see, 17. Nice. As the arrow strikes to his bite.
Oh, there's more of you. Oh, there you are.
Let's see, boom. He seems to be standing on the back of his leg, blood pouring out of him, but he's still smiling and cackling.
As obviously Mitty sees the arrow fly across and he knows. So he's gonna bite that warg.
Get the back.
Good boy.
Yeah, you definitely get him. And how do you want to kill him?
He gonna climb up the back and just bite him right on the top of his neck.
Alrighty.
And then sniff the other wolf's butt. No, I'm kidding.
In his death throes, Mitty gets one last sniff on this creature. Right back, come on now. And alrighty. As this creature goes down. Bleh. And the remaining wolves' turns. In one moment there was 8, in the next there were only 2. What is your command, Persephone? But you can't see anything going on outside.
No, so I'm just gonna tell them concentrate your forces on the biggest beast within the walls.
Alrighty. As they come rushing out and just try to surround this massive beast. Get some practice tactics, one might say. Ooh, but the first one tries to catch into its fur and just shrugs its shoulder. Its teeth bare into the flesh, but not enough to go through and deal any damage. As the second one strikes out.
Whoa.
And they bite and tear. And this one actually catches them on the flank, dealing, let's see. That looks like a pretty good bite, though there's so much meat, it's hard to say how deep and how far the damage would actually carry. And does he knock him prone? No, this creature is far too large. He just shrugs the beast off of him. Okay. That guy is dead, now freshly bitten by these small creatures, but now far few of them. This guy turns and just lunges out with his teeth towards the one closest to his apparently commander. One sec. Okay. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Ooh. As teeth bear down into its body, dealing a considerable amount of damage. You can see this thing's teeth, its mouth so large, Clyde, that it almost envelops this thing's torso. And with crushing force, it almost seems to eat this creature in one bite, as there's nothing left of it.
My poor friends.
And the rest of his movement, he doof, doof, doof. comes circling around. You can hear him growling and stepping on these planks, looking down at this last wolf, and you can see his head turn from it and over at Mitty, back and forth.
Oh, hell no.
How much health does Mitty have?
Not enough to take one of those fucking bites.
Doesn't seem like it.
Cragmaw Cave all over again, guys.
It's all Persephone.
As this bleeding man holding his wound, looking at the fire burning in his camp. Oh, finally. Looking back over around the large beast to you, Gregory. And you can see the arrow slowly but surely slide from the wound as some of his body begins to reform itself. You can see the skull on the end of this quarterstaff sort of crackle and burn suddenly before this soft cracking sound can be heard, and a slight little sliver forms itself in the cranium. So, you burn my camp, you kill my men, and you stand there with a treasure in your hand. This is going to feel so good. As he waves his staff in the air, and 3 motes of flame fly out from the mouth directly at you, Greg.
I yell as I just shove my shield up in front of myself.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. All right. As he's gonna do a little scorching ray. Woo! Assuming that hits.
Yep.
Woo! Second one coming around, but how do you defend against it?
I'm just putting my fucking shield up in front of myself and just letting them barrage it into it. But the first one gets around, slams me in the shoulder. The second one hits me, so God damn it.
As it's saying, it's hard to defend against this. You defend against arrows, you defend against blows, but this is just fire. The moment it hits your shield, some of it just cascades around the metal and bursts into your body, and you just feel yourself being scorched by the flame.
Damn.
As he begins to step his way down, closer into seems like this inferno as he slinks behind corpses.
Get the hell back here!
Come chase me. As it makes it about here. And yeah, let's see, how many of you are left? None of you. Oh, actually a few of you. As now caught on guard to what's going on, this creature sees all of his allies fall and flames spreading. Looks around to his allies. Looks around to basically the few who remain. Some of them bloodied, some of them firing arrows. And pulls out his own longbow. Steps here and fires at the last wolf. Although he kind of has this confused and almost saddened expression on his face. So just lines up and fires an arrow. Ooh, but that will definitely strike. And let's see. Why don't you have it on? Oh, you don't have it on there. All right. And catching it next to an ally, catching this wolf on guard. Deals a considerable amount of damage, striking this creature right in the flank. You can hear the wolf yelp now, Persephone. Every single other blow has been engulfing and cumbersome and basically consumes them in one strike. For this one, you can hear the sound of pain in a wolf's voice. These guys finally figure out what the hell's going on. They're gonna start sprinting their way around this hill, trying to get some sort of view. It seems like they may have been the lucky ones going out on patrol.
I don't know, last time I saw them, they were the ones that were out in the giant trees on fire. Just saying and all.
And Persephone. Your ears sort of perk up, but after the sound of the cry, you can hear something else. Sound of another animal. Though it's not crying out in pain, it's It's laughing. It's cackling. And it echoes just over down the hill slightly. As pulling themselves from the maw of this bush. And they begin to go after the closest person. Let's see, you. And ah, there he is. Sprinting. God, come on. Does Q not work anymore? Hold on. There we go.
Where's the right click?
That's the sinful way to do it. Let's see. 1, 2. Okay, cool. As one is gonna bite at you, Persephone, the other one's gonna be reaching out and trying to chomp onto you, Luna, as you land on the ground. Let's see. Going at the Persephone. Chomp. Oh, that's not right. That would have been bad. Chomp. Oh, that's worse. As things teeth tear into your leg, pulling, doing 4 damage, and you have to give me a strength save or be pulled to the ground. Oh, in that next moment, you are knocked to the ground. Give me a con save. Oh, as it seems like just being caught off guard by this strange creature, the last wolf vanishes as you are knocked to the ground, Persephone. And behind you, Luna, you turn around and you see this strange, twisted creature crawling towards you excitedly, going out for a chomp. Does that connect? Oh, it seems like you're a little too nimble as you pull yourself away. How do you defend yourself against this creature?
Just float over it as it tries to bite you. Kind of off a little bit.
Just whoop, whoop. As immediately it pulls itself back on its hind legs, its sort of deformed body, making it strange and hard to really retaliate against as it pulls itself back, almost once say nimbly escaping, moves its way over to your now downed ally. And let's see, Can you see that? And Clyde, although you cannot see them amongst the burning flames, you can hear the sound of these cackling creatures as well, approaching from, I guess for you to be the southwest? Southeast. Let's see, how far can they make it? Ooh, not too. Ooh, actually. As you can kind of see over the edge with your height advantage, these creatures now managing to reach the wall, sniffing around with their noses, and now scaling the wall almost like in a weird human-like fashion, though their fingers are tipped with claws. That's all they can do as they make it about, let's see, sprinting. Make it to about the edge, but they're still climbing. As they are quite fast. I'd say they're about, let's see, half speed, They'd be about 15 feet up this sudden steep. So they're about to reach the edge, but not quite enough.
Oh.
Let's see, and onto you. This creature still wounded by Samantha's magic, looks around for another accoster, but sees nothing. The wolves are gone, and now all that's left is, well, far down there. Just within its reach, you see it pulls out 2 arrows and rises, and goes after the last wolf it can see.
Does he got some cover because there's a giant fucking wolf in front of him?
Almost. This thing's pretty tall, but not quite as tall as the wall, and this thing's standing over it. He's basically arcing a shot and shooting. As Mitty's gonna get 2 shots at him. Let's see. Ooh. Yep. First one will connect, an arrow coming over the edge and striking down into his flank, doing 5 damage. The second strike, woo! Aiming almost truer, striking to his other side of his shoulder, dealing 5. Total of 10 damage. Ooh. Kill these bloody creatures. Don't let the general fall. As Luna, it comes to you. You see Persephone being surrounded by these tiny twisted creatures. And it looks like, no, you can't quite see because you're behind a wall. But it sounds like people are being shot and people are being killed inside the camp.
Persephone, do you need help? Or should I kill General Lynch?
Help!
I will... guess I'll fly over and try and grapple her.
Okay. Okay, interesting. So you're flying like up and over her?
Yeah, just enough to like grab her.
Okay,
so range of them, but
yeah, to get close enough to grab her. Like if you're going right over her, you'd be probably within range of both of them.
So 10 feet, 50 feet, half movement. 50 feet. So I go 30 feet up.
Okay. Assuming Persephone is okay with that. As Luna starts grabbing you, literally your guardian angel that's lifting you off the ground. Luna, you're gonna have 2 gnashing teeth coming after you. Ooh, and it looks like they're gonna be with advantage because they seem to be working together. Actually, no, yeah, they do. They seem to be working together as some sort of pack. As Chomp.
Cast shield.
Your invisible barrier catching the first strike, the second one. Garf. Still not enough. As it seems like you see Persephone, these things reaching up and trying to catch on to Luna, and it looks like their teeth almost hit her, but this magical force field she erects manages to keep them just slightly at bay.
Okay, 10, 30, so I have 20, so I'll just move 5 feet from here on the other side of the wall, and I'll just drop her from here.
As you drop her, okay. Sure. It's a little slow because you're carrying a person, and moving with a person sort of hampers your movement, but you got enough to where you can definitely just sort of maneuver her over the wall.
You're welcome, Mr. Gopher.
Thanks for feeding my wings twice today.
Although you are still prone, because... Oh,
okay.
No,
You drop 15 feet. You take 1d6 damage.
Are you actually dropping her for 15 feet?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, you do fall prone, and roll some 1d6 damage.
Paled by the tent pole and die.
Yep. Right through the calf.
As you fall, and yeah, it's not so bad. The ground would be a lot harder if you didn't fall on top of a tent, and there's probably a bedroll or something inside, and it makes half the landing fine, but the other half, you're definitely landing on someone's, like, chest. You're hitting right on the corners. Okay, no.
Ruining my plan by not getting knocked prone. As I will use 2... I believe quickly cast Chaos Bolt and General Range.
Alrighty.
At level 1.
As your magic forms in your hand, you can see this creature twist his staff, and the flames surrounding this skull begin to churn, and your hand seems to catch fire in a similar fashion to your own, as if some black flame is consuming it, and the magic you're conjuring is consumed.
He's 15 feet up.
Nope.
What a wonderful world.
As it seems like your magic has been stripped from your hand, Luna.
Like Persephone. It's Persephone, so I wouldn't be this close if it wasn't for her. And how much use it was that? 10, 30.
You were out of movement?
10.
Yeah, moving with a person grappled, you move at half speed if they're not twice your size smaller.
Yeah, so it was 10 to get to her, 30 to go up, since it was 15, another 5, so another 10. So I guess I'll move 10 feet back. Well, just 5 feet back. I'll go 10 feet back. But I see my turn.
Alrighty. Gregory.
Range, it was 57 feet.
Yeah, but I don't know if he has better spell.
As see this guy run away, as I take a step, start to charge after him, see if I can make it around this beast. Then I see Minnie take 2 arrows. I yell, I see Luna and Persephone come over the wall. Just fucking see this massive beast staring them down as I will. Damn it! As I charge out and stop in between this thing and my allies, I look up at them. I'm sure this blade's cut down monsters like you before.
What did you say to
With one damn more! As fucking anger takes over, as I go into a rage, the glow up on my body fades, and I just try to cut into this beast. That's all of me.
Ooh.
As light seems to just pour forth from the blade as well, as I will throw in a smite.
Nice.
Oh, 27 damage.
Yes, embrace your paladin.
As it seems like this sword, it's always felt so weird and almost kind of wrong to hold it, to even consider it even being your own. But the way it cuts, the way it just carves into this thing's large flesh, you can see bite marks all over its body that barely seem to scratch the surface. You can see where flames have roiled over its fur. But your sword cuts true and it cuts deep. As it goes straight through the flesh, and you can feel it stop on something hard, and you know what that is. Hard, beastly, monstrous bone. As he is left with, let's see, 29. Ooh. As he almost falls down on one leg, but reaches his large head up to you, almost directly in front of yours, and just, you can see now, its face looks horrible and twisted, but there's not much different between these things and the dead creature behind you, as its mouth, full of these jagged teeth, is twisted into a wide smile.
Fucking starting to breathe heavy, just the anger and the fire and everything going around as I just stand my ground, hold up my fucking shield. Come on, nigga! That's my turn.
Okay. This creature, seeing this massive beast, almost like a behemoth of their group, almost drop to the ground after one strike. He looks around, looks back to his commander over the burning flames, and you can see Lunds just looking you over, seeing the blade glint and now coat itself in blood in your hands. There's a smile over his face. Oh, go on then. Go get it for me. No more waiting around. No more planning. I want that mithril. As this guy is gonna go, let's see, do, almost seemingly to ignore the cat man on the other side of this tent. Readies his bow and fires 2 at you, Greg. Ooh. Yep.
Doesn't hit. See them starting to scatter around up on top of there and start to level his bow. I just raise my shield up in the last second.
Alright. Second strike bouncing off your shield almost in tandem. This thing shot itself a little too quick as both bounce off your shield. This creature frustrated starts pulling out more arrows. That's all he can do. Paracelsus. Having surveyed the area, done your math, what will you do?
Peter, you're muted.
Whoa.
Okay.
We'll come back.
Climb back up the rope.
Okay, yep. Sure enough, be able to climb this rope, get to the edge.
Both these get hurt and just circulate around again. I see these folks from my vantage point, or is it like angles? Oh, weird.
I'd say over the tent's kind of in the way, but you can see enough up and over. These kings are sort of walking up the steep of the hill, looking for something. Now sort of to spot some people moving around. You can definitely see them from where you're standing if you're up on the edge of the wall.
I'll take what is friendly fire for 200 Alec. On you, Archer, that has to move right there. Fireball would have been perfect and the one have hit fire. Alright, well, we'll go with the plan I was originally going for. Hope I can buy Clyde some time.
What's that?
Okay. As I conjure up the same magic circle appearing in the palm of my hand again. But there's no orange. No. He points his finger, but nothing comes out except smoke. Begins to fill this area. Let's see. I cast Fog Cloud.
Fog and clouding.
Oh, wow.
Where are you casting fog cloud? Over here?
Yep. Buy Clyde some time.
Yeah, as you can see, these creatures walking around, and maybe just the sway of a weird twisted tail coming up the wall. All right, draw your frog crowd. Your frog crowd.
Ooh, the frog crowd.
Oh, the frog crowd.
These guys, all that ever happens to them is a croak.
Matt.
Oh god, why is it moving? Oh, there we go. Oh. That's not it.
A fireball. Yeah, it's basically a fireball-sized fog cloud. As where you putting it right there?
Oh god, I can't move it.
Yeah, zoom in a little closer.
It's so thin.
Make it a thick cloud. Ugh. Got some girls to it.
Jeez.
Thick wolf.
Run, Clyde!
Yep. As you see Clyde, just as quickly as you start noticing creatures approaching from your flank, the air just sort of fills with this mist that spreads out and just sort of lingers where it is. You cannot see the creatures approaching, but they probably can't see you. Anything else you want to do, Doctor?
I'm out of movement. Also,
Alrighty.
I just ungracefully fall 15 feet.
Do you want to?
Shatters your ankles.
Not particularly.
Okay.
Although, sort of kind of leaves me at a bad vantage point, but I get shot anyway, so...
You can't really, I mean,
I'm sort of sitting over the wall, but at least I won't be able to get hit by the beast. Let's focus on it. Nah, I won't fall. There's no point in damaging myself like that.
Alrighty. As we move on to Midi.
he's going back to his buddy. His
Coming up with
ready.
Use that as Midi.
Ooh, as Midi, you will connect.
Woo!
Dealing, considerable amount of damage. It seems like with this thing already wounded, it's a little bit easier to strike now as you tear your teeth into its body and it needs to make a dang ol' strength save. Ooh, but it still managed to keep its footing, just holding on to a sliver of its strength.
That's gonna be Midi's turn.
Alrighty. Wounded and burned, most of his men killed, and now watching the large beast be torn to shreds, the one he was once afraid of. This captain starts to go through his things, trying to figure out the next thing he can do. He looks over at Lunge, who seems to be staring at him now. I'll go on then. Lead your men. Maybe you'll earn a chance to avoid the brand. Maybe you'll win my favor. As he sort of ushers him forward and he steps forward.
Can you hear him?
Can you hear him? You absolutely can hear him.
Can I say something?
Yeah, you can say something.
Oh yeah. Or join the winning side and you don't get branded.
As he steps forward.
That one.
Oh, I don't know if it's that one or not. I probably would have said that if I didn't know it was that one.
No, that's a big boy. As he steps forward, give me a straight up persuasion roll. I know he just met you, but consider a circumstance.
Crazy.
Yeah, considering he was literally sentenced to death a few minutes ago.
Roll me a straight up persuasion roll.
Did I get my posh impression?
That's why, yeah, that's why you'd only have.
Oh, so I don't have this. Okay.
Yeah, because it's like, well.
Plus 10. No, not plus 10. That's for passive education.
Damn, I didn't know passive education plus 10 to persuasion roll. That's a much better spell.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I wouldn't know that was the one that Persephone was talking about.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, it's still a strong looking. I mean, this guy took a fireball from you and he's still standing.
And you also heard what it is the general said.
Yeah, game back favor.
Yeah, context.
Just to say that.
As this creature reaches out and starts taking a sword in hand, but hearing you and looking around the battlefield, draws the sword out, this large blade, steps about, so he goes, looks around, sees looks like one soldier left behind him. Boy, just get out of here. I'll die if you stay. Go! As he just takes his sword and holds it and assumes something of a defensive stance. And the general behind him just looks a bit confused. Oh, you coward. You're definitely going to be branded after this. As seems like all he does is take something of a dodge in action.
Brand happy over here.
As Samantha come in with weapons and items and gifts galore.
Yep, just dropping everything, flying back as fast as I can.
The old
And then
faithful
I
courier.
just hear fucking Gregory like yelling, and it just sends a fucking chill down my spine, and I use my bonus action to just toughen myself, because if he's screaming, oh god, what could be going on beyond the walls, as I use my bonus action to toughen myself up, and then just feeling just a smidge of inspiration, Samantha just sets down the hammer, and it almost seems like she doesn't for a second, as she just grabs a hold of her scepter, and it just seems like this huge, big green hammer is just in her hands as she comes flying up over the wall.
It's like a Green Lanterning it now.
May as well.
I have to make fun somehow, Gregory! I'm not a wizard, okay? I have to make fun where I can!
Big old snake hammer.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's just like a Caduceus staff with two snakes going back and
It's
forth.
like a snake that's head gets bigger and bigger until it's like a big old hammerhead snake.
No, it's like it's a fucking hammer too.
I get you.
Just grabbing onto the hammer, and I just come flying up. Just from where I am to about.
You can make like a straight shot. Basically, make it over the wall, like at about. Let's see, be doing a straight shot, so you can make it like make about like 30 or so feet and get over.
There.
Make it just right to the top of there.
No, I'm going to go 20 feet
enough.
forward and 40 feet up.
Okay.
Feeling a little bit of inspiration. There we go. 4. And I'm just like coming up with this hammer, and I see the huge fucking dog monster thing that Mitty and Gregory have in front of them, but I can see Gregory is like standing resolute, and as I'm about to chuck the hammer at the giant dog, I realize he's fucking got this. God, he's dependable, and I throw it past the fucking dog and aim it straight for the general.
Okay.
As this massive green hammer filled with all of my malice and hate explodes around him.
Blow. Ooh.
Ooh. Let's see.
I think your save's better than that, isn't it?
It's 16.
What the hell? Hold on a second. 1 sec. Do.
Does that spell like the same range as a fireball?
Yeah, it's 120 feet. It's 15-foot bubble.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I could hit Mr. Man.
No.
Hold on a second. Where the heck happened to your character sheet? Where are your character sheet at?
You can put it in between the two.
You can just do, you just click on do shift
Here.
double click.
And I'm trying to dig through these guys real quick. Okay. He's gonna make a con save.
Ooh.
As he sees this thing coming, sees you flying, and he almost seems to open his arms for a minute before he pulls the staff in front of him, and the flames coating the skull just erupt. Almost seem to surround him protectively as the flames swallow up some of the strange green ichor before it all corrupts or constricts around him and just overwhelms him. As let's see, he takes not bad.
Is that a reaction to do that?
No, he's not. No, it's just my way of flavoring how he just doesn't get hit by poison.
Alright.
He made his save.
Yeah. Once all the fire, the smoke, and the venom fade from the air, you see him. Oh, delicious.
I'm just kind of
Still standing.
seeing that he's still standing. Samantha just can't help but just let a smirk spread across her face as she just gets ready to cast more magic.
Alrighty. And we come down to now. Ooh. This guy pulling out 2 arrows, looking around. Too many of his foes being surrounded by, or being on the other side of this large warg monster. Looks to the creatures on the wall. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. One of them just threw a big old blast of terrible shit at his captain, at his commander. So he pulls out 2 arrows and aims them at the strange woman with large wings who just shot this big old green blast. Where you at? Come on now, come on. What happened to your character sheet? What happened to you? Why'd y'all close? There we go. As we got 2 shots coming at you, Samantha. Woo! I'm assuming that hits. As 1 arrow catches you to the side, getting through your extra armor and striking true to your flesh. 2nd arrow, boo! Not quite enough. It seems like it goes a little too far away from you, flying off in the distance, but still that 1 arrow will sting.
Who fired it?
This guy over here.
Can you put like a little green circle on him?
I'll just let you remember with your keen mind.
Keen mind! Why are you teasing me like this?
With your non-keen mind.
Alrighty, Persephone, you find yourself laying in a pile of tent. Sort of not in a great position. You're on your back, and now you're inside the camp where there's fire and a big monster and more of these hobgoblins. What do you do?
I'm gonna use half my movement to get up and get this whatever it is out of my back. I just need to stand up. And
It's a frying pan.
Just a perfectly vertical frying pan.
and I think
Good, I need to replace my cooking utensils.
beastly looking dude looks like he's ready to come down, so I'm gonna throw a thorn whip at him. Oh, Jesus Christ.
As you swing your thorn whip wide and immediately realize, oh shit, that's Greg. And you pull the whip back and it kind of cracks in the air around this creature, catching its attention, but completely missing it.
Help!
Hi, I'm on this side now. Let's just get off this home. That will be my turn. That will be my turn. I'm good.
Okie dokie. As you near the fence, you can see these gloomer goblins starting to look over the situation. Some of them sort of trying to pull themselves away from the growing flames, as normal creatures would. And Persephone, you can see one of them looks, well, kind of familiar, a bit different now. They all sort of look the same. Little scraps of cloth on their body, little bits of, I guess you could call armor made of hide. But one of them, it's these vines that come down from its head like hair, seems to be intertwined with these little white petals. It looks like there's like these tiny little white flowers growing within the head, basically within its own hair. Similar to the one that you gave to that one creature.
My heart swells with relief.
Which one are you? Oh god. As this creature teetering on the edge, you can see the flames growing larger and larger on this pedestal. He teeters on the very edge of this thing and pulls out his arrows, looking down at his general. The general just looks up at him and goes, well, go on then. Shoot them. Fires 2 shots at, who's he gonna look at? Ooh, he's gonna look, got a direct line at, is that you, Greg? Yep. Going 2 shots for you, Greg.
Alright. Ooh, that'll certainly hit.
Catching you on the flank, catching you in your, I guess, your shield arm. And so the strike coming up behind, but this one going far, I guess, after it strikes your shield arm, your body jerks, and that causes your shield to go in front of the next arrow and accidentally, but still effectively blocks it. As you take 7 damage. Actually, ooh.
This is my sword arm. I'm right-handed.
Okay, your sword arm then, but at the way it strikes in that limb, seems to burrow deep, as having a large ally next to you slaps on an extra 7 damage.
So I take 6 in total.
Mm-hmm. As you are angry. As he has to make a dex save. Ooh, barely hanging on. You can see this thing's just trying to teeter on the edge of this burning pedestal, keeping his balance. Trying to keep on the flames are spraying a little too fast. He's barely managing to stay on. As we come to Clyde.
Oh, I think I'll do a little step here and a little step there. And I'm like, oh, there's my little red dot. And I'll fire.
Ooh.
I did it. Master.
That'll definitely connect.
For
Let's see.
16 damage.
Ooh. Clyde, your arrow strikes true. Where do you shoot him?
Like, I'm gonna shoot it, and I'm gonna go like, he's got this little staff right out.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can, I want to ricochet it off his little skull and like pierce him right in the side of the neck.
Give me a straight d20 roll.
Oh boy, let's see.
Oh, your arrow actually manages to sort of catch on the side of the skull. It hits and you hear this crack as a large crack actually forms in the bone from the strike, and it ricochets and gets him actually in the side of the head, and you can see him still smiling, recoiling from the poison, is goes stiff for a moment, and he falls to the ground with an arrow in his head.
Is the ear okay?
Hard to say. He's laying in a pile, basically surrounded by fire.
I see all the crazy shit up here, and I'll be like, alright, fuck this shit. Slide on down.
Still got your bonus action, technically.
Oh! I do. You're right. Hold on. Well, he shot my buddy Greg, so I'm gonna shoot the bastard back.
Ooh. And that will definitely connect. How do you want to kill this guy? As he's teetering on the edge of this burning pedestal.
Like he's going back to like grab another arrow, and like as he comes up, it's almost like the arrow goes right through where he has, and just like.
And you see a gout of blood come out of his throat and his neck as he steps off the edge, and he falls off the other side.
Alright, so I slide down, give a little wink over the Mitty, as he misses.
As Mitty, this thing is wounded. It is on its last leg. How do you want to kill him?
Oh, 13 hits! Oh, fuck yeah!
Absolutely, he's a big guy.
Oh. Fuck it, Mitty's gonna fucking climb him if somebody gets there. He's gonna climb him and just rip into his neck right here.
Yeah, it seems like this thing, it's literally, its head is so big, it could probably just engulf Mitty's body with a single chomp of its maw, but with how big it is, well, you've seen how Clyde climbs, Mitty. You throw yourself, and though you don't have the sharp curved claws to latch onto surfaces, you do have something sharp and curved. You have your teeth. And you latch onto its neck, and you rip and you tear. And Gregory, you watch this small wolf leap onto this monstrosity and just throw it on its back, tearing open its throat.
Oh, Mitty.
He's so good.
Clyde, I get to be a pooper. I think you have an extra damage on your weapon. You're not supposed to have.
Yeah, I am. It's the new longbow he gave me. Said he rated on damage.
You've got a magic mod and just a random +1 mod on there.
Dude.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Damage.
Because if you set up magic mod, it adds it to damage and attack.
Oh.
They probably did both.
Oh, so on the both those attacks you hit him with. Oh.
He's still alive.
We keep going with it. It's fine.
Okay. I'm sorry I ruined your D&D game. Oh man.
It's all ruined. Burn it to the ground. Let's just let this forest fire consume it.
As this large creature falls dead to the ground, laying before you, Mitty. And then you hear this awful... And this man's body lunges itself forward.
Oh, it's going to leave.
It lunges.
As his head twists to the side and the arrow in his head slides out.
Well then, you killed my dog. I don't really like that.
As he pulls himself onto his feet.
Look at the 99 and the 98. Holy shit.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's not going to be enough to take me down.
You see him glance up at the staff for a moment before he kind of does a double take.
And you're breaking my toy! Oh, you're not going to like what I'm going to do to you.
As he raises up his staff, and he thrusts it forward like this, almost like swinging it. And you can see the actual head of the staff turn up towards you, and its mouth opens up. And poof, a tiny little spark comes flying your way, centered at you, Greg.
Oh shit.
Now you go right there. Yeah, that's the wrong tool. As as everyone but Luna. I'm gonna need a dex save. Samantha with advantage.
40 feet up?
Is Luna 40 feet up?
I'm 40 feet up.
Oh, yeah, you're fine then. You're out of it.
I was like, wait a second.
Let's see.
Got it. Rape this motherfucker.
Oh.
Oh, Mitty. Oh, Mitty's good.
Yeah. Let's see.
Maybe not, but at least it made it save.
As this eruption of flame, starting at you, Greg, you see this tiny little ember floating in front of you for a moment before. Almost seems familiar. You've seen this a couple. Oh shit! Oh hell!
Hell with this! I'm just gonna try to cut through the fucking little beam of light with my sword, knowing that it's pointless. But I'm gonna just, in my anger, I'm just fucking lashing out at it. Oh!
As a hearty amount of damage is taken. Let's see.
Fireballs. Oh no, Mitty.
As the flame reaches out.
Mitty.
As everyone who fails their save takes a full 35 hit points, and anyone who makes it takes only half, as 17.
My flesh is enough! As Paracelsus falls off the wall.
Ooh, 15 feet.
He's not conscious enough to hold on to the wall anymore.
What the fuck, Clem?
Oh, Jesus.
Takes that death save from hitting the
As
ground.
he falls, hits the ground with a powerful thud, and even Samantha, you can hear it among the crackling flames. There's a loud crack as a limp body hits the ground relatively hard, as you see the doctor fall to the ground.
No, the dog is fine. That's only 17, right? He made the save.
No, the doctor. I'm saying he.
Oh no, I know Paracelsus is unconscious.
Yeah, dog's fine though.
I'm seeing Luna shit talking in the chat. I'm like, oh god.
As the flames roll across the area, Greg, now in the sort of the I guess the what do you call it? The impact zone. You see Mitty laying next to you, flames coating his body, turning his fur black. You see Clyde sort of trying to keep himself buffered, but it seems like his fires reach around whatever cover the tents would offer. The doctor's no longer on the edge of the fence where he was before, and Persephone is just, well, she was once green, but now she is roiling and covered in these flames that now starting to put out. Seems like what once was a pretty advantageous position has now become a pretty dire one. As I get to play more map games.
And the fog cloud's gone, so they can't concentrate on it anymore.
As the fog cloud falls.
Okay, well, for my next character, I was thinking non-variant human fighter, champion.
That's so basic.
As now you see blood spilling from the side of his head for just a moment before it suddenly stops. Lunge begins to step forward. More magic conjured in his hand and along his staff. Hold on a second. Oh, this guy fucking failed to save. As the man holding his sword, even with his fucking advantage, is consumed in fire.
Oh, I really liked him. Fuck. Is he close enough?
Yeah, that was my plan too.
Melanie, get him back up for me.
I gotta get a bunch of people back up, and I gotta make sure I don't go down.
As Persephone, you can see after the second impact, this other hobgoblin, smaller in size, wearing less extraneous armor, watches, it looks like his captain get consumed in his general's own flame, just turns tail, and just bashes against the door. Let's see if he can get through. Nope. As he runs and almost knocks himself off his feet, but continues to push against the door, just frantically trying to get out.
Let me out!
The weather's over there.
Let's see. These guys continuing around. Once there was a fog cloud, now there's none. Come around this corner. Ooh. And they're gonna.
Which side of the wall did I fall off?
You fell. Give me high or low.
I was always good at these. Okay, hang on. Whoa. Low.
All right.
Oof. Okay.
Which side did you not want to fall on?
Fall on this side.
On.
Right in front of these creatures.
Roll down the hill.
Bye, have a great time.
Did he take fall damage and have a failed
He
dex
did.
save?
He has a failed death save.
Oh, easy. Alright.
Yep, as these hobgoblins seem to be surrounding. Ooh. And surrounding the doctor, getting closer, investigating this strange unconscious man. And let's see. Ooh. These creatures continue to climb. Make it to the edge. How far can they go? Ooh.
Can they even see me though?
As they climb up here, they're crawling along the edge and come along here. And they look down at you, Clyde. Though you are quite a ways away, they have to slide down. Not enough movement to get there. And you, you'd make it about there. Yeah. Had to climb the rest of the wall. These guys over here. Ooh. How high up are you, Luna?
15 feet. I'm steady on the wall, basically.
Oh. Ooh, then you would have had to make a save. I thought you were 10 feet above the wall. I was like, oh, well, then you're like 25 feet away.
Firewall? Where's the firewall at?
It was right on Greg. Actually, no, you'd be fine. You're right. Like, you're on the, okay, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, you were right on the edge. Never mind. As these creatures are gonna start crawling up under here. Now looking at the creature that got away from them, and they're gonna start trying to climb the wall, but they don't quite reach it. They're about like 5 feet short of you, as they're not really built for climbing. As they're trying to reach up and get to you. That's all they can do. As you, ooh. Still up, still alive. Large beast falls in front of him, and his target is still in sight. He's gonna take a shot at you, Greg, and yeah, actually 2 shots at you, Greg. This guy way down here. Second one, definitely connecting, dealing 6 piercing damage, cut down to 3.
Take another shot in my leg. Darn it.
That's all I can do. Luna.
Fucking kill it, Luna!
Hey, but the doctor is about to get killed. I have to save everybody. I don't like these people.
Let's die.
Thank you for being our guardian angel of the night.
Mercy flying around.
Luna goes and picks his ass up and then drops him another 15 feet into a flaming tent.
Drop 15.
Relatable.
Is it an action to pick him up? Like,
That'd be a grapple.
carry him up?
Basically, it's your action to grab him, so yeah. You scoop him up in your
If he was actually dead, it'd be an item interaction. He's an object.
I grab him. Yeah, it's another 30 feet, so I'll dash to go another 15 feet up, which will be 30 feet. And actually, I guess I'll go like 60 feet. I'll go 30 feet in the air, which will be my full 60 feet dash.
We have to use an action to actually grab onto him and move him.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. So. Okay, so I'll go over here. Just at 30 feet, I'll still be in the air, and then I'll turn to general lunge as my 2 wings, well, one of the wings will just turn into like this strange kind of creature. Like the wing kind of expands, it's like it opens up like a mouth. I will Chaos Bolt real quick.
Just real quick.
It's real quick. It's a cheeky little chaos bolt.
I see it coming.
Okay. As it comes flying towards him, you see him hold out his staff and actually seems to catch the bolt as it flies toward him. Roll me damage so I can see what kind of bolt it was.
I mean, force damage.
Okay, just pure magical force heading his way. You see him hold out his staff, and the weird black, warbling, smoky flame seems to just burst for a moment and just seems to consume some of the magic coming before it strikes into the skull. We can hear a soft little crackle into the bone before he wheels it back, unharmed. Not this time, little angel.
The other wing will open up, and I'll like a bonus action. No, I can't do that. God damn it! I should have done that earlier. So yeah, I'll just drop down in front of him. Just face off of these two people.
Okay.
Oh.
As these things don't seem to be holding, like they're holding a sword and a shield in each hand, and they don't seem to be really holding them up to attack until you come in front of them and immediately go into like a defensive position, ready to fight.
Oh, that's it.
Okay.
I'll turn my second level spell to spell points.
Okay.
Gregory, fuck him up! Just the anger in my eyes, got my fucking sight just blinders on, everything in my peripheral is just turning to blur, and I just see this fucking guy in front of me as I just hold up my sword and just scream, "No!" as I just run across the battlefield, and with my DM inspiration, I just fucking swing for the fences. I try to slash into this fucking creature's gut.
Alright. Give me that DM inspiration attack. As this creature, you see you come running and swinging your sword, Greg. You are driven with power and purpose as you bury the sword into his side and it catches. As you see him holding his hand out, just in front of where the blade would be. And there's just this strange dissonance, this difference between you and him, keeping a separation between your blade and his body, as he seems to cast a spell. But the sword is so very close.
Oh, fuck. Oh, damn.
It's monster. And you see he's not even looking at you, Greg. He's looking at the blade literally right in his hand.
Because I'm just gonna fucking push my body up to him and just try to shove into him, try to keep him off balance, but that's all I can really do, just sort of grappling and trying to get my fucking blade in this guy. So that's my turn.
Alrighty, let's see. Who are you? Are you dead? No, you're still alive. Guy stepping over the edge, looking around, seeing many of his enemies fall, looks around, up, down, one's wounded on the ground, one's engaging the captain. Pulls out his arrow and aims at the back of Greg.
Oh, get me.
Catch in the back. It seems to hit in a relatively advantageous position, doing a total of 14 damage. Here comes the second strike at you. Though this one goes a little wide. It actually hits you right in the shoulder, and it sure looks like it hits, but your armor, your body, just too tough, too strong to be hit. Just bounces off.
Second strike, fucking energy is draining out of my body.
As Paracelsus, I'm gonna need a death saving throw. As we all hold our breath.
Over one. Close to the one.
Behind you, Luna, you can hear this gurgling sound as something begins to spill from the edge of Paracelsus' mask. It is red.
Yeah.
It is blood. He is not in a good way.
Quickly put it on so I don't choke on my own blood.
As
I thought that's just burn wounds.
what's that?
I mean, I thought it's just technically burn wounds.
I mean, you basically burned and then you fell.
Yeah. Hit my head. A little too hard, apparently.
Midi, give me a death save. You got a death saving throw? Yep. Midi on the ground. Some of the flames now rolling away. His fur is still blackened by this, fire that rolled over his once pristine white fur, save for the few scars. You can hear him sort of whimpering on the ground, sort of trying to get it, but his mind is not with him. He's sort of just twitching on the ground, trying to get back up. as Captain is dead. Samantha, you see your champion being bombarded with arrows. You see your doctor fall to the ground and is bleeding. The white Winter's Bite, if that is his name, is on the ground, not in a good way. Persephone is not in a good way. Things have suddenly shifted against you. What do you do?
I think I have my stuff on my back. So, let's see. I think I still have that penthouse in Malibu.
So you start to fly away, Luna just drops concentration, you just fall to your death.
Drift close.
I'll wait till you get above the fire.
Yeah, you just drop into the fire. Slowly drifting into the flames.
It's okay, you don't have to help.
Things that need fucking help.
Don't help me.
Wait, I have you next turn.
Yeah.
Unless they like ignore me and just stab you.
Yeah, and then
It's like, alright, kick him and make sure he's dead. Part is 42 feet. Ugh. As Samantha is just going to fly 30 feet there. And throw her scepter out in front of her with a bonus action. Load the snakes, one to each. One to each archer.
Alrighty. 2 shots.
Con save riders.
Ooh, both of those will hit. Give me them damage rolls. Let's see, one and the other. This guy's takes 9. Bam. Ooh, equal. That makes it easy. One of them already wounded by your strike in the initial opening attack, so gets hit by another blast. Poof, but this time he starts retching. Let's see. Oof, but he just immediately begins to vomit as these green veins start to stink up his neck. Other one, even worse state as both of them are in a sickened way.
As I'll use the rest of my movement. I still have another 30 feet. To go. Yeah, I'll go 25 feet that way.
Okie dokie. As one of these creatures now sickened, tries to rain arrow. Looking for the woman who shot her with that blast. His mind a bit muddled from the strange toxin taking over. Is going to take 2 shots with disadvantage. Assuming
First one will hit.
strikes you in the side. Just 6 damage. Don't know why that crits on that.
Weird.
Yep. As you take 6 damage as an arrow catches you in the side. And that's all he does. Persephone, battered by fire, and now watching some of your allies fall before you. What do you do?
Do they get repeat saves at the end of the turn?
No, they just don't till the end of the turn, basically.
Oh, okay.
They're poisoned until next turn comes around.
I'm gonna hold my hand out to Gregory, and the pendulum's gonna glow, and I'm gonna higher cast Healing Sword on him. cast that at... Yeah, I got a slot spare. Third level.
Ooh, doing 7 healing as you can hear Persephone's words reaching you, Gregory, and it feels like that arrow that just split its way into your back is almost sliding out.
Be another 5 on top of that? I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, because weird. Yeah.
It's still being.
Yeah, it's weird. As you get 12 hit points back, Greg.
Oh yeah. My hand was starting to go up to my chest as my vision started to fade, but feeling reinvigorated, I put my grip back in my sword again.
Alright.
And I'm gonna take the dodge action.
Okay. Taking the dash action.
Dodge.
Dodge. Ooh, as you go defensive, standing next to this burning tent, you're keeping yourself in a defensive position.
And that... I can still move while dodge action, right?
Yeah, you can move while dodging. You're just basically keeping yourself in a defensive way. You're wary of danger coming.
Samantha, you're still up in the air.
What do you feel about you?
I'm gonna just try to nuzzle myself over here, behind the fiery tents.
Yeah, the fire hasn't quite spread far enough to be completely consuming, but they are spreading quite a bit, and they might corner you if you linger there for far too long.
Linger there, just enough to catch my strength as I hide behind Myrtle, my turtle shield, and that's my turn.
Okay, let's see. This guy is dead. Clyde, you see over the burning tent now collapsing before you, Middy's laying unconscious on the ground. And behind you, one of these terrible, twisted, wolf-like creatures is looking over the edge. Not quite close enough to get you.
Alright, good. I'll run away. And I will shoot at the general.
Alright.
Nope.
It seems like the arrow would hit just as it did before, only now, even with Greg in your way, you got a clear shot at his head, comes flying, and you just see it ricochet off of this strange invisible force that seems to linger on his body.
Question. Are healing potions a bonus action?
If you take them yourself, yes. If you administer, yeah. If you administer someone, it's an item interaction.
Item interaction.
I mean, it's an action. Use an object, use an action.
Okay.
Yeah. So many times. As you give Middy a suppository potion?
Well, I got good berries.
Oh, that's true.
So, I do that, so I'll just go next to him.
You did make your good berries that morning.
I did, I still have 4 left. But, can't use them. That's a full action. Return.
Okie dokie. As it seems like more of this man's body begins to reconstruct itself. And Greg, standing so close to him now, it's strange. The way this thing is holding his staff, with every time one of his wounds seems to close itself around and mend itself, you can hear that cracking sound in the skull attached to his staff. As it seems like this thing is getting more and more damaged. And he looks to you, Greg, and he just smiles. Give it to me. Give me the sword, and I shall let all of them live, human. This doesn't have to end in fire. This doesn't have to end in death. Just give in to the Black Fury. Let me have this great moment. We will all win.
The only thing you getting is a trip to whatever hell you things go to.
The same as you, my friend. As he reaches out and he puts his hand on you, Greg. And you just start feeling something charging up as you have to pull yourself away, but the armor you're wearing is so very conductive.
Ooh.
As you feel a sudden jolt of electricity run through your body. Yes, he's going to pull himself away from you, using your bodies just sort of shaking and twitching, and can't really move to get after him as he starts sauntering away. And then with a bit of a hop and a step, you see this body just gets consumed in smoke, as if his body just got burned up into ashes. As he seems to reappear up about here on this ledge. As if some sort of step into mist.
Oh, hear that, everyone? He chose death for you all. I'd be prepared. We have to live with our decisions now.
And that's going to be his turn. And these soldiers, seeing this fallen man before him, and now an angel of darkness standing before in front, they're going to step forward and try to get around you and take a couple strikes at you, Luna. As they swing out with long swords. Ooh. Assuming it's gonna hit, do a 9 damage. I'm gonna need a con save. Oof. As the magic keeping your wings aloft, Luna falls. And Samantha, you will plummet. Oof. And take 46 damage.
As I use my reaction.
Yeah, you do.
I fucking love this fucking thing, man. I'm so glad you made this. I use it so much.
As you're about to fall, your wings give way, but you're able, you know, you can catch this. You're always prepared for a situation. Descend to the ground, reducing it by, nah. But also, but Luna, in this advantageous position, these creatures, they cut a bit deeper, and that one that struck true cuts especially true as you take an additional 15 damage.
Ooh.
And the second creature comes in with his swing.
Jesus. Well.
As you take 8 damage.
On the arms of an angel.
On top of an additional 13. As in 2 blows, each one strikes on either side of you. And Luna, you fall unconscious.
So what we learned today is don't help anyone else.
Yep, exactly. What happened? Rule 1! Rule 1!
Didn't this happen last time Luna helped us out?
I mean, rule 1 is action economy, because if you just kill the enemies, you don't have to save people, because you'll be fine.
No. I mean, Ash is rule 1. Ash screams out in some cryogenic prison. Rule 1. But we're not thieves. Rule 1 doesn't apply.
Oh yeah, and Samantha, because you're using your reaction, you can immediately move I think it's half your movement speed in a horizontal direction before you descend to the ground.
Is it my current or
I'm assuming, considering the concentration dropped, I'm gonna say it's your normal speed. Because you lost your wings.
I will go 15.8 feet that way.
Okay.
Gregory, I think everything is going tits up, my friend. I shouldn't have lost my wings.
As that's all they can do, as they strike this strange dark-haired woman down. These other creatures
kill you outright?
I don't think it would. I think you have a lot more health than that.
Yeah, I believe in you.
More than 13 health.
She's gonna put the X on her character.
As these strange, twisted creatures, these ones will get to the edge of the wall, climbing over. Ooh. There's only one person in range. Oh, but that actually... They're gonna have to crawl over fire to get to her, though. Everyone crawls around here. Crawl over the edge. Let's see. Similar to a certain lady. Ooh, they take 5 damage each. As they're crawling over these burning tents, but they don't seem to have much of a mind about them as they're crawling over, and both of them are going to strike at you, Persephone. with normal strikes, as they seem to be quite coordinated with one another. And see, will you hold on? Will you manage? As 2 strikes. Boop.
Nope. Well, that one didn't hit.
Yep, the second one comes in. As these teeth are scratching against your shield. You are cornered, but you are not down.
Myrtle's my new best friend.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's gonna be your only friend at this rate.
Let's see, and this creature down here, still sickened, but sees a creature he was aiming at fall straight to the ground, is gonna try and get 2 shots at you with disadvantage, Samantha. As boom! Wow. As I'm assuming 18 will hit.
Yep.
Alright, oof. Fortunately not close to any bad guys, and the second one comes in, boop. The other one goes flying right overhead. As Luna, I'm gonna need a death save. Oof, as these wounds are just causing you to bleed out slowly. Everything's going dark. Everything goes so quiet. So quiet. As Gregory, you're standing. Now the creature you were standing before has vanished and reappeared elsewhere.
So much I can do. Just rage keeping me going. I'm just fucking charging forward, trying to get this fucking thing. I can only go so far though, as I just run up this fucking ramp, cutting as I'm going. As trying to get in the face of these fucking things, trying to get their attention. As I cut down this fucking beast.
Alrighty. Give me that good cut.
13.
That'll do it as you carve into this thing's body, ripping and tearing with your sharpened edge. Give me that damage. Ooh. No rage damage? Oh, it's already in there.
Nope. Rolled a 2.
As you basically almost cut this thing clean in half through one side, this sword is just so ever sharp. As it's basically standing on half of its legs, coughing and blood coming out of it.
Come on! That's my turn.
Alrighty. And now, seeing this large man bolstering up the side of this, I guess walking up, it looks like something of a ramp that you're pushing your way through, climbing over corpses to get to these creatures. This man sort of backs up, and then he looks over and he sees this large cat man. He kept just avoiding his gaze this entire time. And out of everyone, he looks like he's the least bloodied. And he readies an arrow. As he's going to shoot 2 shots at you, Clyde. Ooh. Oh, normal. 17 hit.
Yep.
As you take 7 damage. And second shot, boo!
Nope.
And that's all he can do. Paracelsus, give me a death save.
Alright. Alright, we gotta channel. You gotta channel me re-rolling another character because I'm gonna fail this death save. Holy crap, with my luck.
50-50.
I can only roll D10s. And the arms
As the blood pours from your mouth, Paracelsus, a gurgle, a pop, and everything goes dark. As the Dr. Hohenheim has perished.
Call your Despacito, Ethan.
As Mitty, give me a death save.
Already did it.
I did? Oh yeah, nicely done. Mitty, still kind of whining, still with you, in a lot of pain, but still there. Samantha.
Oh, this takes me back. Feeling my heart racing in my ears, blood trickling from every which way, people dying and smoke in my lungs. I just concentrate all of everything I have into one more spell. Trying to aid Gregory, keep him up, as I just chuck forward a massive green snake onto the top of the hill. Perfectly positioning it so I don't kill my husbando, obviously.
Explodes on top of the tent.
Okay, so it's a 15-foot radius, I forget.
Yeah, 15 foot.
Alrighty, this massive snake almost appears out of this tent and just froils around and strikes everyone. Let's see, gave it them con saves. I get that guy too. Let's see, you gotta make a con save. Oof. And this guy, you see the snake reach out and rip through him, and this almost like a wave of poison, and you just see all the strength leave this one twisted creature as it fucking dies. Let's see, what about you, buddy? What about you? Oh, this one bolstered managed to keep itself steady, but still this thing just wretches it horribly as it takes. Ooh, perfect, look at that. A considerable amount of damage, almost taking it out. This guy down here can't even make a save because it's gonna die anyway. The one that Gregory just tore into, its wound festers immediately in front of you, Greg.
Nice.
And this guy, let's see. Ooh, as you see the poison fester into his wounds, those that are still healing, and he falls to the ground. And let's see how much. Ooh, as he falls to the ground, you can hear this slight as the skull begins to crack even more. It seems like just the very smallest sinews of, I guess, calcium seem to hold this thing together, the flame growing dimmer and dimmer as his body once again falls to the ground.
Samantha just seeing him fucking, like, hold onto his staff and then fall over onto the ground. Gregory, cut off his fucking head! As Samantha just gasps for breath and then just gonna go ahead and just go ahead and crawl on inside the
Cut off his head.
See, I knew if I said it long enough, I'd get him to do it.
Go on, buddies. No, so I'll go over to Clyde. Ignore my weird diagonal movement.
As you bounce off the fence.
Yeah, I like stumble back and have to catch myself after using all of that energy and then just go over to Clyde. Try to go like, you know, lethal weapon back to back as I turn over towards the weird fucking things accosting Persephone.
Okay. Let's see. This guy's no longer sick. Get yourself back to his feet, seeing his general go down. Looks around. Oh, can't see anyone. Corpses in the way, fire, smoke everywhere. He's gonna go after the last guy he can see. As two shots come flying out. At you, Greg. Woo!
Fucking at me.
And boom! Second strike against you, but bouncing off your armor.
Got 3 damage. One more time, it scratches across my shoulder. Starting to draw blood a little bit more, but still up.
Alrighty. Persephone.
Christ. I'm gonna disengage.
Sure.
Get out of this situation, please, and thank you. Oh, good. This way. Stop over here.
As you slip and slide and pull yourselves away.
Just trying to get away. Yep.
Alrighty. Yeah, these things try to reach out and grab you, but the way you're moving, you're going from like being full defensive to suddenly evasive and dodgy, and you're like just slipping around using your tiny, quick little elf feet. Pull yourself away.
I would like to use my bonus action.
Balm of the stomach court myself because Jesus, I am in pain.
Alrighty. How many dies are you pouring into yourself?
2d6s. Not
Alrighty. You also gain a number of temporary hit points equal to the number of dice spent, so you get 2 temporary hit points. Not bad.
Yep. As
you feel yourself being slightly bolstered, still your wounds are stinging, but there's a bit of new life in you. Is that your turn?
That's my turn.
Alrighty, Clyde.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
He's prone, right?
Who, Mitty?
No.
He's definitely on the ground. He is
You
prone.
can see him from where you are.
And it's a bit of a rise. There's some corpses in the way. You can kind of make him out with your sharp kitty cat archer eye, but he is prone.
Kitty dash.
I think I can kitty dash.
Is that action?
You just gotta hold still, basically. I think he held still for 1 round, didn't you?
Yeah, he's been down here with Mitty for 2 rounds.
I mean, like when he was up on the hill.
He's been moving.
Although, when's the last time that I used it? I haven't used it since I got up here.
Again, it's I think you stood like for a little bit just right here.
Yeah. So I get it back. So, like, yeah.
You kind of meant to catch your kitty cat breath, and then zoom, zoom, zoom.
Oh shit! Sling my bow on my back. And I walk up with my short sword. Cut off his fucking head. Cut off his fucking head.
As Clyde,
I swear, John has the most plot crits.
Clyde, basically with his speed, seeing his wolf fall to flame, comes almost gliding over the ground past you, Gregory. The wind around you just sort of billows. The flames almost being put out as Clyde just gracefully whoosh, goes not for 1 ear, not for 2 ears, but the whole head. And with that, you see the skull on his staff shatters.
As I shout out in Goblin, your fucking general is dead! Give up or join him! Or fucking run away, I don't fucking care!
Give me an intimidation check. With advantage. Let's see. As you can see the archers, especially the one right next to you, Clyde, who witnessed you behead his general, immediately just lowers his bow and just starts to look like he's backing away. The ones on these pedestals kind of look around. Nowhere else for them to go except down on these ladders as they start to inch towards it. But you can see over the edge these hobgoblins who just struck down. Looks like Lucy Luna, sort of pooling in a pile of her own blood before them. Don't seem too swayed by your words. Plus, they can't really see the beheading. What with the height?
Oh, obviously, but well, I figured it was the tent.
As these creatures.
Does this poor guy ever get out of the gate?
Yeah, it's his turn now. Yeah, you can see him still bashing against the door, just trying to open it. Eventually, you're.
It's a pull door, dummy.
And eventually, whatever hold was giving it some strength has faded after just bashing over and over into it. As the gate opens up, he sort of stumbles through and just starts, well, running as best he can. He's sort of used all of his focus to break through the door. As these 2 hobgoblins begin to surround Luna. Oh, let's see, who can see? Clyde, you'd notice, you could hear the sound of rattling, the sound of metal, the sound of chains. As these guys start to chain up the last surviving member of their onslaught.
Like, BDSM?
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Let's see, they're dead, they're dead. The last two remaining creatures, one of them seems to split off from the other, going through, oh god, he can branch around the fire, making his way over the fire, sort of jumping, but still taking, let's see, how much was it to? Just driven mad by hunger, pulling itself over the ground, trying to get at you, Persephone. And he's gonna take it back. Ooh. As this chomp catches hold, doing 7 damage. Give me a strength save.
Don't forget your temporary hit points.
Yeah, bringing you down. That force, that moment of vitality you felt, giving you strength, now begins to fade as this thing pulls you straight to the ground, so it's shaking into you. Other one coming to the other closest creature, which looks to be Samantha. Jump. Now you're rolling attack high on your fucking attack rolls, enemies. All session. As teeth bear into you, Samantha.
Rolling great the entire time! I've only been missed like twice out of like the 14 attacks on my way.
As you need to give me a strength save, Samantha, as this thing's teeth tear into you. These horrible, disgusting creatures. Alright, so I'm pulled away. I pulled away, so I gotta do also the 2. 6, 7 damage. As you are pulled to the ground, Samantha.
I get out a cry for help looking at the gloom roots as I go down.
Wait.
As this creature just turns and you see him run and jump, and you're just oof on the other side. Let's see.
Please kill himself from far.
Yes.
Falls prone.
Yep. And he gets right back up. And Luna, give me a death saving throw. You can feel some of your vitality coming back to you. Just, your mind is just muddled. Everything's just dark and cold and empty. It feels like, God, it's like cold irons pressing against you. As Gregory, just as soon as this creature's head was torn from its shoulders, you hear the sound of biting and ripping coming from behind.
Sorry, Luna, but yeah, I'm just seeing Clyde rush towards and a fucking just dash of speed, cutting this guy off, and then I hear the cry of Persephone behind me, turn around, and see she's just getting gnawed at on the ground, so it's like, help, no! And so I just start chasing back down the hill. I will rush up to this fucking thing and just try to cut its fucking head off, and it's clawing down at Persephone.
Okay. Give me that swing. Ooh.
Of course.
As in your haste, you wave your sword up and over, and this thing, it's as nimble as it always has, seems to be just pull itself to the side, and the sword hits the ground.
Oh! That's my turn.
Okay. As let's see, who are you? Ooh, this guy up here just turns around and just runs in the other direction, sort of lowering his body down to slide down this steep hill before he sort of peters off to the end, and he just starts making his way. So he doesn't get too far because he can't go too far on that thing. As Mitty, another death saving throw. As eventually Mitty's breathing begins to calm down. Samantha, prone on the ground, this creature's teeth bearing into your leg. What do you do?
Oh, I just thought of something amazing.
Uh-oh.
This thing is on top of me. I am just like writhing on the ground, trying to get back on my feet. I have to stay alive. Of your Empress, protect me, as I say that to all of the snakes I'm wearing.
As your body stills on the ground for a moment, your clothing begins to writhe. And one by one, serpents surge from your sleeves, from your hood, from your neck, from your waist, and they just consume this creature biting and tearing and biting like a cocoon. Some, especially the longest one, the most recent edition, just squeezing. This thing writhes and I'm assuming a bunch of fucking snakes can do more than like 5 damage.
So, of them.
As they just consume this creature, and it just falls to the ground, twitching and writhing. That's why you keep snakes in your pocket.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm just gonna fucking lay here.
Okay, is that your turn?
Felt like that should take my action.
Sure.
Fair.
As again, one of these creatures turns and just hops it over the edge, falling. Ah! Ooh. You definitely hear a loud. And he continues to. Please make about here. As Persephone, this thing's teeth are bearing down into you. See Greg coming to fight, but this thing is pretty nimble.
If I wild shape while prone, do I stay prone?
Yes, you do.
Okay. I wild shape into a black bear anyways.
Okay. As your form just shifts into this bulky, fleshy, clawed and toothed creature.
And I'm gonna attack my movement to get up, and I am going to leave.
But yeah, like 4 health. You're just gonna leave Gregory over there?
No, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Is that your turn? Okay, because this thing's gonna try and bite you.
Yeah.
As it's gonna go chomp. Does that hit your bear armor class?
Yep.
Knock your
assuming
ass
so.
fucking prone.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, that was 17. Yeah.
Okay, so as you try to pull away, this thing's teeth tear into you, doing 4 damage to your bear form. Give me a bear strength saving throw.
Good.
As you get knocked back to the ground, this thing catches onto your flank and pulls you. But as this thing is yanking and tearing and pulling away at your body, you see snakes coming around it, but they're not snakes. They're made of plant matter. In fact, they're covered in these white flowers as they just wrap around and constrict and squeeze. As you see one by one pulling themselves forward. Similar experience you saw before when the shadow was cornered. Tendrils to start wrapping around this thing and squeezing it. Every drop, every ounce, every inch of life from its body. As it stands, let's see, as it stands on death's door, restrained but not quite dead yet. And Clyde.
So I come around the corner, I'll pull the bow back out. I'll shoot this fucker.
Yeah, you see these creatures seeming to wrap the unconscious and still bleeding Luna in chains. They're starting to put manacles on one arm and moving on to the next one. Oof. But with that shot, Clyde, these things manage to catch sight of you and raise a shield. And ting! Bounces the arrow off.
Bonus action to put the hunter's mark on him.
Okay.
So quietly remind Luna about turn order.
Alrighty. As these creatures now catching sight of you, straight a fucking Catman shooting down arrows at one of them. They're gonna release the chains on Luna. One of them dropping his sword, another one pulling out a bow. And they're gonna fire at you. Boom.
They can't shoot
Missing.
bows, they got shield strapped.
Oh, you're right, they can't. I guess they're just gonna try and drag Luna away.
Ooh.
Pulling her bit by bit.
In separate directions.
So I scream out to Goblin, where the fuck are you gonna go? Everything is on fire. Fucking dumbass hobgoblins.
Please don't remind them about that. I just killed you.
Shouldn't save people.
Okay. As we come down to this creature, last on his feet, surrounded by these dangling vines, starts gnashing out at them, trying to bite and rip and tear at the things, keeping him still. And going. Oh, as he starts ripping through these vines and pulls himself free. But it takes his full action. Let's see, Where you at? Yep. Slides down the hill. And you see them just making a dead run towards these flames. As dangerous as they are. Okay, you're right here. This guy's still running too. Although he actually stops with the fire because something. Okay, Luna, I'm gonna need one more death save.
Oh, she's 1-1, right?
Oh, just another death save. As your darkness and the chill around you starting to fade ever so slightly, but still, you're just lost in this shadow. As Greg, we come around to you.
See this thing get wrapped up, confused. Persephone turned to a bear, seem to be somewhat safe for the moment. Turn to Samantha, see all these snakes crawling over this dead thing, but it looks like she's about to die herself. I just step away from this fucking thing. Tired, not really trying to defend myself, as once I get away from it, if it lashes out at me or not, my anger starts to drop as just the fatigue takes over. And I lean down, put a hand on Samantha's shoulder. Alright, I got you. As I will heal her for 10 health.
Alright.
Lay on hands.
I told you the snakes were good for something.
Lay on hands for 10 health.
Okay. As again, you feel this warmth, this strange but also welcoming heat entering your body, and your wounds feel a little less painful, your breath a little less shallow. Life enters you.
Well, matey. I'll get you next, matey. Hold on. Where's Pear and Luna?
On the other side of the wall. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Alright. Hunter?
Okie dokie. As this guy's gonna run, and you actually see him fucking run into the fire. And as he's running, fire catches onto him. He steps forward, falls into it, sort of crawls as the flames just sort of consume him.
Oh, he totally made it. He totally made it.
As he perishes in fire.
Oh god, those fucking ears.
I mean, what's your ears if we're all dead to not spin them?
Samantha, you feel new life enter you. Now your breathing's a bit easier despite all the smoke and fire and carnage, and there's one creature left. It seems like within your reach.
Let's get up. I see like all the vine dudes have this thing just kind of lifted up off the ground and are just crushing the juice out of it. Clyde, where's Luna?
Oh, they're trying to take her away. I'll shoot them in the fucking head, don't worry.
Take her away, what the heck?
And she'll just use half her movement.
The
to
dog's
stand
not
up.
moving, though.
What?
I mean, Luna's not moving either.
Oh no, she's getting moved.
Moving all over the place.
Samantha, hearing that Paracelsus isn't moving and Luna's being dragged away, she'll take the good old fat. And get up on top of a hill. Trying to see what it is that's going on.
Yep, as you get to the top of this hill rising over these corpses, you can see, oh, from over the wall, you see these two hobgoblins set next to each other, pulling out what looks like chains, and on the end of them is a limp and bloodied Luna, who Clyde is sort of shooting arrows around, trying to take down her captors. They have shields on one arm and their hands pulling on chains, trying to defend themselves while dragging their prey away.
Fuck. That's the end of my turn.
Okie dokie. Let's see, are you killing yourself too? Yeah, you are. Oh, look at that 6 health. As he runs into the flames and you see him just... as fire consumes him. Oh, damn it. Come on, X. Come on, X. Do your thing, X. No, stop it! You have to pull you away so I can kill you. Thank you. Alright. And Persephone, still in your bear form, being accosted by this creature, but now it's pulling off these vines, trying to restrain it. What do you do?
I'm gonna get up again. But this time, I'm gonna try to bite at it.
Alrighty. Chomp
Advantage.
Yes?
Get that
There's a
advantage.
shame.
Get that advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, but it seems like in your haste, just trying to sink your teeth into this thing just manages to pull away. Just even with the vines on it, it just doesn't manage to pull. But you see the vines wrapped around these tendrils squeeze again. And then blood pours out of its mouth, along with lots of things, thick and slimy and viscous, and it all just piles onto the ground as this creature is squeezed once more and dies. As we come back to Clyde, unless you want to do anything else, Bear, Persephone.
Victory roar!
Oh, Clyde, with that one strike, you fucking kill this guy. How do you want to take him down?
He's like walking away, shoot him right in the back of the fucking head like I said I was going to. With my bonus action, I'll draw another one and fire at this one for 14 damage. The 17 hits.
With a shield in hand, this thing, it seems like it just barely raises the shield in time, having caught the edge of your weapon, seeing how quickly you could fire your arrow.
It's a slide down the fucking hill.
As now his
I'm on fire, you bastard.
As now his ally falls, and now he simply holds the creature in his hands. You see this thing back up and just drop Luna's chain and just start backing up further and further and further. But stopping after turning around and realizing there's fire on the other side. And this one down here, seeing the fire around it, just sort of stops and just surveys its situation, just sort of at a loss of what to do. These guys are dead. And you run into the fire. Another scream, for the Black Fury! As fire consumes them.
Indeed.
As Luna. Gonna need a dessert. Ooh.
2 to 2.
As Luna, that slight distance you cross to get back to the warmth is depth down, and you feel the cold, lost between life and death. As let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. With that, I would say the fires still burn. There are creatures still running, but they seem to have no intention of fighting. We are left in a scene of destruction, a scene of death, a scene of carnage.
Pick myself up and start charging towards the wall between the fire and leap, try to get over it. I'd be a little bit slow. My fucking tired ass state. Just, God damn it.
I mean, you can easily, like, with your strength and your rage still guiding you, you can easily basically vault yourself over the wall with a considerable amount of strength. In fact, you could probably, if they're enough fire damage, you can probably just bash your way through the wall if you get a good old athletic check.
I'm too exhausted for that. My rage is faded at this point.
Gotcha.
But I will drop myself down on the other end. Hell. Doing alright. As I run over to Pear.
She looks a little fucked up, to be honest with you.
And she looks like she is on the verge of just... I mean, she looks about as cold and as stiff as these other dead creatures around. Although maybe just the slightest hint of life, maybe a twinge in her hand. She needs care now.
Yeah, looking at Para and look like he's just like a crumpled mess on the ground. Hell, I'll run over to Luna, see that she's breathing, I'll lean down, put a hand on whatever wound, like her stomach or whatever, that cut deep into her, and just pump, not a ton, but I'll pump like 8 health into her. My lay on hands. Come on, Luna. Come on.
As Luna, for a moment, your vision sort of comes back to you. You find yourself getting back up off the ground, some semblance of life. You're so exhausted, there's so much pain.
Would have got up anyway.
And you pull yourself forward, and you open your eyes, because you hear a voice speaking to you.
Oh, Luna, no, come on.
But there's nobody there. There's nobody standing, nobody holding you. There's nobody. There's no forest. There's no surroundings. Everything looks like it's... I mean, has the forest fire gone that far? The ground is dark. The trees are gone. The landscape is just a void. The only thing you can really hear is the strange wind. Where there would be wide landscapes and hills, there is only these steep cliffs. Where there would be a sky overhead, there's a mountain range coming from the clouds.
I mean, I know I'm not nice, but hell is a bit much.
And your sass joins you in this strange thing. And the strangest thing about it is there's no person with you, but you do feel the slightest sense of a presence. And even with your sharpened senses, you barely catch notice of this strange distortion of the earth around you, like a gentle, soft footstep. And that footstep should not be that soft. For as you turn, you see this large figure looming over you. It's closer than it's ever been, standing so very tall. It's that thing you've been watching. It's that thing that's been watching you. And you catch just enough of its sight in this uncomfortable distance it now stands away from you. With a single hand beset with long claws, those as long and as sharp as the horns on its head, as it tries to reach out for you. Slowly encroaching. And in the next moment, it should have touched you. You don't know what would happen if it touched you. You find yourself back. There's lights, there's smoke, there's fire. As you find yourself awake, back in this awful scene, as Gregory is sort of kneeling over you, holding you.
Oh, come on, open your eyes, girl.
Did we win?
Yeah. You got him.
So I struggle to sit up. What about the doctor? I came over here to help the doctor. Is he okay?
Look over my shoulder. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't? It's a simple question, Trey. I know you're simple. It's see the guy or not.
I think he's gone, Luna. He ain't breathing. He's burnt real bad. I don't think I can bring him back. Not from that. I'm sorry.
Are we still on initiative?
Nope.
Okay. Oh no, he's fine. He's just playing, aren't ya? Just wake up. Just wake up, you fucking you cheeky bastard. Just wake up. As I break the game.
That's what you get for trying to use a gift in an emotional moment.
I didn't try to use a gift. I tried to cast Cure Wounds. Just get up. Why is it getting up, Gregory?
I don't think he's gonna get up, Clyde.
Oh, no, I used the spell. He has to get up.
He's gone, Clyde. Just. Yeah. I'll get him. Minnie's inside, Clyde. I need your help. I got him. I'm just gonna scoop Pear up in my arms, start to stand up.
Hop the fence.
Assuming that they just go down relatively easily, considering.
Oh yeah, they're sort of in a stupefied stance. They're like looking towards the people with the bows and the weapons and the armor, looking towards the surrounding fire spreading throughout the forest. And as soon as they turn back to you. Okay. As the guy who finally made it out the gate. I did
Get
it.
shot in the back. All right, Cracker. He's unconscious, right? You have more of your weird glowy hand. That feels good. Can you get him up?
I'm just walking back around towards the gate, and I look up at her and just shake my head back and forth. I just keep walking around with it in my arms.
Oh, fuck.
Come on, boy. Wake up.
Trap my bear form. You guys did it. You guys helped us. And we got rid of him too. And you guys should be okay now, right? And the forest is still on fire around us.
Yeah.
Persephone.
Clyde? I'm gonna like quickly get between Clyde and one of the Gloomroots. They're our friends. They're our friends.
No, Persephone. But the doctor, he's not waking up.
What? Well, I mean, it was rough. Have we
No.
tried?
No, I tried. He's not waking up.
Just shoulder open the gate and then push through it, and walk inside.
No.
He's supposed to wake up.
Purse, you alright?
I'm fine. But the doctor?
I think he's gone. Sorry, Purse.
I'm just gonna grab onto Clyde as tears start running down my face.
This isn't supposed to happen, Persephone. People aren't supposed to die. What?
Not
They are.
You did something that know if anybody else could do. You know, it's. We all knew this weren't safe. I'm sure I'm sure he's alright with giving his life. Something like this. It wasn't for nothing. Yeah. He died doing something great. I'll remember him for it.
I mean, who's gonna really remember him correctly? Like,
We will.
what? That's true.
And I'm sure Oakwell will too. We didn't just do this for ourselves. What we did here today ultimately is supposed to help that town in the long run.
Yeah. A lot more people in Thistle would have died if it weren't for him. Yeah. Y'all. I don't know. Ask Samantha, maybe she knows what to do next. So I'm just gonna walk over and put him on this cart. Just sort of look down at his body. Just sort of in a daze.
Motherfucker, this bastard's fault! Clyde runs up to him, just kicks him.
Quickly follow after Clyde.
Stupid.
As you rise up the hill, seeing this headless creature laying on the ground, still this twisted grin upon its face, you see one of the gloomers sort of just standing around his body, though he doesn't seem to be looking at the dead general. You see him sort of just very carefully, hand over hand, picking up every piece. Looks like the broken skull. And you see this creature, especially you, Persephone, recognize it, this one that has the flowers in its vines. Just sort of looks it over, and its head starts shaking. And you see the vines reaching out, wrap around the skull itself, and sort of pull it back together, knitting in sort of a strange fashion. And then, almost uncomfortably, you see these vines start to pull themselves from the goblin's head and sort of wrap around this skull in almost like a weird ball of writhing plant flesh. And the whole thing begins to shift and change as these flowering plants surge forward, twisting and churning into a peculiar shape. It grows a long and thin body. If it stood tall, it'd probably be about as tall as Greg, if not taller, although its arms and legs are about as thin as sticks. Its head is almost like this writhing mass of vines, though not quite as thick and as serpentine as you've seen before. They're thin and they're sparse. And where the face would be, there's none. Only this strange facsimile of a face. It's a mask. As this creature, tall and thin, stands where that goblin once did. And it turns to face you.
What in the hell?
Tugichawa?
And step by step, it walks past you. A tender hand reaching out and actually putting itself on your head. Sort of a strange chill, as it doesn't feel like it's a living hand. It feels like just plant matter. And it continues to walk. Steps very carefully over the dead corpses. And as it steps closer to the goblins, you can see their forms sort of shift. The dull milkiness in their eyes begins to disperse. Their twisted, wretched forms begin to, I guess, grow what they've lacked, which is a sense of life. And while once these horribly twisted monsters, these strange, seemingly immortal in their own way, and recently terrifying looking goblins, become something more of an actual living creature. They look alive. Their tongues long and root-like retract into their mouths. And you can see them all let out these small gasps as if it's the first breath they've taken in a long time. Just, Father, 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 Father. And they all start surrounding this strange, tall, twisted creature. Father, 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 Father. And the creature continues to walk. And looks out over basically all the carnage. And a hand very gently rises to his face, curling into a strange sigil. And the smoke rising to the air, graying the sky, gives way to a rumble. And rain pours. Smoke rising from the flames, the carnage. Giving way to a moment of peace after the war. As that is where we'll end our session tonight.
Oh, snaps.
Fuck you guys.
Oh,
I can re-roll a character. I'm fine with that. It's just you guys reacting to him dying.
This is what happens when you play the roleplay session and you get to be in your character, and then you get the heartbreak.
I wasn't attached to the character, but you guys
Actual legit death.
As though the valiant seven are victorious, it seems it is not without loss. They were powerful, they are strong, but it is a grim reminder that the world beyond their Oakwell, the world of Hearth, is full of dangers. Their lives are not always certain. It will take a bolstering of both spirit, body, and power in order to truly live up to the name that's been bestowed upon them. I'd like to end the session right now because of course that would be a perfect time, but there are a few things that must be made note of. For the Valiant Seven have overcome a gravely deadly challenge, one set before them that they've knocked down. As there's going to be some experience points to be given.
Oh shit.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Give your dungeon master one moment as he conglomerates a bunch of fucking numbers he forgot to conglomerate before the session because he's such a good DM.
And hey, John, Mitty didn't die. If there's one thing that dog is really good at, is one, being really consistent with his attack rolls, and two, because I know that's more than one, fucking death saves, man. Fucking dog's really good at death saves.
He
He made all of them. He was 3 for 3.
back and he promised never again.
Yep.
Okay, so for that encounter, for all the hazards, the dangers you faced, the strange challenges, let's see. It's going to be a little more than what you normally get just for straight killing these creatures, as you guys earned a total of 7,800 experience points.
Damn.
Divided among your friends, your party. Let's see. Should be 1,300 points for that fight.
Oh, snap.
Say And also, for the last few fights, that you went through, the last one on the riverside, the last on the hill, calculating all the experience. Let's see, beating that. Each you guys would earn, and finally destroying the camp. I guess I'll do a total for this. The last fight you guys got, each, what was it? 100, yeah. Each of you guys earned 300 experience points for your little riverside fight. And for killing Captain General Lunge, saving the Gloom Roots, conquering a camp, you guys earn an extra total of 700 experience points.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Snabadaps.
As I'm assuming, that should be at least enough
Should be a ding.
for a ding.
Oh, shit.
Yep, 14,000.
A few more things to go over. And I'm sorry, Peter, I gotta talk to you about something after the session real quick. So some important things for the future of your next character. But for the time being, there's one thing I have to talk about with the rest of the characters. Let's see, Clyde Arthur Thimble.
I know him.
You've proven yourself to be not only a good climber, not only one connected with your wolfy friend, you've proven something today and time again, that you are incredibly fast. You are so fast, in fact, that you're often hard to pin down, and you've learned to use your very incredible speed to help yourselves avoid trouble, as you've unlocked a boon. You've unlocked the GM layer. I'm not gonna do it this time. You unlocked the nimble defense boon. By spending some of your movement speed, which you have plenty of, you can essentially enter a quick moving state where you're just a little bit harder to hit. In case you're in a situation where, well, you are fast, but you don't want to sit, you don't want to be running all over the place, you just want to sit still. You can grant yourself a little bit of boosted AC, although your number of times you can do that is a little limited. Let's see. Which one did? Oh, okay. As Gregory Timberson.
Ooh.
You've proven time and time again that you are quite a strong fellow. Lifting your allies, tossing them about, forcing your ways through hordes of skeletons. Your strength has reached a slightly new level. You find yourself able to almost overcome anything. Your strength cannot be compared to normal men, as you've earned the greater version of the heavy build boon, granting yourself expertise in athletics.
Oh, snap.
There you go.
Jump through the fucking wall, man.
I got all the strengths.
Mm-hmm.
Push, move.
Oh, golly. Not that one. Okay. As Samantha, you have a quiet way with words, whether with people or simply the beasts around you. Your silver tongue cannot be matched, as you've unlocked the greater version of the expert parlance, giving you expertise in either deception or intimidation if you don't already have it. You pick one of the two and you decide.
Snap.
Mm-hmm. Where are you at? Persephone. Whether it is plant life or simply the earth itself, you have a strange connection with this element of sorts. Your ability to take what lies within the ground or things that grow from it and manipulate it, although currently it needs some growth. It is a seed that must be fostered and grown into a great tree. As you have unlocked the Terran Affinity Boon, you learn an extra cantrip regarding your favorite element. And in addition, you have a hard time being slowed by things that grow from or are made of the earth.
Pull me some old earth. Digging holes.
Mm-hmm. And Luna. Though you are a creature of shadow, and though you are quite persuasive, you've also shown you are capable of not only using magic to your own whim, but to bend it and change it. There are spells that you know, few in number, but those few you are almost a master of, and one of them you have finally found connected to yourself that you can throw out almost at any whim, as you have unlocked the Intrinsic Casting Boon. You can choose one spell of the first level that you know, and you can cast this spell simply at the lowest level by spending 2 sorcery points instead of spell slots. You can replace the spell every time you level up, and yeah. Essentially, it saves you time from using a bonus action to swap out sorcery points and swap out spell slots.
Choose one first level spell, you know, cast it with sorcery points.
I wonder which one you did.
Jump.
Magic missile into the darkness.
You jump.
Oh yeah, jump. That's the one.
As it seems like with your leveling,
Jump alone. Jump is a good...
you've unlocked not only the new aspects of your class, of whatever you choose to level up in, the new aspects of maybe racial features, you've also unlocked something new regarding your character's abilities. And that is where I can call the end of the session.
Oh, yeah. Woo! Interested to see what Peter comes up with.
Another 6 boons of real character death. Holy fuck.
It is time to go home and have some downtime.
Ooh, buddy.
As we find ourselves at a slight impasse where a major event has transpired, the characters will need time to process this, although they have not done so without completing a grand feat. Something that they will surely take home with them and grow with. That's all I got, baby.
Good
Murder.
shit, man.
Hope y'all liked it. Whew.
That was far closer than it should have been.
Yeah.
Them dice, baby.
I remember when so the first time lunge went down, it was like 11:50, whatever, and I was like, okay, so we'll wrap this up a little early and then do. No, he got the fuck up again.
Yep.
The dice were fucking out to get us.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like.
Hey, Peter, I could have saved you.
Yep, those double crits. I was sitting there thinking, like, boy, you know, those last few sessions, these guys aren't rolling too hot. Remember that big old war camp fight you guys had?
I had like 20 and 18 AC for most.
I never get to use my death thing because the only time I've ever fell is on crits.
Crits, yeah.
Oh, I know who picked you up!
Oh, poor Paracelsus.
Man, I remember
So,
that.
Peter, what are we playing?
I'm so tempted to pull out old characters.
Do you want to reroll, Nick? If so, we can discuss it.
Well, all of that and more will be shared with you wonderful folks in the upcoming sessions. Be sure, like you have been doing, to follow the channel and also on Twitter for updates, changes to schedules, all that good stuff. I really hope you have enjoyed watching Song of Rapture with all of us tonight. It has been a fucking blast. And I certainly hope to see you again next Friday for more of it, 7:30 Eastern. Along with, if you want to get to know some of our other personas, we have Sunday's game coming up at 5 o'clock Eastern, so it's a lot earlier because it's Sunday. And that game is at 18th level, and man, is it fucking bonkers. So be sure to come check that out and see what it is we're up to and get to know that wonderful cast of characters. Other than that, I want to thank so many people for following. It has been a really crazy night tonight. Thanks. Hey, Ryan. Yeah, we saw you in there.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Ryan. He plays on Sunday if he's still here. Wild,
like
Ooster, Sapphire Gamer, Nadpoo. Big shout out to you, my dude. Thanks for hanging out with us the whole time. Thanks for following. Matt Staples, Grand Lion, One by One. Always good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the bits. Every Aida, 2 Socks 5, Mal Ganris, Nurse OST, Dictor Inco, Buck Army, Loser Fruit,
The entire list, are you?
Yes, he does.
Galgo 96, Run It Up 247. I'm so meta, even this acronym is meta. What kind of name is that? I love that. Nerve and NP and Cobalt Fox. I love that name. Cobalt Fox is a good one. I might have to do something with that. That's a good name. I like that. Thank you all so much for following. Thank you for hopefully enjoying all that we try to bring to you guys, showing some good D&D. I hope you thoroughly enjoyed this. It has been a lot of fun to play it. This is a great fucking session. There are, of course, VODs on the channel, along with uploads to YouTube under YouTube Line of Gaming if you want to see some of the older stuff and see where we've come from and see some of our coolest and best moments. Other than that, that's it. That's all she wrote, folks. Thanks so much for watching, and rest in peace, Paracelsus.
May the leeches be with you.
And the arms of an angel.
It's okay. I'll use my new cantrip to give him a proper burial. It's okay.
Are you gonna ceremony me for 1 hour? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Ceremony. The best spell.
Let me take this time to remind Jordan that it exists.
Why do you do this to me? I was gonna do something nice for you.
Oh, wait, no, I take it back.
Of course you did.
Think of all the wonderful first level spells like Jump and
He
Magic
just
Missile.
lost the doctor. Give him a break. He's mourning. He's in grief. He doesn't know what he's thinking. He's not thinking straight. Forget